It's time now to go beyond the headlines. And for the next 2 hours, go where every sports fan wants to go. Behind the scenes and into the practice facilities, locker rooms, coaches' offices, and press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia. Kyle is out. I was going to make up new things about what he might be missing for today.
Like, what do you mean?
Like, all day long, I would say, well, Kyle's not here because...
like why he's gone?
Yeah. Like, he had to, like, wash his cat or, like...
You know how his cats go.
But, make up random reasons why Kyle is not here today. But, sometimes we have doctor's appointments and dentist appointments.
There's a bunch of Christmas carolers in front of Kyle's house right now. What do you want the man to do?
That's right.
He can't leave.
He cannot leave. He's stuck behind a giant troop of reindeer.
In the middle of Jingle Bells right now. He's stuck.
That's right. I'm James Ham. Of course, Jesse Tapia is joining me today. We'll have Mark Jones pop in the 11 o'clock hour today. So lots to talk about. We are, of course, the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320. And Jesse, we got to start. And you know what? Like, we're going to start and we'll probably finish with the same exact thing. And the 2 hours in between, we'll probably talk about the exact same thing.
It's going to be a lot of Kings today. Buckle up.
It is going to be. If you're here to talk about the 5-29 San Francisco 49ers, the team that's done, that everyone's on the IR, we're not going to spend much time on the 49ers.
Isaac Rendo's a starting running back. Brock Purdy's a quarterback. Everything else is bad.
Yeah,
there you go.
If you got Guerrero in your waiver pickup, good on you. We're excited for you in your fantasy football league. We did, in fact, me and my son, we did pick up Guerrero. We had $77 left in bid cash of our $100 for the year, and we're like, well, we might as well just go all in. So we had the most expensive bid purchase, I think, that we've ever had.
I'm fighting for my playoff life, and Derrick Henry has a bye, so that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
But the Kings won.
The Swift Kirk in the Dickers is also missing Derrick Henry this weekend. So we're a little shorthanded as well. It's a tough bye week for a lot of fantasy football people. Let's get to the real meat of the bone, though. The Sacramento Kings have been up and down. They've been all over the place. There's this dark cloud. They are the Charlie Brown of the NBA right now, where you just kind of see this rain cloud following them and dumping rain on them at all times.
Yeah, it's honestly been pretty ugly, and I feel like up until last night, up until that second quarter when they went on that run, it was just kind of like, oh, we're just kind of waiting now at this point. We're just kind of like, all right. Like, we'll see what happens, I guess.
Exactly. And I'm kind of torn now because when I think about the Charlie Brown analogy, I really feel like the Kings are Lucy, and every time Kings fans think they've got something cool,
that's perfect.
They pull the ball out.
That's perfect. Yeah, the Kings are not Charlie Brown. They are Lucy. The Kings fans are Charlie Brown.
That I would agree. So
we've been telling it wrong for years.
It probably is. Like, the Kings fans are wandering around with the dark cloud, like, raining on them at all times, and the bad things always happen to them. And, the teacher that you can't understand is always yelling at Charlie Brown. I think
that's perfect. Yeah, that works.
I think we've messed up this analogy forever.
Yeah.
Anyway, the Sacramento Kings decided that they were tired of being Charlie Brown or Lucy or whoever, and they welcomed in the Houston Rockets last night, a Houston Rockets team that was red hot, Houston Rockets team that is absolutely packed with talent. And not only talent, but the type of talent that usually gives the Kings fits. They're long, they're athletic, and they're extremely physical. They lived up to just about everything that I thought that they would be when we don't watch them full time. And it wasn't good enough. The Sacramento Kings came away with a 120-111 victory.
That was the complete opposite, honestly, of what I expected coming into that game.
Yeah, you do know they were favored. The Kings were favored by 1.5 last night.
Really?
And we talked yesterday, Kyle and I talked about it nonstop, that this was like the biggest suckers bet ever, right? Everyone's going to be like, oh, of course I'm taking the Rockets. The Rockets plus 1.5?
One day we'll find out the truth about Vegas and who really runs sports, because it's a little ridiculous at this point.
Yeah. So I was I was very, very intrigued to see how the Kings would respond. And not only was I intrigued to see how the Kings would respond, but Jesse, I got to be honest with you. I've been through this so many times. Like my first 12 years on the job here, covering the Sacramento Kings, I saw 8 other head coaches come and go, but 9 head coaches. Mike Brown is the 9th head coach that I've covered. And you start to feel when things have gone south and when things are going to go even further south. And lo and behold, I think last night was like a stay of execution for the Sacramento Kings, for whoever. It was a moment where things could have gone even further south and even more dangerous, and they didn't, because the Kings stepped up in a tremendous way. And really, they played with force. They played with energy. And in the Western Conference, if you're not going to do this, if you're not going to show up and you're not going to play hard and bring energy, effort, and execute, those 3 things, you're going to get stomped on a nightly basis. And it doesn't matter. Like there are not any horrible teams in the Western Conference outside of maybe the Utah Jazz. And the Utah Jazz have all kinds of talent and can beat anybody on any given night.
You're not going to be able to sleepwalk through Utah Jazz game.
No, you can't sleepwalk through any game in the Western Conference. The Kings have this season, and it's why they came into last night at 9-12. And so for me, that was the biggest thing: the energy, the effort, the execution. They came out and they looked like the more dominant, aggressive team.
Yeah, and that's why I think I was kind of shocked. Yeah, we'll say shocked, because honestly, I thought Houston going into that game was going to punch him in the mouth, and it was going to be an ugly game, to be honest. I didn't think the Kings going into it really had much of a chance, but come second quarter, I don't know if it was Dylan Brooks that lit the fire or whoever, whatever you want to say, but I mean, the Kings took it to them, and it was more so the Rockets were on the back foot the entire rest of the game.
Yeah, it really did feel that way. The second quarter, the Kings finished on an 8-0 run, but I think it was 11-1 in the last couple of minutes. They really turned up the intensity, and it was Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks decided he wanted to push Domantas Sabonis. He got a tech, and he wanted to get into Domantas Sabonis' head. Sabonis just turned around and walked away. We talked to Sabonis about it later, and Sabonis kind of laughed. He said, when I was young, I was a hothead, and I've really had to learn how to walk away from situations like that. And it felt like that was their card that they played. It's oh, we're just going to try to get physical and get dirty and get in your head. And then when you're in your head, we're just going to, run over you.
Yeah.
And the response from the Kings was no.
They flipped that on the Rockets. I feel like they got on the Rockets' head. I mean, you look at Ime and Sengun getting tossed. That was weird in itself. I don't know how that got so hostile or whatever, but I feel like the Kings kind of turned it over where they beat the Rockets at their own game, not playing dirty or anything like that, but more so no, we're gonna out physical you, and we're gonna get in your head too.
Yeah, Jesse, the problem that you have is when you decide that you're going to set a standard of physicality in a game, and the Rockets are usually the team that dictates the physicality. They're the ones that say, look, we're going to come in here and we're going to beat you up. And Mike Brown talked about it in pregame. He said when he coached the Cavs, he said he would tell his guys, go out there and be so physical that by the end of the first quarter, the officials can't keep calling fouls. Either they're going to call it or they're not. But we're gonna beat up on everybody the whole night. He said that's what the Rockets do, and that's the Ime Udoka way. That's the way that he learned to play the game. The way he played as a player was to come out there and be as physical as possible the entire time he's on the court. And when the Kings, number one, matched that physicality, that was big. But then the second thing is when this thing got out of hand, and they weren't getting the calls that they thought that they deserved. Well, look, man, you're the one who set the standard for physicality tonight.
Yeah.
You're the one that says we're playing it like a 9.8. And now all of a sudden you want it to be called at a 6?
And we're throwing tantrums at this point.
Yeah, okay. That's not going to happen. And, again, I think Alperen Sengun is he's a next generation center. He's going to be one of the greats. He's going to be right there fighting with Sabonis for an all-star bid every single season from here on out. And it's going to get more and more difficult because Wembanyama is going to be there as well. And Sabonis is going to have a really difficult time ever making another all-star game in the Western Conference because of the young guys that are coming up. But there's a way that he plays, and he is a gigantic foul grifter. And it's one thing when you're, Shea and you're moving at the speed of light, or you're Luka and you're literally the poster child for the NBA.
Yeah.
You're going to get all these calls. But Şengün has this, he's ground based, he's big, and then he turns into Gumby out of nowhere, like all the time. So he starts asking for fouls, and he runs up, slams into Sabonis, and turns into a giant wet noodle. And then, like,
he's like an overdramatic kid.
Yeah, exactly. It's like he's throwing a tantrum at a grocery store. You bring your kid through to go check out, and of course they line it with candy just to mess with you. He's that kid who's just like, he slams into Sabonis, turns into a giant wet noodle and flops everywhere, but keeps his dribble because of course it's all an act, and then tries to attack Sabonis off the dribble. Sabonis plays defense with his chest, and then just this crazy meltdown. I was here for all of it because I was here for Dillon Brooks getting tossed, picking up his sixth foul, because I thought he instigated all of this, and then I was very much here for the Emi Udoka and Alperen Şengün like meltdown.
Yeah, I was sitting there watching it, like, I don't get why you guys are going so wild or so crazy right now. It felt like they were kind of overdoing it at that point. Like Emi Udoka's kind of charging at the ref or whatever, and they're holding him back. Like, I thought that was all kind of extra.
Yeah, no, I thought so too. And I think at a certain point, it's possible that Emi was trying to protect his player. But at the same time, it's not like his player got hit like when he was in the air and it was some dirty play. And it's not like the foul calls were egregious one way or the other.
That's what I'm saying. I wasn't watching like, oh yeah, I get it, but
yeah, I mean, like, look, the problem is that when you say that we're playing at 9.8, that we're all going to go out there and beat up on each other the whole night, when every single rebound that the Kings got on the defensive end, either Tari Eason or Thompson ran at the ball handler and fouled them. Like, ran at them and like tried to get a steal.
Yeah.
And ran into somebody. And the Kings were like, what are you guys doing? Why do you keep running into us? Like, that's the standard that they set. We're going to play a frenetic, chaotic game, and we're going to out-bully you. And the fact is that last night the bullies got bullied.
Yeah, that's honestly pretty much it. That's the perfect way to sum up the game. Bullies got bullied yesterday, which is nice because we haven't seen that from the Kings, I think, all year. But maybe it's a start.
We might not have seen that from the Kings for the last 3 years.
Yeah, that's fair.
And it's possible that we might have seen that for the last 15 years. It's kind of the way that it goes. Like, this team hasn't had that sort of, personality. But again, if you're going to compete in the Western Conference, Jesse, that's what you have to do.
Yeah, you need that.
Yeah. If you're going to just show up and think that you've got more talent than the other team, but you're not going to play hard, you're going to lose a good portion of the games at the NBA level.
Yeah.
We do have all kinds of incredible things to sort of break down from this game. The one thing that I loved, Dillon Brooks is one of the true instigators of the league, and like almost like a fake tough guy. Like,
if you're his teammate, do you ever get tired of that? Because you did piss off De'Aaron Fox yesterday. Like, they were talking about it post game. Like, don't piss off De'Aaron Fox, all that stuff. But like, you get tired of it. Like, kind of like, hey, can you kind of just relax and play ball today?
Well, I found it really like, it was funny to hear Fox talk, because Fox was very clear. Like, look, people around the league know they don't mess with me that way. They know what happens if you mess with me that way. And I'm thinking to myself, well, like, what are you gonna, like, stick somebody? I'm confused. Like, what do you mean they know?
What happened? Yeah.
Like, De'Aaron's like, oh, they know. It's like, okay.
I think it just means De'Aaron's gonna have a great game no matter what.
Well, that's the problem. So, like, I need somebody on his team, or like somebody that's part of his group or something, to like literally insult him before every game.
Yeah,
like,
the Sacramento Kings need to hire a De'Aaron Fox motivator.
Yeah, like somebody slap him in the face, or
I don't know if we need to do all that.
If he's walking down the hall, you just trip him. Somebody like, oh yeah, I just disrespected you. Like, whatever it is to get him motivated to do that. Because, like, look, De'Aaron Fox is a great player. I'm not. But when De'Aaron Fox is pissed,
yeah, you can't stop him.
He goes to like some other level. And even last night, I think he had something like 8 of the final points in the second quarter when they rallied and they got it to within 1. And what they did right there is, again, Dillon Brooks instigated a bunch of stuff. Then they go to right after that, Sabonis, I think it was Sabonis. Sabonis cut somebody with an elbow, and they went and reviewed it to see if it's a flagrant. And while they did that, the in-house, the in-house guys who run the scoreboard, Kings employees, they did a wonderful job, because what they kept doing was like panning to a little girl in the stands and everybody would cheer, and then panning to Dylan Brooks and everyone started booing.
That's how you do it. Solid work.
They just kept doing it though, because it was like a minute 30 probably break while they were looking at the play.
Yeah.
And they just kept going back and forth. They're giving this little girl candy. She's like celebrating, slams and ends up picking her up and holding her up in the air. And then they pan to Dylan Brooks, and everyone in the arena, the fans responded in a tremendous way. It was very loud in the building. They got into the game, and not only that, but they had a villain of the game, and it was Dylan Brooks. And it's almost like the dude turned on the faucet and they didn't know how to shut it off. Like, oh no.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Like, as soon as Dylan Brooks did what Dylan Brooks always does, like I said, the Rockets were on the back foot the entire rest of the game.
Yeah. I mean, that's when you're watching it play out, you're like, okay, like having Dylan Brooks on your team would be nice because he is physical. He is a great jump shooter. Although a lot of his jump shots he shouldn't be taking. He's also like a very, very good defender. And, the Kings were interested in Dylan Brooks a couple of years ago when he became available in free agency and he signed with Houston. The money got too big and they had other plans, right? But either way, like, this is a player that I think the Kings have always kind of needed.
I feel like you take the good with the bad, like the bad with the good, I guess, with Dylan Brooks. Like, he does bring something to your team where, like, you are going to improve, but there are also are the games where it's like, all right, Dylan kind of did too much today.
Well, I think that there's going to be a lot of times where he just wears out his welcome. And it happened in Memphis, and they scapegoated him in Memphis.
Oh, yeah. I think, what was it? The tweet from Shams said, Memphis Grizzlies said they will under no circumstances be bringing back Dylan Brooks or something like that. That was weird the way that ended.
Well, it was very weird, especially when you have a guy who was, kept waving guns and on Instagram posts, it kept getting suspended by the league. You had a bunch of injuries. You had a bunch of other guys doing stupid things on the court. You had like John Morant's dad trying to fight Shannon Sharp on the sidelines. Like, all of these things are happening, and you like, oh, it's Dylan Brooks' fault. It has nothing to do with the superstar who keeps missing games because the league suspends him for 25. Like, it had nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
So anyway, I kind of I found that I'm amused by Dylan Brooks, but I once again was reminded that I don't think I want any part of him, because he brings that out in other teams on occasion. And sometimes I think it works because he bullies people that are okay getting bullied and shrink up into a shell and are like, okay, no, I'm not going to fight back. But last night you saw the Kings go, oh, no, I'm going to fight back. Even the way that Dylan Brooks fouled out was so perfect. Keegan Murray, the quietest guy on the court, he just stands in and takes a charge on a fast break, and Dylan Brooks runs him right over. Gets the call, out of the game. That's 6. See ya. And Keegan's like, just points the other way. And he was asked about his celebration. He's like, yeah, I just pointed the other way, and made sure that Dylan Brooks saw that I was pointing the other way.
It's a 7 out of 10 impression right there. I'll give you props.
Yeah. So that was it. Like, it was like, okay, see ya.
Yeah.
But like, I thought that there was a way that the Kings responded that I did not expect, and I don't think a lot of people expected. Somehow Vegas expected it,
which makes no sense. Again, Vegas, we'd like to learn your secrets one day. Yeah,
nobody else really expected that to happen last night.
The Kings being favored in that game makes absolutely no sense. Like, we don't have to go over it because you and Kyle did yesterday, but I can't rationalize that at all.
But then everyone who took the Kings won.
I guess we're the dummies.
That was no one.
Yeah.
No one took the Kings to win. Everyone took the Rockets, and the Kings, like, they just slapped them down. Like, it was pretty crazy. We had some good things from this game. Outside of the fact that the Kings won 120-111. I think, Jesse, the starting lineup is starting to gel. And, it's a couple of games in to this process, right? With Malik Monk being in the starting lineup. But last night he had a career high 12 assists. We talked to him in the locker room afterwards, and he was very clear. Like, look, they can't defend me and De'Aaron. I think it's quote, they can't blitz me and Fox. Somebody's going to be passing.
Yeah, Malik Monk, because Malik Monk is not just a guy out there. He's not a role player or anything like that. Malik Monk is like a playmaker who makes a difference, a big impact.
No, he does. He makes a tremendous difference. And, 12 assists. He had got to 10 assists multiple times in his career. I think this was his fourth double-double, so probably he had 3 other times where he at least got to 10 assists, but he never broken through and hit the 12 mark. And then the Kings probably had like 5 shots to get him his 11th assist and kept missing. But what it did is his play style and his willingness to accept a role as not just a scorer. He ends up with 17 points, but it's because they fed him late. But it just put so much pressure on the Rockets defense because you had like dueling banjos. You had guys coming at you from both sides of the court at all times, a lefty and a righty, and both of them are dynamic in their own way. And Malik is one of the best passers, one of the best pick and roll guards in the league.
He's probably one of the more underrated players in the league, I think.
Oh no, I totally agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if just like throwing it out there, I wonder if he'll get 6th man of the year now that he's starting.
I mean, that seems to be the requirement.
Yeah, I guess it is possible.
Nas Reed really did come in, start 14 games. Like, yep, Nas did it.
Nas did it. Yeah, world's best cup of coffee. Yeah, so I'm concerned with like how they're gonna backfill behind Malik, but I love the energy. I love what the Kings look like when he's on the court, especially with De'Aaron Fox. I love the 2-man game with him and Sabonis. I'm loving this development of Isaac Jones. These are all things we're going to get to in 6/7 quick thoughts a little bit later. But like you're seeing that, like, look, it's going to be difficult because you do have to find somebody else like Malik to be off the bench. Maybe that's Devin Carter. Maybe it's Keon Ellis, who did not play last night, got a DNP CD. Maybe it's somebody that we don't know yet, but you're still going to need that guy to bring energy off the bench if Malik's not there. And the Kings never just do like 5 bench players at one time. Last night, they only played 8 players total before, the last 2 minutes where they brought in some scrubs. But my point is, I think what we saw last night was the Kings firing on all 8 cylinders, for the first time.
Everyone out there was contributing.
Yeah, even
like Jay Crowder. I don't think Jay Crowder scored any points, but he helped out and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, what Jay Crowder does is he does what Dylan Brooks does, except for he's not a jerk about it. He's more of a real tough guy. Maybe he's a fake tough guy as well. Maybe we've never seen Jay Crowder like beat someone up. I don't know. Maybe he has.
I can vouch for Jay Crowder. He was on the Celtics for a few years. Definitely a tough guy.
Yeah, he's a tough guy. He's not going to put up with any of that stuff. And I thought that there was going to be a point where we saw Jay Crowder versus Dylan Brooks, and it's like, oh, it's on like Donkey Kong. But it never happened, at least not that I saw. So I thought that this was a moment where the starting lineup and then the other guys started to gel. And we've been waiting for it. And it's even something I had asked Mike Brown during pregame. Like, how much do you need this thing to these guys, the other guys, to figure out their roles and start playing to their strengths? And he's like, man, yeah, we need it bad, but like you never know when it's going to like gel, when you're going to have some sort of like epiphany moment by players. And I thought last night was one of those nights.
Yeah. I think too, like you mentioned, you're going to have to fill Malik, like the backfill Malik Monk's spot now that he's starting. I think that's something for Monty McNair. I'm not sure you're getting that from the guys that are there right now.
No, I totally agree.
Yeah.
I mean, there are guys like that out there. And again, it might be Devin Carter. Like we got to give him a shot, right? Yeah, and we're talking about, he's probably a month away at this point. So maybe you can make it to that point and then see what he's got. Maybe he can bring that energy and sort of that fire. I'm intrigued by him. The wingspan, everything else, the athleticism, the ability to shoot the 3. He's been shooting for months. So like he'll be ready when it hits.
How ready do you think he'll be? Because I wonder, like a rookie who's missed, like the timeline was 6 to 8 months. I don't know how much his time has been now and how close he is or whatnot. But like how game ready do you think he could be, like off the bat? Like, do you think it'd be like a month? Like it'd take a month for him of NBA game time for him like to really get going, or like how much do you think he contribute like to start?
Well, I mean, I think initially you're worried about that, right? Like how long is it going to take? And he is way behind the 8 ball. He did not participate in training camp or anything else.
Yeah, he's missed a lot.
But when you need a player to play 24 minutes or something like that, that's a problem. when you need a guy to go out there for 3 minutes in the first quarter and 3 minutes to open the second quarter, and then come back in and play another 3 minutes and 3 minutes in the third and fourth, and maybe you don't put him in first 3 minutes in the fourth if it's not going well. So to play 9 to 12 minutes a game, I think you can get away with bringing a guy along in that scenario. It's kind of what we're seeing with Isaac Jones, and Isaac Jones just keeps demanding more and more playtime.
Yeah, he's producing definitely.
Yeah. So I think we need to like take a step back and say, okay, look, hopefully he can contribute. And if he can't, you should already have a plan B in place anyways. Maybe it's Jordan McLaughlin who comes in and just gets a couple of extra minutes and brings some spark. Maybe it's a Keon Ellis. Maybe Colby Jones figures something out. I don't know. Maybe Mason Jones. He's been battling a hamstring issue. He's back on the court at the G League level, but maybe he's the guy that you say, okay, let's give him a little bit of burn and see if he can bring that energy that we're missing, that spark off the bench. We also we had the blow up on the court where Emi Udoka lost his mind and chased a ref around, and then while that was happening, Şengün walks by the official and yells something really loudly, and he gets tossed. But we also have this situation where Tari Eason walked by and like knocked the ball out of Malik Monk's hands. So Malik Monk ran over and like fought to get the ball back during the whole skirmish thing. And it was just Malik being Malik and just kind of, being a nuisance in his own way. But then Tari Eason, according to our friend Sam Amick, lost his mind after the initial blow up as well. And I don't know if it was right at the end of the game. I'm not sure. It's right down below us, and somehow we miss this. But according to Sam Amick of The Athletic, Tari Eason had to be restrained from going into the stands last night. There's a walkway right behind the visitors' bench. It's a ramp that goes up to the stands, and somebody must have said something to him because he started chirping back, profanity-laced, threw a towel, and then tried to go into the stands and was stopped by security. So that's probably going to warrant some fines, maybe a possible suspension.
Yeah, I'm curious when it happened. I was reading Sam's article. I might have just missed in the article or whatnot, but I don't know. I missed when it happened, I guess. I was watching the game on TV, but I don't think they covered it at all either.
No, I don't think we saw any of it. Even again, it's right down below us. But there's a lot going on. And, when you're trying to write and post things at the end of the game, you do miss some of that stuff. But it definitely was a weird situation that they've got to figure out. And I think the Rockets are going to get fined a lot from this game. There was a lot of, Emi Udoka's post-game comments like, whoa. Yeah,
he'll catch a nice little fine. Do we want to, is it more or less than $40,000 for Emi Udoka's fine? Because he charged at the ref during the game, and then he did double down after the game, post game. Like, yeah, these refs stink.
Yeah, I think he said they need new glasses,
pretty much.
And he dropped some explicits there too.
Yeah.
I think he'll get Mike Brown got 30,000. I think he'll get 50 because it was multiple acts.
Yeah, I think that's a good number.
Yeah, I think that'll be the number, and then Şengün's going to get hit with probably 25 as well.
I think that's a good number too.
You know what, Jesse? We got to step aside and take a break. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We'll be back in just 1 minute.
All good.
And we don't have a live right now?
No.
All right.
Live is at the end of the show.
Oh, you just doubled up. That was weird. There were two Jessies at one time. Oh, sweet.
We have two different microphones in here. I always forget.
The end of the show? Oh, that's the live read? Oh, that's not good. Oh, let's do it. No, let's do it after. No, let's do it next break. Yeah, because when we have Mark on, we're not gonna want to like do that. What's going on? Sass, the Rockets turning into the Jailblazers too much. Like, there's a little bit of that, but you got to remember the Jailblazers. They're called the Jailblazers because they had like off the court criminal situations. multiple situations. I mean, the Ruben Patterson situation. There was like all kinds of stuff going on. Not good stuff at all. I think the Rockets play physical and they're young, and the fact that you're getting a young, super athletic, super long team to go out there and play physical is pretty crazy. Like that, the way they're playing. Come on, NBA guru Zach, what are you doing? That's just ridiculous. I would say, like, if Fox does become available at any time, you're definitely Houston's going to be a team that you're going to go to. I mean, just look at their talent level. Like, if you're going to make a trade, I don't think the Kings are, but if you were forced into making a trade, that's one of those teams that you would actually look at. And I'd also say NBA guru Zach, since you asked the question, if Fox was trying to play well, would he not have gone for like 40 instead of 24? Just saying.
Fox is playing so well that he's trying to get traded, which also is resulting in the Kings winning games.
Yeah. There was one other one I starred earlier. Russ Dog. Frustrated with Kings fans of how sometimes they want to be dumb and want to blame all losing games on Mike Brown. I think this is again, like it's not just one person's fault, and like everyone is to blame for where the Kings are right now. Everyone. Like I'm not gonna excuse Mike. Like his team hasn't been ready to play on multiple occasions, and that's on the players. But it also, like, there comes a point where you have to be able to reach in and get your players to figure out how they are going to match intensity, how they are going to do these things. And I think it's really good to see them come out and play like that last night. But that's 1 out of 82. I need that for 65 out of 82. And then you got a chance to win 50. And, so I get that sentiment. And I definitely agree that, that Mike has taken a lot of heat from fans who aren't paying attention to the fact that his players just stopped hitting threes. But it happens sometimes. Huh. All right. Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia. Kyle Madsen is out for the day. We are, of course, the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube.
Shout out to Dr. David. Kyle Madsen's out right now shopping for minor league baseball hats. That's why he couldn't make it today.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. It's also possible he's waiting in line for K-pop tickets.
That's fair as well. I think he posted his little Spotify, the Wrapped, I think they're calling it, where it shows like your stats and all that. I think one of the K-pop bands was his top one.
Oh, yep. I also think it's possible he's out shopping for glasses that he doesn't need.
That's fair as well.
Yeah.
Soren earlier, I saw this one. This was a good one. He's walked into the 95.7 studio. Forgot where he worked again.
Oh, that's possible. It's possible he thinks it's Friday and he brought donuts to the 95.7 studio for Donut Friday, even though it's Wednesday.
Kyle Madsen, man.
Also, Kyle Madsen, it's possible he's boycotting Wednesday because it's not Thursday, his favorite day of the week.
That's fair enough too. Just kind of getting it out the way, so we get to the real good stuff.
Yeah, there's all kinds of possibilities here. Jesse, let's get to the fast break. The Jiffy Lube, man, teamwork player of the game, and for last night, I think that Malik Monk's passing stood out for me as something that. Not that he isn't a really good passer already. I believe him to be an excellent passer. And again, I think you're going to have 2 guys in the starting lineup, maybe even 3 guys in the starting lineup Now let me keep doing my math. 4 guys now in the starting lineup that will average over 5 assists per game. And that's crazy because I don't think there are teams around the league that have that at all. Between DeRozan, Fox, Monk, and Sabonis, you're going to have a ton of assists for this team. And that's the way this should have been working out the whole season anyway. But Monk steps up and has 12 assists in a game. The last person to have 12 assists in a game for the Sacramento Kings, I believe, was Domantas Sabonis, which he's probably done 35 times in his time during the Kings. He's run with the Kings here. But what we do here on the Insiders is after every Kings game, we give out a code. If you go right now to ESPN1320.com, click on the Jiffy Lube logo. Our word for today, it was going to be Malik, but I was talking to Jackie and we changed it to chaos because Malik is chaos, but also last night's game was chaos.
Malik is good chaos.
He is good chaos. So CHAOS chaos is our Jiffy Lube fast break player password of the game. What you're going to put in that you're going to be entered to win a $50 Jiffy Lube gift card, gift certificate, which we pull a name every Friday. And not only that, but it also puts you in line to get one of our new Insider sweatshirts, not the Insider sweatshirt that I'm wearing right now, but the new version that I wore yesterday.
I'm going to talk to promotions to get me one of those.
Yeah, you're going to go over there?
Yeah, I need an updated version.
They are very, very nice.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, we the Jiffy Lube, of course, our guy Jim at Brick House does such a great job, but the Jiffy Lube sweatshirts are some of the nicest sweatshirts you're ever going to run into. They're like primo. Yeah. So really, really good stuff. So I of course butchered that entire read, and we'll do another one later, and I'll probably
you'll get it later, James. All right, we'll pick ourselves up. We're all good. That's good.
Right. As Kyle says, we'll just fix that in like editing.
It was the greatest read of all time.
There we go. I think, Jesse, it's time to get 6 quick thoughts.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go?
Very good.
Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you
Make
need
it 7.
to know. Here are James Ham's
7 quick
thoughts.
All right, man. Quick thought number 1. Keegan Murray looked like Keegan Murray. I don't care how many points he scored. He ended up with 14. He had 6 rebounds. He goes 3 of 5 from 3. Jesse, hallelujah. Amen. That was Keegan Murray that we saw on the court last night.
Keegan Murray was playing with some emphasis yesterday. He was playing aggressive. If the ball, there was a few times where there was one time where Domas kicked it to him in the corner, and it's just as soon as Keegan caught it, it's like, I'm taking the shot no matter what. And I think that's kind of what you need from him. This just going forward. You just need Keegan to be sure of himself when he's out there, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the craziest thing is that confidence, especially for 3-point shooters, it means so much. And if you hesitate at all at the NBA level, number 1, the closeout comes. But number 2, the thought process comes into your head.
Mm-hmm.
And when you just catch and shoot without thinking, that's when you find success.
Even trying to get to the basket and all, like I said, Keegan was playing aggressive and had some emphasis there. So hopefully he's able to just keep that going forward. Because he was talking the other day, I think it was at practice, he was talking to you guys, and he just didn't seem like he was too worried about it. It's like, my shot's going to fall eventually. We'll be good.
Yeah, I mean, he very much yeah, I'm fine.
I don't think we'll ever know if Keegan's worried, to be fair.
I'm in a good place. And it was like, all right, you're in a good place. Last night was the first time. And again, he does not have to average 18 points a game. But what he has to do is he has to figure out the 3-point shooting. He's got to figure out ways to be productive. He had a couple of blocks. He had a couple of big-time rebounds. He just looked like the player we've become so accustomed to seeing. And I thought defensively, he was really good. Just overall, just for the first time in a while, it was like everyone relax. Keegan Murray's okay. And that's where I came out of that one. All right, let's get to number 2. DeMar DeRozan. He had 2 points in the first half. And I got to be honest, I was a bit concerned. He had no legs. Like every shot he took came up short. And it was like, is it going to be one of those weird DeMar DeRozan nights where he just can't figure out how to put the ball in the basket. And that, of course, doesn't typically happen. He came out in the third quarter and went back-to-back and ones and then got to the free throw line. So in the span of like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, he had 7 or 8 points. He had been to the free throw line for 4 free throws. And he just like cranked up the physicality. And he ended up scoring 14 of his 16 in the third quarter. And then once he started getting his shot going and the defense started, moving towards him, then he started doing all the other things. He started rebounding. He started dishing out the ball. And to me, that was one of the more complete games that we've seen from DeMar DeRozan. It does not have to be 20 points every game, Jesse. Some nights you're going to score 16. Sometimes you're going to score 15. I don't think that there's a baseline below that for DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah.
But usually it's 20-something. But I thought he was so productive last night and was so meaningful to what was happening on the court, especially in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, the Kings, like, you don't need DeMar to always go for like 28, 25 or whatever, because you have enough guys where someone else is going to step up if that's not happening or whatever. You just need him to just like steady produce and just play with a purpose every game, which he does for the most part. I think in the first half, the Kings were kind of trying to find their flow, but after that, it seems like he kind of got in with them.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, he finished with 5 rebounds, 5 assists, a steal, and a block. Again, he was just productive. He had a plus 17 on the night. That's what you're hoping for from him. Again, it does not have to be like this gigantic scoring output every game. And if he doesn't get that scoring output, he's not good for you. I think this is one of those games where he really helped fill up the stat sheet. And again, with him going for 5 assists, we had 5 assists for DeRozan, 5 assists for DeRozan, 4 for Sabonis, 12 for Monk, and 7 for De'Aaron Fox. The Kings finished with 33 assists overall and only 10 turnovers as a team. That's crazy. That's what Kings basketball should look like.
Yeah, that's winning basketball right there too. That's a formula for success.
Yeah. Let's hit key number 3. Malik Monk sets a new career high with 17 assists, go with 12 assists to go with 17 points. Hey, look, I thought he was absolutely brilliant. Like his energy, his ability to attack the rim. Again, the shots, he wasn't even trying to force shots or take shots early on. He goes 4 of 8 from 3, 3 of 3 from the line, 12 assists, a steal, 0 turnovers.
Malik Monk, I feel like, to sum up his career so far, feels like a guy who's a lot better than he's been allowed to be.
I totally agree. And you know what? Like, I don't know how many times he's played 35 minutes for the Kings, but I bet you it's not more than a handful.
Yeah. Like, I think for the most part, on average, probably average about 28, 26 minutes a game with the Kings each season.
Yeah, I think his assist. I mean, his minutes per game has not been extremely high, right? We've seen him. I think it was 25 his first season. It might have got up to 26, 27 last year, but I'm not sure about that. For me, it's always been, hey, can you go out there and can you hold up? Like Malik's not a super big guy. He averaged 26 minutes per game last year and 22.3 in his first season with the Kings. So that's crazy. He only averaged, that first year with the Kings where he averaged 13.5 points and almost 4 assists per game, it was only in 22.3 minutes. He's going to have to play major minutes and he's going to have to hold up. I mean, we've seen Malik throughout his career go through these major lulls where he can't hit shots, where he's not effective. And that's a problem. And now that you're going to see his minutes jump to 30 plus a night, and he's all of a sudden stuck in that group of players that Mike Brown is going to run into the ground.
Yeah, you're a guy until we get someone else in there to take some minutes off of you. Like you're going to need to be here every game.
And look, I'm not taking a jab at Mike Brown there. Mike Brown has had no other option.
Yeah, he has no choice. Yeah,
even last night he played 8 players in the bulk of the game. And Jay Crowder, one of those players, only played 12 minutes. Again, you had 25 minutes from Kevin Herr, you had 18 minutes from Isaac Jones, but like Malik's gonna have to be ready, and he can't have this 3-4 week swoon where he can't hit a 3-point shot or his field goal percentage drops off the table. That's not what being a starter in the NBA level is about. So hopefully he's ready for all that. Let's get to number 4. Kevin Huerter finds his bench game. Like, look, Kevin Huerter has not dealt with change well at all. Like, let's just be honest. Like, he has not dealt with change well. And he doesn't like when his minutes were messed with. He didn't like it when Chris Duarte might be the starter. He certainly didn't like getting benched. But I thought last night was the first time Kevin Huerter just said, you know what? This is my new reality, and I'm going to be the best version of Kevin Huerter in whatever time I get out there.
Well, I feel like that benefits everyone too. Like, yeah,
Everyone.
it might not be the role that you want, but who knows what your future is here or whatever. You might want something else going forward or whatever. But for the time being, yes, this is the role they need you to be in. And if you're not producing, that's just going to look bad all around. And that's not going to help the team. That's not going to help you. So if you're out there and however many minutes you get producing, like that's just going to benefit everyone at this point.
No, I totally agree. Like a good Kevin Huerter is a good thing for the Kings. Like the Kings need Kevin Huerter, especially with Malik Monk moving into the starting lineup. We didn't even really talk about that. This could be the guy. This could be the guy that you need to be that player and step in to a role that is maybe more suited for him. And look, he's going to get more opportunity. You know, last night he has 4 of 9 from the field, 3 of 7 from 3, shot 42.9% from 3, had 13 points. You know, the 2 assists, the 2 rebounds, maybe a little bit more, but Kevin Huerter also had a steal, also had a block. You know, this team was aggressive from top to bottom, and I thought that Kevin played with the fluidity of the game. There were times where he got picked on a little bit defensively, but I also think he did a really good job. You know, Fred VanVleet looked like he was going to start busting the Kings from 3, and he ended up 1 of 10 from 3-point line. And that's, you know, if you're the Kings and you can hit 14 threes on 30 attempts like you did last night, number one, that's spectacular. 46.7% from 3, right? But the biggest key that I think we've all been waiting for is that the Kings had 14 made threes and the Rockets also had 14 made threes. And I think Kevin Huerter was a big reason for that. I thought he did well defending out on the perimeter and keeping hand up. And, you know, they go 14 of 39. They took 9 more threes, had the same amount of makes as the Kings. And, you know, do I want Kevin Huerter out there defending Jalen Green? Absolutely not.
Yeah, it's less than ideal.
No, that's not ideal at all. And when Jalen Green gets on a heater, you got to like, holy cow, look out. Why did they not feed him more? And why did they not feature him more? But that's part of being a young team and part of making a mistake. But I thought overall, Huerter, both offense, defense, he was really good.
Yeah, he was productive. And like I said, that's just what you need from going forward. The Kings have no room for error right now.
No, the margin of error is gone. Yeah, not just... It's funny, the margin of error is gone on the season. I'm just going to say it right now. I mean, when you're 10-12 and everybody in the Western Conference outside of you that, you know, like getting into the playoff picture is not going to be easy.
Everyone is really good, turns out, in the Western Conference. Literally everyone.
Everyone is really good, right? There's only like 2 teams, 3 teams below you in the standings. That's when you start to, you look at the margin of error being gone, but also the margin of error from one game to the next inside the game, it's gone. Like when you're playing, you need Kevin Huerter. You need Keegan Murray.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to survive those games where those guys don't show up at all right now.
Yeah, you're not. So, all right, let's get to number 6. Sabonis and Şengün is just like must-see TV. It's so much fun to watch. It's a total contrast in style. One guy just like has like maybe 700 post moves, and the other guy has like 2. And one guy plays like a tough guy and the other one plays like a giant wet noodle. But Şengün is so talented, and to watch him and Sabonis go toe to toe, Şengün ended up with 24 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists. And Sabonis, it's almost identical. It's 27 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists. I think it's only the second game this season that Sabonis hasn't had a double-double.
It's like you said earlier, Şengün, you throw Wembanyama in there too, of course, but like they're the future of that position right now. And it was good to see Sabonis, who is that guy right now, one of the top 3-4 guys or whatever you want to call it at that position, going up against a guy like Şengün.
Yeah. I thought that was a crazy battle and super important for the game. Sabonis was able to stay on the court. He had 4 fouls.
There's half the battle right there.
Yeah, and like, look, you only had to play him 32 minutes last night. That's pretty big. I think a reduction in minutes for Sabonis might lead to more productivity, but seeing Sabonis become more of a scoring threat is huge.
Yeah, Sabonis has really showed up this year too. I don't think there's been a game where it's kind of like, could it get used more from Domas on this one or whatnot. Like he's been really good this season, I feel.
Yeah, I think so too. There might be one game where you can point to, and even that game, I think they won, where he didn't take hardly anything, and he probably still had like 19 points on 6 shots. It's just kind of the way it goes with him. All right, let's get to number 6. De'Aaron Fox filled up the stat sheet. Fox finished with 22.7 assists, 6 rebounds, 3 steals, and a block. He also hit some shots. He was 4-6 from 3, and he brought such a moxie to the court. And he was chirping. He was having a good time, man.
Oh yeah, you could tell too watching the game.
Yeah,
he was talking to everyone. He's kind of like that was De'Aaron Fox's core yesterday.
Yep. I mean, that's the energy and everything, like the aura that he brought to the court. It changed everything. Like it made the Kings the dynamic team that they should be.
We need to figure out this whole pissing off De'Aaron Fox thing. I don't know if maybe you want to take one for the team and be like, hey, De'Aaron, Marcus Smart was kind of talking crazy. Like we're just kind of lying at this point, but it's to get De'Aaron going. Maybe we kind of Michael Jordan this thing and De'Aaron kind of lies to himself. Like, hey, so-and-so was talking crazy or whatever. Now I need to tear him up. Like we got to figure this out where we just get angry De'Aaron every game.
I will tell him next time I see him in the locker room, I will tell him every day when I leave the locker room and you're here, I'm going to say something rude to you to piss you off.
There you go, James Ham.
I am.
There you go.
I'm going to say something like ridiculous and hopefully it makes you angry. Like I will walk by him and say, I want the spikes back.
And you know what? When De'Aaron Fox is making his MVP speech at the end of the year, it's like, yeah, James Ham every day at practice would say something to piss me off, and that really helped.
Yeah, I'm going to kick him in the shin one day, just like walk by and like
good luck with that
and walk out. You know, that's it. I think that's the answer to all of our problems.
Yeah. Angry De'Aaron Fox is what the Kings need.
They do. They need it so bad. That is exactly the cure for everything. Let's get to our final. Normally we do 6. Every once in a while, there's a game where a 7th quick thought is necessary. Isaac Jones is, man, it's happening.
He stood out, James. He stood out big time yesterday. Even Steven Adams was giving him props on TV.
I know. It's happening.
Yeah.
It's happening, man. He is this year's Keon Ellis. He is absolutely showing up every single game. I didn't think that there was going to be a time where it's like, hey, he's going to get 12 points in like a couple of games in a row or something. I didn't think that. He needs to do a better job rebounding. But all of a sudden he's swatting at every ball that comes near.
That's what stood out to me yesterday. I feel like that stood out the most to me.
The goaltend, I'm here for it. Go ahead. The ball kept going up, and Isaac Jones just kept going up.
Make him think about it when they're going to the rim.
Yeah,
that's the whole point.
Yeah, I thought that his energy and effort. He makes mistakes, and like it's nuanced mistakes that people might not pick up on. But there are some mistakes happening, and it's mistakes in rotations. It's mistakes in boxing out. It's mistakes that like he just needs more experience. This is a guy who did not play at like high level. He got up to Washington State in final year as a college player, but this kid played at the JC level. Like he just needs more time. But it's kind of one of those things where he doesn't know what he doesn't know, and he's just gonna go out there and play his hardest and do his best. And like the rebounds, dunking over people that he has no business dunking over, like attacking Victor Wembanyama one night, or going like right around or right over Steven Adams last night. Even Jabari Smith Jr., great shot blocker. Well, a very good shot blocker. Just goes right at him, doesn't care.
Yeah, this is him being thrown into the fire at this point. But like you said, just imagine when he gets some development, he kind of learns the game a bit more and all that. Where he can kind of control it.
Yeah, I want him to not lose this, whatever it is that he is right now. I don't want him to lose this. It's just like he needs to be more refined on everything else, like the rotations and everything else. But like if he's just a little bit quicker in his thought process, he will start blocking shots at like a very high clip. And so I think it's really exciting. And, Mike Brown has said like repeatedly, like, look, Isaac Jones is in the rotation right now, but he's got to fight to stay there. That's the best way to handle this. Like you don't want complacency. The energy and effort has to be there exactly like it has been the last couple of games. And you hope that is who he is as a player. But young players can get complacent. They can lose their way. They can get tired. They can hit a wall. And this is, the opportunities there right now, and I think Isaac Jones is answering the bell.
Yeah, he's been great. Like I said, he was noticeable yesterday, and you just got to make sure you just develop him the right way. So it just keeps going.
Yeah. I feel bad. Jake Crowder was left off of 7 quick thoughts. He's the only player that did not make the standard 6 quick thoughts or 7 quick thoughts. But
give him an honorable mention for today's quick thoughts.
Yeah, there you go. I thought in 12 minutes he played defense, and he gave you your tough guy mentality.
Yeah, he's got attitude. The Kings need that.
Yeah. Especially in a game like that against a team that has a bunch of attitude. I'm just going to ask you this question, Jesse. Isaac Jones, like, again, we're not going to see 5 of 5 from the field every game. We're not going to see the 12 points. But has he changed your outlook on what the Kings are needing to add?
No, because it's nice and it's great, but he is a two-way player right now, and I can't count on Isaac Jones to be this the rest of the season. Like, he's great right now, like, it's production, but I still think if there's moves to whatever you thought before Isaac Jones is still what you should be thinking after Isaac Jones, I think.
Okay.
As far as how you need to improve the team and all that.
Okay, so then let me ask this question. If Isaac Jones is who this, if he gives you a couple more weeks of this, where he's this player, does it change your mindset on what you might do with a player like Trey Lyles?
It might not be popular, but even before Isaac Jones, I was kind of on the might be okay to move Trey Lyles train. Okay. You just needed production at that spot, and Trey wasn't giving it to you, even before Isaac Jones was playing well.
I think it's unfortunate because Trey's been hurt twice.
Yeah, like he hasn't really had maybe the best opportunity to get going, just given when you get back, you need time like any player. But the Kings are at a moment right now where they don't have time to give.
Yeah, and I also think like there was a moment where Trey Lyles started to be very productive, right? We saw this grouping of games when you had Sabonis out, when you had other players out, right? When you had DeRozan and Monk out. He had 13 points, 7 points, 17, and 12. He also in those games had 5, 8, 3, and 10 rebounds. He started to give you more. He started to look more like Trey Lyles. He started to hit the 3 ball. He goes 5 of 7 from 3. He goes 3 of 7 from 3. He started to look like himself, right? That's a good thing. And you're hoping that when he comes back, it doesn't take like a 3-week ramp up, because that's what it was. And it was just way too long of him trying to get back to the player he's supposed to be. And the Kings can't function if they don't have all of these pieces in place.
Yeah, because if I'm Monty McNair and I'm trying to work a deal or whatever, at this point, like I can't wait for Trey Lyles to be ready. I can't wait for Kevin Huerter. If I think this deal is going to help my team now, then you got to do it at that point. And it's not even Trey Lyles' fault at this point. It's just their 10 and 12 team.
Yeah, that, and Trey Lyles is on an expiring contract, and he's an $8 million contract. And so if you do have to make a trade, there's a possibility that Trey Lyles might be involved in that trade. And that's just because that's the numbers. And you can trade him without getting deep into your core and bring back a player that's functional that might help this team. All right, well, we're going to step away. We've got to pay the bills. I'm James Ham. He's Jesse Tapia. We are the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Welcome in. I'm James Ham of the Insiders, here with Jesse Tapia, and we're here to talk to you about our friends over at Jiffy Lube. Right now, Jiffy Lube has an incredible oil change special. Go to jiffylube.com. You get a $33 off coupon right now. But also, like, look, this is holiday season. The last thing you want to do is go out there and have your car not be road worthy. So drop by your local Jiffy Lube. They are open at 7:30 every day, Monday through Saturday. Have your windshield wipers inspected. Make sure that both your headlights are working. They can switch out both of these things. They can take care of your headlights. They can take care of your wiper blades. But also, like, if you're getting in your car in the morning, Jesse, and it just doesn't really want to start, and it just kind of chug and then starts, that usually means that your battery is going dead and you're going to need a new battery. So Jiffy Lube can take care of you there.
Yeah, shout out to Jiffy Lube. I took my car to the Northgate one last week. That $33 off coupon really helps. Let me tell you. I was leaving there with a big old smile because I got to get the full synthetic or oil change on mine or whatever. So it costs a little bit more money. So when I had that coupon or whatever, that definitely helps a lot.
There it is. So go to jiffylube.com, grab yourself a coupon for $33 off your holiday special oil change. And Again, we're the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Yo. Yeah, Chester, I know. Like, I'm not a live read guy. Oh, we got Charlie. Charlie in the booth. Maybe Charlie didn't know Kyle wasn't here today. Yeah, I have to switch over my son's car to full synthetic. I bought him a 2012 Honda Pilot for his first car, and it definitely needs synthetic oil.
Yeah, no, that's real too. I pull up that Jiffy Lube coupon before I even get to the place.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, that's the best part.
Yeah.
They're a really, really good sponsor. I mean, last year, the PS5 giveaways, we're not doing PS5s this year. But yeah, go for it. Mojo, I don't think Alex Lynn is totally out of the picture. Look, Alex Lynn is going to play, well, very specifically, Alex Lynn is going to play tomorrow night. You got Zach Edey. Oh my gosh. I didn't even notice. The Mark Jones is here.
Yeah, buddy.
What's up, dude? Just so you know, you are live on the stream, but
Lovely.
You're not live on the radio.
Lovely. Hey, stream, what's going on?
There we go. How you been?
Good, man. Just getting ready for this road trip. Hoping we get one in Memphis and get another one in San Antonio. And I was just thinking about how that one time we went into San Antonio after having a mechanical with the flight and had to fly in the day of. Everybody was gassed after getting hammered in New Orleans, and then we ended up beating San Antonio in a game that I never would have thought. That was like 2 years ago. So, yeah, that was pre-Wemby, so it might be different.
So anytime you want to hear excuses about back-to-backs or bad plane trips, just say, hey, you remember that one time in San Antonio?
Exactly.
Are you like me? Do you like San Antonio?
It's convenient. You know, it's convenient. I've kind of eaten everywhere there is to eat there, and it's a little landlocked, but outside of that, it's, you know.
Yeah. So when I was a kid, we took a car trip all the way across to Texas and Oklahoma. I have family, or I did have family in Texas and Oklahoma. And we went to the Alamo. And so every time I go to San Antonio, I go and take the Grand Tour. Just so you know, I think the Grand Tour of the Alamo, it's probably smaller than my bar at home.
I've done it. So I had a Christmas Day game for ESPN, for ABC, back when my son was still in high school, and took the whole family, like I do every Christmas, with me to wherever my game is. And we went and took pictures in front of the Alamo for Christmas. It was like, yeah, hey, I had to walk off the turkey and do something. So yeah.
Yeah, I like the river walk.
A lot smaller than I thought, though.
Yeah. The Alamo is tiny. It's it's nothing. Yeah.
It's like somebody has oversold it a little bit.
Yeah, when you hear the story of, like, 24 men held down the fort for, it's like, yeah, well, because 27 wouldn't fit.
Yeah.
We coming back?
About 10 seconds. What's up, Mark? I'm Jesse. Nice to meet you.
Hey, Jesse, what's good, man?
ID coming up right now.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia, and we have a big time guest. I always love this. Is my favorite. Like, Mark Jones is dropping by. Look at Mark Jones. What's up, man? It's always good to have you in.
Always fun, man. Always love talking Kings and talking NBA and the bigger picture. And that morning after a much needed win is always the breakfast. My coffee always tastes a little bit better. The espresso always hits a little better. Everything's a little bit brighter outside. It's all good, man.
That's right. Mark, we walked into yesterday's game, and yesterday on the show, me and Kyle discussed it. The Kings were favored by 1.5 points. And, I know you're not a betting guy, but
Right.
like when you're looking at that, you're thinking, okay, how's this possible? Like the Houston Rockets have won 3 in a row. They'd won like 9 out of 10 or something. They look like world beaters. They had the length and athleticism that the Kings just can't deal with. They were 3-0 against the Kings last season. All of these things stacked up. And then you saw the Kings come out and play with this different type of mentality, this different type of fire. Just how excited were you to see that this was a different brand? It was a brand of Kings basketball that we've all been waiting for.
Yeah. You know what, James, Jesse, I almost wish that we would face an opponent like Houston all the time, an opponent that's very, cantankerous, antagonistic, because it brought out the best in Sacramento last night, with Houston's physical style of defense. They bump you off their cuts, they top lock, they get into your face, they face guard, they do everything that antagonizes an opponent that's trying to run their offense. And it forced the Kings to, play at a higher level of intensity and, their pace on offense. And we talk about pace, not just running the floor, but pace in the half court. You saw it. They had to cut hard on those Canada cuts going through and those backdoor cuts. And, on those DHO actions, they had to run hard to get the ball because Houston was denying everything. And it was good to see the team respond to that kind of physicality in particular,
There was expectations coming in this year about playoffs and hopefully top 6 and all that. Do you think this team is feeling any pressure right now given their start?
I don't think so, Jesse. I think that, we've given away a couple too many already at home, but it's nothing that 7-8 game win streak can't fix. We saw what Milwaukee went through recently, and I had one of their games a couple of weeks ago. They were in the depths of it, and they were walking floors at night. And right now, they're arguably the hottest team in the NBA. So, when you look at the fact that Sacramento hasn't been whole for a lot of the season, we've had already, I think, 8 different starting lineups. I think Mike's going to ultimately figure it out. He's too good a coach not to. And this is a team that still has a good shot of finishing in the top 6. And I think they will because we have too much, I think, offensive versatility. We saw that last night, not to be able to figure out. And if we can hang our hat on defense to the point where we're, maybe top 12 or even top 15, that gives us a great shot to be one of those top 6 in the West.
We're joined by Mark Jones, legendary NBA voice, also a very nice Canadian man.
Hey, still got my passport. Dual citizenship has its benefits.
That's right. Mark, we have De'Aaron Fox's mom in the chat, which Lorraine drops by on occasion.
I love Lorraine. That's awesome.
Yeah, one of the nicest ladies ever. And before you came on, I committed to Jesse that every pregame when they're at home, when I see De'Aaron Fox walk in the locker room as I'm walking out, I'm gonna say something negative or kick him in the shin to make him angry. So he goes out and plays that fiery Fox.
Yeah, I love it.
So what I'm asking now is for your commitment that when I'm not there on the road and you are, can you take over and say something negative to De'Aaron?
It's a team effort, Mark. We all gonna chip in here.
We're gonna need you.
I'll do it for the team if you really need me to. I'll do it for the team. As long as De'Aaron can get past it afterwards and he knows that I'm just doing it for the team. Maybe it's like, you know what it is? I just thought about something, James, Jesse. Maybe it's not saying something. Maybe it's, you know how it is when someone steps on a brand new pair of kicks that you've taken out of the box to wear?
Oh, yeah, that's a no-no.
Hey, maybe just one of those accidentally on purpose kind of step on his shoe without, hurting his foot or anything and getting it dirty and getting him just irritated enough. So as I like to call it, he goes Black Air Force energy, because there's that. The reason I say Black Air Force energy is always, if you know dudes that wear Black Air Force, they're a little different.
You leave him alone, Mark. You leave him alone.
Hey, he might be playing pickup ball with an ankle bracelet on. You know what I mean? You just, hey.
Hey, Mark. Hey, look, You don't want to see me wearing with these white legs. You do not want to see me wearing black Air Force One. Just saying. Long socks, short socks, it doesn't matter.
That might stand out.
There's guys, there's a degree of Looney Tunes that goes along with wearing black Air Force. So I love it when De'Aaron gets to that point, and he got into that, that jaw jacking with Dylan and with Jabari Smith Jr. with about 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. And I turned to Katie at the time and I said, you guys were at the game, obviously, probably didn't hear it. I said, Katie, De'Aaron has 5 points right now. He will for sure end up in double figures in this next 4.5 minutes. And because he's going to be mad. And he was pissed and he went and did his thing. He went right to the elbow and got his little turnaround jump shot off the spin that he likes to execute. And when he gets to but Mom, Lorraine, raised a really kind of cool young man. So that's who De'Aaron is at his core. That's his DNA. That's the trick with a lot of the guys is finding that extra level of intensity, whether it be through self-motivating yourself, something imaginary, make up a slight, maybe pretend that somebody said something to you, whatever it is. But when De'Aaron gets to that level of intensity, he's an all NBA guard easily. This
is year 8 from right now. Do you think we're seeing the best version of De'Aaron Fox so far in his career?
Yeah, I still think there's another level. And I think we can see it this year once the Kings get whole. Once, Mike starts to have a roster that's healthy and gets a rotation set, and De'Aaron has a chance to really pick his spots without, having to wear too many hats, if that makes sense, because when he's a focused scorer, he's as dictatorial and as imperious and powerful as anyone out there going to the basket. And we've seen at the defensive end, the one sequence that, the part of his game, Jesse, that I think is still developing is what he's doing defensively. We saw that one sequence where he picked somebody's pocket, took the ball and told him about it, and then brought the ball up court. And that to me was breathtaking because I love players that take pride in that end of the floor. And in today's NBA, there's not a lot of two-way guys that do that. And I think Fox can be one of the top.
Yeah, we're here with Mark Jones, legendary broadcaster, voice of the Kings, ESPN, a college football aficionado. Yeah, I can't imagine what your next couple of weeks will look like with college football and Kings basketball. But Mark, there is that moment where he has like a switch that goes.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know how to find that every time because, like he said last night after the game, he had a funny quote. He said, "When you say something to me, come along for the ride."
Yeah.
And I thought that was like very profound. And for me, it was like, hey, I'm going to need that. I need, because I've known him since he was like a 19-year-old kid covering him. And he's always been brash and a little cocky. And I love it. I'm here for it. Like I like that side of his personality.
Yeah. There's not a player in the NBA that isn't elite that doesn't have that. Yeah.
And that's what you need, though. You need to see it every night. And I think we are seeing the consistency. We're also seeing what you're talking about, the defensive metrics, just despite the Kings sort of falling down the ranks in the defensive ratings and stuff. He's not. He's a guy who is playing out of his mind. And you can look at the 3-point percentage against him. It's not like everybody else on that team. So I think there is a moment where, again, maybe it's the max money deal that's sitting there that will motivate him. Maybe it's something else. But I just, the consistency of greatness, he's great, but I need to see it every single night.
Yeah. And I think right now it's just a matter of the team as a whole being able to settle into their respective roles, because I kind of sense that his role, like a lot of other guys in that starting unit especially, has morphed into something different from game to game, it feels like, with the 8 different starting lineups we've had. But if it gets to a point, and I would love for it to get to a point, I think it will get to a point where De'Aaron just decides to Like how old? He's 27, right?
Yeah.
So his leadership voice is just really now developing, I think.
Actually, he'll be 27 on the 20th or the
Yeah,
21st.
coming up this month. Yeah.
Yeah. Him and the great Sean Cunningham have the same birthday.
Oh, there you go. I
They did.
remember Sean's, but not Darren's. Yeah. But no, I think what we're seeing is his leadership voice beginning to develop a little more. We saw last night. I mean, he was communicating very strongly with his teammates and very commanding in the way that he was and demanding in the way that he was asking them to get to spots on the floor. And I just love when they run that zoom action and get him going downhill to his strong hand. It's about as unstoppable a play as the Kings have in their playbook. And just getting back briefly, James, to the defensive end of the floor. I remember when I spoke with De'Aaron earlier this season, and I said, "Tell me about your defense, man." He says, "Hey, Mark," he looked at me and said, "I'm not the guy you call up in a pick and roll, okay?" Love that. I love that. And he was saying a lot of things in that. He said, basically, he was telling me, hey, there's a lot of dudes that score 25, 30 a game in the NBA that couldn't guard a pylon. I'm not one of them. And I understood exactly where he was coming from. And he's 100% correct. And if, this team, if we can stay in the top 15 in defensive rating, we're going to have a shot in the playoffs because offensively, we've got too many tools not to. I love, guys, what De'Aaron did, and this is an example of it. He showed great sovereignty over our offense yesterday. In the third quarter, whether it was him making the call or Jay Triano or Mike, they were very intentional about getting the basketball to DeMar DeRozan because they knew that they had to get him going. And they made a couple of calls to get him coming off those weak side pin downs and a couple, I think they call it cross punch, where it's a cross screen for DeRozan. He comes across the lane and they post him up, and it was cash. And you saw what he did in the third quarter. So that was a really good snapshot of what this team can be in terms of moving forward and even in the postseason.
You mentioned defense, and like I said into the Worlds earlier, Keon Ellis got no minutes yesterday. Do you think he's back to being a situational role player, and does he need to be out there on the court for the Kings?
Man, his defensive metrics usually grade out pretty well, and he makes Sacramento a better team when he's on the floor. I don't mean to list this as an excuse for the staff or Keon or anyone else, but things have been crazy lately, and when we get through this next stretch, and it might be a while still, even until Trey Lyles gets back, who knows? But once they settle in, quote unquote, I think at some point we'll see a little bit more of Keon because, his 3-point shooting is too good not to have out there, especially with a team that's struggling right now from the 3-point line. I think we're 23rd or 25th, somewhere in there in 3-point percentage. I think he helps our pace as well. So there's going to be time and moments for him. And I just think that when you look at the roster, there's with the way that Isaac Jones is developing and Jake Crowder's aboard, when we get whole, that lends to some pretty good versatility in our roster.
All right, you're listening to the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. We, of course, have Mark Jones, the spectacular voice of the Sacramento Kings, on with us. Mark, the Keegan Murray situation, I have no idea. Again, like De'Aaron Fox, I've been around him since he came in the league, and he was very clear at practice this week that he feels like he's okay. He's in a good place mentally. And then we watched him go out last night, and I don't care about the point total. He finished with 14 and 6, I think. A couple of blocks, a steal. But just the feel on the court was that Keegan Murray was back. And I don't know how you keep that thing going and you keep his confidence up. I don't know if it's players putting their arm around him and having good conversations with him and not dark conversations. But where are you at with Keegan and sort of his development and his potential to climb back up?
Yeah, I think he's his rookie year, guys, we saw him at 41% on his threes. Last year took a significant dip because obviously he was in the embryonic stages of becoming a two-way player, getting all the number one options defensively from the opponent. And I think by the time it shakes out this year, we're going to see what the real Keegan Murray looks like in year 3. And I think he's going to settle somewhere around 36% on his three-point shooting. Last night was a positive sign. He is playing with great force, which is, what will probably help him. He's dealt with shooting slumps before, going back to he talked about it, his freshman year in college, and where he shot 27% on threes, and then his senior year, he took off. But, it comes down to, adjustments, a little self-scouting, self-diagnostic things in his game and with his shot. I know that his father and Jawad do a great job in shooting him notes and getting him caught up to speed. His dad, Kenyon, was his first coach and coached him right even through college on the side as a skills coach. And, as long as he's got that wide base with his feet and he's playing with force and he's playing off 2 feet, I think that's one of the adjustments that he might be making along this path. And we've seen examples of him going to the basket and being a real force, So it's probably happening a little bit slower than most of us would like it to. But ultimately, Keegan has the perfect temperament and disposition to be able to get to where he wants to go ultimately. And I think he will. Like I said, I think by the end of the season, he'll end up at 37% on his threes on decent volume and be doing a lot more than he was in his rookie year at the defensive end. And, his offensive rebound has been found money for the Kings, too.
Yesterday, Keegan played well. Kevin Huerter made the most of his minutes, and the team had some attitude, I think, and they kind of took the game to the Rockets. Do you think that could be the start of a turnaround? Because you saw them hit their threes 2 yesterday. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary from the Kings, I think. They just played a good NBA basketball game. Do you think this could be the start of a turnaround?
Yeah, sometimes it takes the right antagonist to bring it out of you. And I think the Houston Rockets came along at the perfect time for the Kings yesterday. When we were doing our crossover in the pregame show, I told Kyle and Mike Bibby and Katie and Morgan, I said, guys, mark it down. There's going to be a fight at some point tonight. There's going to be a little dust up. Hands might be thrown. And lo and behold, it happened with 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. And I think Sacramento has, Jay Crowder's in the mix now. So that adds to the edginess a little bit, which I think is great. That kind of compensates for the lack of not having Trey Lyles on the floor, because Trey was a little bit of a strong man for us. But that game last night could be a catalyst. I really think it was. I think they got a little bit of lightning in the bottle, and now they know the formula could be looking good looking forward. There was nothing lucky about last night. They played great basketball.
Oh, I totally agree.
It's very repeatable too. What they did on defense, what they did on offense. Very repeatable.
Yeah, energy, effort, and you got to execute.
Yeah.
All right, we're joined by Mark Jones, the voice of the Sacramento Kings. Mark, I know you got to go catch a plane, but I want to ask you one more question on the way out the door here. Devin Carter he's been working out for a couple of months here. He should be cleared sometime in January. I don't know if it'd be early or mid, whenever January. He's got to go back in and have that labrum looked at before he's cleared for full contact. What do you know of him? Because you seem to have that Miami vibe, and I know his dad played there forever. I know his dad was here in Sacramento when he was a kid as an assistant on the staff. But how much do you think Devin Carter can impact this team when he is cleared?
Yeah, I think he will. He's fearless. I watched the kid at Doral Academy in high school and average over 30 a game. Fearless at both ends of the floor. Scrappy. Watched him play as a senior in high school before he went off to college, and was playing against pros, seasoned pros, in the NBA players and overseas guys from Europe, and more than handle his own against grown men at the time. So he's got a great feel for the game. I think he'll help our overall team defense. I mean, I think that's probably where he's going to have to earn Mike's trust at first and get on the floor that way, if and when there's a role for him there. But a pretty good three-point shooter too. So, you know, one thing, James and Jesse, that you notice, if you look at what's happening league-wide, there seems to be an increased frequency of teams picking up full court. And I like that trend. And Devin Carter, that's the type of game he likes to play. He's a pressure defense, in your face, run the floor type of player, and shoot threes when open, catch and shoot threes. So, you know, I can't wait to see him back on the floor. And he's got great basketball lineage. I covered his father, AC Anthony, when he was a player with the Heat, when he first broke into the summer league. And, you know, Devin's seen his dad's slow climb through the ranks, from an unheralded player at Hawaii, and then with the Miami Heat, a free agent, caught on with the Heat and made a name for himself in the league. So he knows all about the grind and the struggle, and has embraced it through the years. And, you know, I think he'll thrive here in Sacramento.
Excellent. All right, that is the.
Tell you though, he was in that summer league. One summer league game, I saw him in the Miami Pro League playing against grown men. He was wearing Versace shorts in one of the games. and the guy on the microphone gave him that nickname, like Versace Carter, Versace with the pull-up.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
I hope I get to a point of life where I can wear Versace shorts playing pickup.
Well, I only wear,
summer league, you know.
you know, like that's like Kenny over here, Versace Kenny over here. Yeah. You're not catching me in those. You're not catching me in black Air Force Ones either.
Oh yeah, no.
If you see me wearing black Air Force Ones and Versace shorts, something has gone horribly wrong.
You got black Air Force Ones on, James. I'm just leaving you alone that
That's
day.
right.
Yeah.
Just leave me alone. Mark Jones, thank you so much for dropping by. Safe travels. You're on your way to the most beautiful NBA city in the league, Memphis.
The Bluff City, baby. The Grindhouse. I love it.
Good luck.
Gus's Fried Chicken never fails in Memphis, though. That's my first stop.
There it is.
Yeah.
Awesome. Hey, thanks so much for dropping by, Mark. Safe travels, and go kick De'Aaron Fox in the shin for us.
Yeah. I'll step on his shoes to get him mad or something. Maybe it'll be a new pair. Keep up the great work, guys. Thanks for having me.
You, Mark.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah.
All right, that is Mark Jones. Absolutely incredible. Love Mark Jones.
Yeah, Mark is great. Vibes coming out of that, I think, because Mark's around the team and all. I feel like they're not worried yet or anything like that. I think the Kings still feel like they still got a hold on this.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree. All right, we've got to take a break. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. I'm James Ham. That is Jesse Tapia. We are the Insiders. Kyle Madsen is out today. We're brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Coming up next, we will have the handoff at some point. I think Kenny Caraway is going to jump in and chat with us about the Sacramento Kings 120-111 victory over the Houston Rockets last night. See you in just a few. Let me see. How do I? I'm going to kick him from the studio. There we go. There we go. He's out. What's going on, guys? Chatty House. If I have to delete a comment like that again, you're going to be a lifetime ban. I don't even know the name on who that was, but my goodness, dude, if you want to disrespect one of our guests like that again, you will never, ever be allowed to come back in and hang out on our program. I do not ever want to see something like that again. That was absolutely ridiculous. So, yeah, no. Not okay. Yeah. Got me? I hope you got me. Sorry, Jesse. I don't know if you saw that comment during.
No, I think I missed it.
Yeah. Not okay. Sweet. Cool.
Don't piss off Ham.
Yeah, everything else all right? Yeah, no, I'm not like someone to like I'm not Dylan Brooks. I ain't no fake tough guy. You want to mess with me? Yeah. On the show, I will remove you, but in person that's that's not okay. Like straight up, just not okay to say something ridiculous like that. So,
Shout out Mark Jones. That was great.
yeah. There was Chester, there was not a let's see, Johnny G. There was definitely a thumbs down. That comment, thumbs down. I don't ever want to see something like that to one of our guests. They see the chat, just so you know. He sees the same thing that we see on the back end. And that right there is a legend of the game. And like one of my favorite people to chat with. He's a very, very good dude. And he's always willing to come on the program. So next time, like, yeah, I'm going to put on my Versace shorts and my black Air Force Ones. And
try to send. You're showing Black Air Force energy right now. That's pretty much it.
yeah, I'm going to jump right into the chat, like human form into the chat and find you and drag you out and throw you out of the chat. And then
there you go, Hammer.
Yeah, not okay. Cool. Good stuff though. Good stuff from Mark. I wanted to make sure we talked about Devin Carter with him. Because I knew that he had a long-term relationship with Mr. Carter. What's up, Kenny? We're on a commercial break.
Got about a minute and a half.
I'm just yelling at somebody in the chat for saying something rude to Mark Jones. I know. No. Kenny Caraway in the building. Thanks for jumping in early. We've had a fun show, though. Let's move quickly. Ain't that the facts, man?
Classic Kyle Madsen. Showed up at Sky River today.
Yeah, Kyle got his dates wrong. He's at Sky River today. Yeah, or it's possible that he thought that he was going to our holiday party.
Makes sense. He's at Dave & Buster's right now.
Dave & Buster's. He's already got his card, swiping his card. Playing
Where's everybody at right now? Yeah.
Kyle Madsen's out there shooting rapid fire. Don't you guys have a show to do? Oh, the late one? Okay. Today's Wednesday. I'm gonna turn your mic on.
Thing, which is still money. Like I still be killing in that, but now I be killing in the football game, the quarterback challenge.
Oh, we're coming back. Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia. Kyle Madsen is getting fitted for insoles today at the foot doctor, so he will not be in.
Yeah, that's why he wasn't able to make it.
Hey, it's insoles Mando. It's Mando. I don't know how you guys feel about that, James, where you're at or anything, but number one, I wear the insoles when I play basketball now.
Okay.
Definitely. I forgot the name of it, else I'd say right now. But I wear the insoles, like, because I think Dame Lillard supports them. I think they're Soulfly. I think that's what they're called. But Dame Lillard's insoles, I wear those when I play. And they have a option where you could have your everyday insoles, right? Like, so you got the ones when you're being athletic.
I feel like we're being pitched. Do you feel that, Jesse?
Are you trying to sell us something right now?
No, I'm letting the people know it's that time, man.
Do you have stock in this company?
I need stock in this company. I need stock. But yeah, no, it's time, man. The everyday insoles, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get those.
Okay, so I worked sporting goods forever. And there's something called Superfeet. and it's what we typically take and put in high-end ski boots and snowboard boots because there's too much movement inside, and most of them break down in a weird way. So if you buy Superfeet, they're insoles and they mold to your feet, and they're incredible. And it's something even our buddy Charlie had to go get some, like he's got plantar fasciitis. I was, of course, joking. Kyle is not.
Oh no, I know. Yeah, I've been listening.
We're making things up for what Kyle's been doing all day.
Casey's a P1 of the insiders.
I am. But it reminded me. It's like, yeah, if anybody wants to give me something for Christmas, then give me the everyday casual Soulfly insole. Okay. I got the athletic one. It's called the game day one. I got that one. You know what I'm saying? I hop in it. You know, the crazy thing about that is I always wear 2 pair of socks. Like that's just
like today, you're wearing 2 pairs of socks.
I'm wearing 2 pair of socks right now.
You're a pair of sock guy.
Yeah, because I like the shoe to be snug on my foot. But it gets too snug if you have the insole and 2 pair of socks. So now I'm trying to get used to wearing 1 pair of socks when I have the insole in there. And if I have the everyday joints, I'll probably just go to 1 pair of socks. It's going to be really different.
You could just bump up a half size in your shoe.
Don't do that, James. Don't do that. The man has a process here. You're trying to throw. Don't do that, James. What are you doing? On, man. The man has a process, and you're trying to throw him off.
Yeah, I'm making the adjustment. I'm making the adjustment to, because then if I did that, there are shoes that I already have that are the size. Right. So okay. Even if I do bump up from here on, I still got a bunch of shoes that I wouldn't be able to wear the insole.
James coming in with solutions. What do you think you are?
So I had a gym teacher. He was actually never my gym teacher, but he was a gym teacher while I was in high school, and he wore his socks inside out.
That's psycho behavior.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but
don't trust that guy.
He had a very he wore like the white tube socks with the big like stripes.
Yeah. Oh, he was one of the the TV show gym teachers.
Yeah. Exactly. Short shorts.
Yeah.
And very tight t-shirt. And very, very
had the
old.
whistle around his neck too.
Yeah, so whistle, of course. Yeah, and he was older. Like he retired after like maybe a year after I left.
Okay.
Anyway, he would wear his socks inside out because his point was like the softness of a sock is all on the outside. Like, why do I want to have like the seam where the sock is sewed up? Why do I want to have all that on the inside of my sock?
Oh, that poor guy. He had bad socks.
Yeah, you just mind bad socks at that point, pal. Go to Marshall's and get you a normal pair of socks.
I don't know. It was the whole thing because you would look, you're like, hey, man, why are your socks inside out? Or, hey, did you forget to put your socks on the right way? It's like, no, this is what I do. This is how I roll.
Come on, man.
Poor buddy's just been living life thinking socks are meant to feel like sandpaper, so I'm gonna be the bright guy, whatever, and switch them inside out. Meanwhile,
yeah, Mr. Smith, you that was wrong.
That's
Mr.
right.
Smith. I don't know if that was his name.
Probably. I can't even remember at this point. He was never my gym teacher. I was never close to him, but yeah, it was always wild.
Crazy.
Well, let's segue to from comfortable socks to the Kings playing a very comfortable brand of basketball last night.
Man. Come on, the sun is shining out here a little brighter today, man.
That's right.
It's shining a little brighter. The Kings win. That was just a good game that we saw from them last night.
No joke. I was watching that game yesterday, and they're hitting threes. I'm like, wow, this is incredible. They got to be like around 18 threes at this point or something. Wow, like where's this been? I look, it's at 11.
Yeah, man. And look, we'll talk about this all throughout the day. They were just competent from the 3-point line. They were just competent, and it changed everything. They weren't on fire. They didn't, oh my gosh, scorched earth. They're out there shooting like Craig Hodges. No, that's not what it was. They just weren't anemic from beyond the arc. They weren't anemic, and it changed everything. What they put up, 120? Easy 120? That's all I ask. Just be normal. Just be regular.
Okay, so I did not have Craig Hodges on my bingo card today.
I don't think he did either.
The 14 of 30 from 3. I mean, it's only 14 makes. It's only 30 shots. I'm sure Mike Brown would have liked to have seen 38 of, but 46.7%.
It's really good. That is good.
But I thought every aspect of the game, they were good. We talked about Malik Monk had 12 assists, 0 turnovers. Like the 17 points is fine. And those 17 came late.
Yeah.
Like I think he was at 11 and hit 2 threes in the fourth to get up to 17. But man, the third quarter by DeMar DeRozan was incredible. The second quarter by De'Aaron Fox, just Sabonis just going at them again and again. Like all of these aspects, Keegan Murray stepping up, Kevin Huerter, like there it is, man. That's all you have to be. Don't be more, don't be less, just be that. Isaac Jones, like
man,
applaud the Isaac Jones. I mean, like everything felt like it fell into place, and they were mean. They were pushing. They were fighting back. They had that, like what we just talked to Mark Jones, that Black Air Force One energy. They did. They had that like moxie to them that we've been waiting to see. And if you don't play like that every night in the Western Conference, you're going to get your ass kicked.
Yeah,
that's it.
It's as simple as that. They were ready. They were ready to compete last night, but they did a lot of good things in that game, and I don't want to dumb it down and simplify it. That 3-point shot, like I said, if you're just regular from beyond the arc, it changed because with Sabonis, they're going to score points in the paint. With DeRozan and Fox, they're going to score in the mid-range. Now with DeRozan, they're going to get to the free throw line. All those are givens, in my opinion. The thing that's been missing is hitting the three ball. And when you have Kevin Huerter, Keegan Murray, and I'm going to throw Malik Monk in there. People ask, like, who are the shooters on this team? Like, where are the shooters? I know he's a little streaky traditionally and everything, but I even think if you, like, look at the numbers career-wise and then you get deep into the numbers and catch and shoot threes, like, Malik Monk is a shooter, like the way we think of Kevin Huerter and Keegan Murray. And you throw him into that equation, and I think those three went 10 of 20 last night from beyond the arc. You get, come on, man. Your shooters are shooting at that point. De'Aaron Fox threw in a 4 or 6 from beyond the arc, which is icing on the cake. Yeah, man, you get your shooters shooting, and it just changes the whole trajectory of what this team is and can be. And that's what really stood out to me last night.
First question, was that the best game they played all season?
Oh, I think without a doubt.
You got the Utah game at Utah.
Well, the Minnesota game in Minnesota.
And they have Phoenix at home. The killer with this is they haven't played a top flight 4 quarters all year, because even last night they played okay in the first quarter, but they were down 8-9 at the end of the quarter, at the end of the first quarter, and then they just kind of got closer as the game went along.
They're down 7.
Down 7. But it wasn't like they played bad. You look at the first Utah game that I'm talking about, that game was kind of ridiculously close for the first half unnecessarily. The Phoenix game, where it was just Devin Booker, they were up 15, 17 points, let Phoenix come back and take the lead at one point in the third quarter, then open it up and end up winning by 20 some odd points. So those are the games that come to mind off the top of my head. But all things considered, going up against a team like Houston, and it got a little contentious in the middle of that, and the way they responded and kind of pulled away from them. Yeah, this probably was the best one of the season.
I guess my point with this is that, like, you played 8 guys, no Keon Ellis. Do we think that this is sustainable for right now?
I got to be honest. I think going back to the previous game, the mistakes by Keon Ellis were like so egregious that
where it kind of warranted him not playing yesterday.
I think that might have been a one, like, hey, why don't you watch for a sec?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I mean, we had the really, really bad, that he gave away the 2 points on the foul with 1.6 seconds left. There's a couple of moments in that game where you're like, hey man, that you can't make those mistakes. And like, look, if Mike Brown has chosen a path here, like if he's going to give Isaac Jones an opportunity, Isaac Jones is going to make mistakes. You cannot have somebody else who's making egregious errors. It's, it's something that, again, you would live with the mistakes that Buddy Hield made, but what you couldn't have is Buddy Hield and one other guy making those same mistakes. Because when that happens, it's
leave Whiteside out of this.
Well,
you know he wanted to say it. You know he wanted to say it.
But
you're right, though. You're right.
You can't have five egregious turnovers or 5 errors that are costly by 2 players. You can have one player who has 2 or 3. You can't have 5 or 6 because then you're going to have your normal, great play steal, someone pick somebody's pocket. You're going to have enough, standard turnovers, offensive foul by Sabonis. You're going to have those. So it's what takes you from like your standard 12 to 13 turnovers to 17 or 18 in this ball game. or 20, which is what they had. You can't have those mistakes. And so I don't know that we didn't ask Mike about this because, like, look, after a game like that, where your team just went out there and punched a good team right in the face and kept punching and then got a bunch of them ejected and was like, hey, that is something. I mean, what we watched, we had to focus on the good. You can't say, hey, oh, by the way, coach, Keon Ellis, why are you not playing Keon Ellis tonight? It's like, well, because that doesn't matter. You won the game. You had 8 guys that played major minutes. I think it was a little telling that Keon Ellis did not play in the last 2 minutes of the game either.
That stood out to me too, actually.
Well, I took that. Okay, I took that a little differently. A little bit of sign of respect. I'm not going to put you out there then.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not going to do that to you. Like where you're getting garbage time minutes. You're not that. And especially if you're talking about it's more of, hey, take a seat for a little bit, think about, what happened and playing consistently. I don't know if you would put him in there in that time. If it's just that, right? Like if you're not that guy, you're not, this garbage minute guy. You're still a guy that we think is better than that. So I'm not going to put you in there in garbage minute. I just think that you need to kind of get your mind right or whatever. If that's what's going on. I kind of took it a little bit, I guess, as a sign of respect to who he thinks Keon Ellis is.
No, I think you might have been right. Yeah. I would like to know, like, maybe we'll ask a question eventually, but I don't think it's by the time the Kings get back from the road trip. I don't think the Keon Ellis question is going to be still floating out there. Maybe it is. Maybe he doesn't play the next 2 games, and then it's like, okay, we got to ask a question. But when you have John Moran and Desmond Bain coming at you in the next game, that's one thing. And who do they play on Friday?
They play Spurs on Friday.
Spurs, yeah.
Jazz on Sunday.
Yeah, and you might need Keon Ellis against Devin Vassell. You might, again, I don't think that Keon Ellis is out of the picture here. I just think that whether it was one game or Mike was just trying to say, hey, I'm only playing 8 guys tonight, and that's it. And even the 8 guys, like we talked about this earlier, I think they all gave something, right? Even, it doesn't show up in the box score a whole bunch what Jay Crowder did, but I think in a perfect world, this is who Jay Crowder is to the Kings. He's 12 minutes, and it doesn't matter if he scores or not. He's just going out there and not hurting you in his 12 minutes and giving you solid veteran minutes. Sometimes it'll equate to a couple of threes. Other times it won't. But overall, if you can put a guy out there and know that he's going to be competent and hold his own, that's what you're kind of looking for.
Yeah, and you know what? The 8 guys playing, like maybe it's a situation where you kind of, look at Kevin Huerter and first half, first time out there, see if he's got it, if he's looking good. If not, maybe you go to Keon, and that maybe he's playing that type of rotational game. But I look at, I'm pulling it up right now, I look at the minutes last night for the starters, and I know I wouldn't necessarily want Keegan at 40, but because of the hole that you kind of dug for yourself, yeah, maybe in December, especially at home, I need these guys at about 35 to 37. Like I'm not really, unless somebody's scorching hot and somebody's doing other things like Isaac Jones was last night, I'm not really like, I got to manage the minutes and we got to catch up. Like we got some makeup to do. And the starters have been relatively consistent. They haven't necessarily been a problem when they're on the floor. Things have been going well. So at least for December, we've got like almost a mini, vacation all-star break thing going on with this NBA Cup where you play like one game in a week or something, or one game.
No, there's going to be 2 more games added.
Well, they added on the 12th and the 16th, but to get to the 12th, they play on the 8th. They play on Sunday. They don't play again until Thursday. And then they play on Monday. So you're going to have Friday, Saturday, Sunday off. Like there's going to be some time. There's going to be some time. Yeah, these guys got to go about 35, 37 I'd say for the month of December, you know what I mean, on a consistent basis, because we got to catch up. Like I know we want more production from the bench. We want a deeper bench and all this, but we got to make up. I need my starters in there.
I was telling James earlier, they're at a point where there's no room for error right now, whether it be James said for the season and whether it be like in game. No one can really have a bad game at this point.
Yeah, they dug themselves that hole, man. They've got to dig out of it a little bit. So I think that might also play a role in Keon's minutes and maybe Kevin's minutes moving forward. Kevin played well last night, so he was able to work himself into 25 minutes. But If the shot's not falling and maybe he's not locked in on the defensive end, that might be 15 minutes and Keon gets 10 of those minutes or something like that in a particular game. But those starters, I think they're going to be 34 to 38 minutes plus moving forward.
Any thoughts on angry De'Aaron Fox? We got team effort here. James says that he's gonna like little sneak this, little whatever as he leaves, trying to annoy him,
trying to make him angry,
kick him in his shin a little bit. Mark Jones says he's gonna step on his shoes a bit on the road.
Yeah, it's a good plan. It's a good plan. I might be like, hey man, them waves ain't hitting today. When I see him, be like, hey bro, the do-rag didn't work last night. Something like that. Something to make him look at me crazy. Like, what you talking about, bro? All right, you lucky I got to go play this game right now outside of hand. And then he's got that energy going into the game.
De'Aaron Fox just walking around the building. Why is everyone so mean to me now?
This is exactly what my plan is. Like, we had his mom in the chat. I don't know if Lorraine is still here, but
my girl Lorraine.
Hey Lorraine, we're gonna add you to this as well. We're gonna need you like on the days that Mark isn't covering the game, where Mark isn't on the road. Yeah. We're gonna have to have Lorraine call him and say, "Hey, you're not welcome at Christmas." He's gonna be like, "What?" Like, whatever it is, like, you're getting nothing for Christmas.
It is. Right. I see De'Aaron, in the little drip walk hallway. That shirt's kind of ugly, dog. I ain't really feeling that. Like, what? Hey, bro, you lucky I got to go to warm up. And then he's just gonna have that whole energy, man.
Bro, because there was no stopping him yesterday, and he was the best player on the court, and it's just kind of all eyes on De'Aaron. I felt like.
Well, then you got to deal with the fact that he's acknowledged that's what it is. He said, yeah, I don't really say much. When you get to talking to me, what was the quote? He said, we're going to come get on this ride or something like that. What did he say exactly?
Yeah, I have it. I tweeted that quote out last night. People, you say something.
That was a bar.
You say something to me, come along for the ride.
Come along for the ride. Put it on a shirt. David Garcia, come on, man. Put it on a shirt. Come along for the ride.
Yeah.
So he's acknowledged. We all seen him. We didn't see him for 7-8 years now. There is a switch that gets flipped when he gets agitated with something, whether it's a call, another player, whatever. He turns into mean De'Aaron.
Angry Fox.
Angry Fox.
I swear this is the only team. We're like, can you please just play pissed off today, please? We're like, for Keegan or someone, just be mad today.
Yeah.
Keegan actually had a little force to his game last night, I felt like, as well, man. It wasn't like overly demonstrative, but you just saw it from him. He moved with a different type of purpose or something like that last night. And then, he's hitting the shots, man. And it's just, like I said, you talked about it earlier on the show, 14-8. It's not like he went for 40, but 14-8, 3 of 5 from beyond the arc. That's all we need. Jay-Z said, happy birthday, Jay-Z. All I need. That's all I need. That's all I need from Keegan. Hit your open threes, give me them rebounds, play your defense, and we cooking at that point.
Yeah, I thought he was asked about his celebration after Dylan Brooks getting tossed from the game. Well, getting his 6th foul. He's like, yeah, I was just pointing the other direction.
That's a good Keegan.
Just like, I wanted to make sure he knew that it was going the other way.
Keegan said, go that way.
The ball's going that way now. And you're going to the locker room because you fouled out. Yeah, it's good stuff, man.
Hey, Dylan Brooks, he irritates people. He irritates the fans. He's a villain. She was on the Kings.
Everyone could use
she was on the Kings.
I don't know.
Yes, I'm with Casey. Yes. Imagine if they were playing with this attitude every game.
I wish he was on the Kings.
I can deal with Jay Crowder level of it. I can't deal with Dylan Brooks. Like I'm with Kyle on, Dylan Brooks has one of those faces where I don't know if you saw this, but anytime, when they were doing the review for a flagrant, they kept showing and to see if there was any more things that happened with the Dylan Brooks, when he got his tech. They kept showing a baby in the stands and the fans would cheer. Yeah. And then they would show Dylan Brooks and everyone would boo. That was a great bit.
They did a good job.
They did a really good job last night.
Hey, the Jumbotron had a night last night.
It did have a night last night.
Hey, Kings are back. The Kings are back.
Jumbotron was cooking last night, boy.
It was. If you don't know what we're talking about, go ahead and just maybe look up Kiss Cam Sacramento.
There was a plan there. I was telling James before the show, they knew, hey, if we're ever on Kiss Cam, this is what's going down.
Oh yeah, they said we're sitting lower level.
Yeah, that was probably years in the making right there.
I think that was a bet that was lost. Somebody had lost a bet there, and it was like the entire scene playing out was like, oh no, it's happening.
Yeah, well they were the ones that I think they were like, we about it. We're gonna do it. Somebody like, you ain't gonna do that. Like, watch me. Watch me.
That's what
and they did. About it.
Yeah.
I'm ratty. That's what she said.
Pew guy was the opposite. That kind of signified the end. Maybe this is the beginning.
Yo, didn't the Kings like start cooking after that? Didn't they go like I saw they went on like a
Maybe like everyone in the stands were like,
they made like
What
4
did we
threes
just
in a
see?
row. Like they start cooking. Somebody had the numbers on Twitter. Like they start cooking after that moment.
yeah, it's very possible. It was like, what just happened? Hey, the crowd was great last night. I will point out there was only 15,000 fans last night in the building.
Yeah.
Like
Put that on the team.
Yeah, they're gonna have to work that back up.
Yeah.
That's on the squad, man. That's on the squad. They're gonna have to work that back
and
up.
against a really good Houston team. I know it's
Mhm.
a Tuesday night, it's tough.
Mhm.
People have school the next day and stuff, work and everything else. But yeah, that was a little sketchy.
Yeah.
All right, what do you guys got coming up?
Man, more Kings talk, man. We're gonna enjoy this Kings talk. NBA Cup is set. The bracket, the knockout round is ready to go. So we'll talk about that. And we got power rankings as well. Oh, Mark Haynes is pulling up on us, and James Ham is pulling on us.
Oh, that's right. I'll be here. I will be here later. Excellent. Well, thanks for filling in today, Jesse.
It was a fun time.
Kyle Madsen was having his eyebrows threaded today and was not able to make it.
Show up. He'll be here tomorrow, though.
He will be here tomorrow. So thanks for tuning in to the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. I'm James Ham. Jesse Tappy over there. We got D'Lo and Casey coming up next. Should be a good, fun 12 to 4.
Vibes are good, man. Kings won. Vibes are good.
Vibes are up. I guess I should say be nice to people and drink water.
I got
and
my
then,
water.
pew, something like that.
There we go.
Thanks, Shotty House. No more nonsense. No more nonsense. Thank you. See you guys. See you tomorrow.
I'll see you guys in like 5 minutes.
We got no snacks in this place.
Yeah, it's kind of empty.
I got a few snacks still in the Fortress of Snackitude.
Yeah, I've rated that.
You've rated it. You can open the Ferrero Rochers, but then I say that and the whole thing will be gone. Oh, I have your charger.
Where is Jen when you need her?
I know we're almost out of coffee. What's up?
Jeez.
Mic's on. Flip those around.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Well, I wasn't sure if we were ever going to hear this song again.
Oh my goodness!
Man,
Oh
hold on.
my goodness!
Let's dust off the vinyl.
Oh.
It's an oldie but goodie. Young
Woo!
Dale.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9:16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam.
Yeah. He probably should have run 2 verses, given
Never know. Never. No. Okay, let me think about this. When was the last time we heard that song? We didn't hear it Thanksgiving.
Well, we didn't
Day.
hear it. Yeah.
I feel like 2
I
verses.
We didn't hear it.
I don't know.
Did we hear it
2
after
verses are for winners.
Yeah, 2 verses
Just
is
like
like when the
showers.
Kings are on fire.
Well,
Just like showers.
that's a bit.
All right, Syracuse, let's
Well, I was
relax.
just saying, that's what Coach said. It's
Dude's house is
showers.
stinking right now.
I'm trying to think about this without seeing the schedule. Did we play it on the Sunday after, or excuse me, the Monday after they beat the Jazz when De'Aaron had 49? Was that the last time we played? That was like 2 weeks.
This is like Drake bars at this
Man.
point now. Wow.
Man.
That was like 2 weeks ago.
I barely remember the words anymore. Like, oh, this is a new track from Young Zell. Jeez.
It's
been
good
a
to
while.
hear, though. It's good to
Man,
hear.
It's not good to hear. It's great to hear.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's
they
good.
played a hell of a game last night, man.
They
Let's
did.
get in some air horns. 'Cause we getting our jokes off, man. That might have been the most impressive win of the year. And I'll tell you right out the gate what I loved about that game the most. And I'm sure it's a big talking point today, but we talked yesterday about how they got some bullies on the schedule this week with Houston and Memphis. And Houston tried to bully, and the Kings responded.
Yeah.
De'Aaron responded. De'Aaron talked about it. Can't air it, but he talked about it post game.
Yeah.
And I love that, like, oh, y'all want to step to us? Okay. Come on in. That's what I love the most about this game. It wasn't, fight. It wasn't survive. It wasn't, put your guard up and win the decision. Like, to take your boxing analogies from you like that. Oh, y'all want a slugfest? All right, let's go. Yeah. And they bullied the bully.
They did.
I love that.
They did, and they stood up to the bully because the bully tried some tactics in that second quarter.
Yep.
And they didn't blink. They didn't flinch. And they came out of the half saying, no, we're about to bully you. The way they came out in that third quarter with Malik doing his thing, getting the ball to DeRozan going at somebody like Dylan Brooks. It was like, no, you can't guard me.
Yep.
You're too small. I'm doing all, like they stood up to all of that, man. And, hearing you talk about it and thinking about it, I mean, we got to give a shout out to De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
Because De'Aaron Fox
absolutely
was in the belly of the beast.
Yep.
Talking to a guy like Dylan Brooks and
Had
didn't
his
back
finger
down.
in his face.
Yeah, didn't back down, didn't blink. And that's what a leader does. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that's what a leader does in that situation. Your team has been struggling. You haven't been playing good basketball. You've got the D-Lo and the KCs of the world out here every day on the airwaves.
No, that wasn't us.
yelling.
We had never lost face.
Never,
we knew it.
never.
We knew everything was going to be fine.
That was D-Lo and JC.
Yeah.
But the back is against the wall, and when those guys tried to run up on you. He said, "No, I'm here. I'm here."
Yeah.
And he showed it on both sides of the floor, scoring, locking up Van Fleet. That was a moment when he did that. That was fantastic. And then afterwards, I love him talking about it.
Absolutely.
Talking about
absolutely.
In so many words, he said, "I don't say nothing to nobody, but if you talk to me, all right, let's go. Let's go." And he said, "There's a reason people don't talk to me."
And I ain't hear from them again.
I like that.
That was the best part. That was
the
best part. Oh, no, I didn't hear from them after that.
Yeah.
It got real quiet.
That was a very leader-like performance in all facets by De'Aaron Fox last night.
That game took I was admittedly was a little concerned there in the first quarter. That first quarter was like, I think it was 21 points. It was like, oh.
First quarter felt like more of the same until they hit that run in the second.
Yeah, that was tough. I was like, I'm coming down with a cough. I don't want to do this again tomorrow. Man. And then and we talked about this yesterday. I guess it's the good and the bad when it goes this way, but it was the game within the game.
Yeah.
Like that first quarter was like, man, this is really what we are now. And then, Kevin Huerter had already hit, a shot or two in the first quarter. Like, oh, okay. You see some things start going, and then you have that moment with De'Aaron Fox, Dillon Brooks, everybody involved there. And it's like, all right, now we got something. And you can always see, the figurative switch flip with De'Aaron Fox, where he goes in full FU mode.
Yeah.
And he did that in the second quarter, and game changed. 33 points in the second quarter, 42 in the third, and, set up for a finish where it was just like, hey, close this thing out. You're in a good spot right now.
Yeah.
And, man, that was impressive.
It was.
That was an impressive win for the Sacramento Kings.
It was. And for me, I'll say it much of the day and continue to say, because I think I really believe that this is their biggest issue right now. Not the depth, not the roster, not the makeup.
Well, clearly, it's not the depth because they're running 8 guys right now. But we'll get to that. Yeah,
it's about time for measures like that. But we'll get to that. It's hitting the 3 ball. Last night they hit 14, which isn't crazy. Like, they didn't lose their mind last night. But 2 things happened. They hit them at a normal clip, and you didn't get just bludgeoned by the other team in comparison to their 3-point shot.
Yeah, it was 14-14. What happened was they only shot 30. So they hit pretty far above the clip, because I think they were 14 out of 30.
47%, I think, for the game.
I'm acting like the box score isn't 1 click away. 46.7%. Just slightly worse than their free throw percentage, but again, we'll get
baby steps.
We can't have it all.
Yeah, no,
we'll get to that.
Basketball gods.
Yeah, the vengeful basketball gods. Yeah, those shots fell, and yeah, 100% right. Because how many we did it yesterday? Didn't mean to, but we went through all of the number of made threes and the number of made threes given up, and those were some pretty startling numbers when you run through them one after the other, and you get to the 7s and the 9s and the 8s and the 3s. And
I did something last night, and I forgot to put it on my computer. I was writing this out because it was easier for me. But I did the 3-point disparity in the wins and in the losses. And I think I came up with, in the wins, you combine all the wins, the Kings are, I think they were -5 in 3-pointers made, which ended up being minus 14 points or 15 points, excuse me, combined in all the wins, which seems manageable. Like, that's pretty close to even, right? In the losses, and I don't even know if this number will hit the way I feel like it'll hit or whatever, but in the losses, they were minus 68 in 3-pointers made, which was, I think it was something like minus 264 points in the losses. Like, it was crazy.
That number hits. I don't know. I don't know what you think it sounds like. Yeah, that number hits.
In the losses, it was minus 68 or 64 or something like that, and it was a minus 260 some odd points in the losses. And all it told me is kind of reiterated what we experienced last night. Just don't get bludgeoned at the 3-point line in these games.
Yeah.
If you're even, I think it changes everything because, like I told James, you're going to get points in the paint with Sabonis. Like, that's just what it is. Like, you're going to be able to do that. He's going to man the paint. De'Aaron Fox is going to get to the paint. You're going to get De'Aaron Fox with the mid-range, DeMar DeRozan with the mid-range. So these 2-pointers you're going to have every night. It's not like last year, where if you're not hitting the 3, like, where are the points coming from? No, like, you've got that mid-range to paint covered. All you need is to just be normal from beyond the arc. I'm not even asking you to be out of this world. Just be normal. And last night they were normal, maybe a little above normal, and it was an easy 120. Like, it was an easy 120 when you're able to just be normal. So that's the key to this team, right, man? If you can, here's another King's acronym here, and that's not an acronym, but saying or whatever. Just be normal from 3. Not even asking you to be good. Be normal.
JBNFT
normal from 3.
That's the acronym.
We need to put that on a t-shirt.
Bo body. Bo body.
All right, what's the first word? What's the first letter?
I like it.
I remember that.
No, you don't.
Stop.
No, you don't.
Oh,
Stop
gosh,
it.
all the good
It's
vibes
like
are
this-
just gone now.
It's like 9 seasons away when you stop it. Everybody, you don't remember no Bo body? Bo body. What are we doing? Making acronyms.
That was Michael Scott.
30. Nope.
It wasn't Michael, or
No.
was it?
You're not. You don't know who it was.
Not Daniel. Not
There's
Derek.
no Daniel.
Daryl?
There's no Derek. No, Daryl. No, it wasn't Daryl.
What's the guy's name?
Who? What guy?
They got the his ace.
Dwight.
Dwight.
It wasn't Dwight. No. Look,
we
this
were
dude's
making
trying so
acronyms at one
hard.
point here in real life.
This dude. Hey, this your boy right here.
No, he came to the party with you.
I don't think that's
Yes.
true, actually.
Technically, Charlie is my boy because we were at the party already. Then you and Kenny showed up.
30,
the insiders.
33 assists, just 10 turnovers, 7 double-digit scores. While we're having fun, did anybody catch the Deuce and Mo podcast last night or this morning? I watched
no.
it.
Oh, yeah.
So Deuce has a phrase that he likes to use. This is a quote. So
No, don't.
no. No, I have to.
I'll tell you how to ref.
I have
the
to
game.
reenact
Hold
this
on, you're
properly.
telling me how to ref the game. That's
I have to
crazy.
Deuce has this phrase and he uses it a lot, but Deuce is talking about De'Aaron Fox was in that ass last night. Hey,
You know what?
hey,
Hold
no,
on.
Wait. Morgan, wait a second. Morgan looks at him and Deuce goes, "What?" She goes, "Pause." Oh, it's terrific. It was fantastic.
It's a flag on Deuce Mason. We're refing other leagues now.
I have never been more proud of Morgan Reagan than I was in that moment.
Oh man! Shout out
Absolutely
Deuce, man!
terrific.
Shout out Deuce and Mo.
We'll come
If
back.
I got to ref Sacramento media, I'll be the
Man,
one
You
to
gotta
do
do
it.
what you gotta do.
Do what you got to do. Oh, they're calling for Deuce's suspension. Oh man, that's tough. That's tough. We'll come back.
Deuce Al Shire.
We'll come back. Malik Monk, the playmaker, was on full display last night, and he talked about the Kings making threes, man. Let's talk a little bit more about that. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River, where we will be this Friday for the biggest live show in history, all of history.
Yes.
We'll talk about it here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
What? Is that last text Katie?
Yep. Yep.
It's a big day, guys. Got a new pair of Air Forces coming in today.
Hey!
Air horn.
New year, no forces.
Is it one forces per year?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Or until these ones are just beat up to where I can't wear them anymore. I got a Crystal's company Christmas party on Saturday, so I had to pick up a new pair.
Got to get fresh to death. Ain't no but the Kings in this rap thing, they siblings. Deuce, Pac-Man, Jones, Mason.
I gotta get the clip of Morgan because it's so great. She's like, pause. Terrific.
Jay Hardaway. I ain't seen my guy in a minute. What's up, man?
He's waiting for the Kings to win.
They said
See,
they're back.
the Kings are back.
They said they're back.
We got a new video that's gonna post pretty soon that we're gonna need y'all to go show some love to when it goes up. Yo, look at the wake up call thread.
What? What? What?
That's comedy. These dudes is wild. We gotta. That's my bad. I let it slip my mind yesterday. She walking like this. Oh, she's not doing it no more. She's doing like this. She's doing it now. She a wild one.
On this day in 2022, Trent Sherfield scored a 75-yard touchdown against the Niners, and I tweeted #1 defense, my ass.
Oh.
That was Jesse's most iconic day on Twitter ever. #1 defense, my ass.
2 years to the day.
Oh man, those were back in better times. That was when we were introduced to Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That was honestly the peak of like this little Dolphins run that they've been on.
Yeah.
Since then, it's been all bad.
Is it over? It's not over.
It's not
Can't be
over. It's
'cause
not
they just
over. But
re-signed the guy. All right.
yeah, I
I
don't
would've
know.
kept-
And
I
Tua,
don't
we
know.
trust.
It was almost a Rudy Gobert extension situation. Like, whoa, guys, settle
Wow.
down.
Wait, who?
Wow.
You talking about
Both
Mike
of
McDaniel?
them.
He's talking about your
With
quarterback.
both of them.
With Tua?
Both of them.
That's
Mike
disrespectful.
McDaniels? Who?
Not Tua. Don't do that to Tua.
Tua ain't done nothing against nobody good. He ain't done that.
He's done enough. It's the team that lets him down.
He has not done enough.
Yes.
No, he has not done enough. Every time I turn around in these good games, they got 3 points, 10 points, 13, 17. And then they play the Broncos and they get 70. Like, all right.
Last year.
They
This
play
season's bad.
the Giants, they getting 35.
I'm not gonna do Rudy Gobert. That feels like disrespect.
Nah, that was a little disrespect.
Thank you.
I apologize to Tua. I apologize to Mike McDaniel too. Because I like
Dak Prescott is Rudy Gobert.
Well, no, no, he's even above Rudy.
Rudy Gobert just minding his own business.
Rudy brought it upon himself, to be honest.
That's true. Rudy's a
Yeah.
jackass.
And he's just not that good. And people, he's just so good. He changed. He's a good defender.
That
He's
was,
a
He's a
good-
good.
Look
that
what
was
you
what's
did.
his name?
Now they're calling him
Dante.
Tua Mozgov.
Oh,
Oh, come on,
Oh.
Soren.
I was having a good day.
That's not true.
Tua Mozgov.
That's crazy.
That's kind of funny though.
Yeah, no,
That's kind of
yeah.
funny. That's kind of funny.
Crazy, man. Come on.
Oh man, we're gonna be at Sky River Casino this Friday. Pull up on us.
Please
12
do.
to 4. We're actually gonna be there from 12 to 9, but we're gonna be doing this show from 12 to 4. Come hang out as you always do. Our man Lazy put together some videos of our last show that we just posted on social media. We did that one on Veterans Day. Great day that was. So we're really excited about what Friday is going to look like. If you have the ability to take the day off and come hang out with us, we encourage you to. If you can't get till later, it's all good because this isn't the only show that we're doing there. We are live from 4 to 6. DJ Complex in the mix out there on the patio, 32 Brew Street for Flashback Friday on 102.5 KSFM. And then, of course, that's leading into Trivia Night with Are You Smarter Than Kevin in the Wake Up Call. If you get there early, you want to be a part of Trivia Night with that crew, you could register with our promotions team. We've got teams, I think, of up to 6 to take on. Like, if y'all are going to be a part of it, we want Chatty House teams.
Absolutely.
We want them to know who runs things out here.
Straight up.
I mean, and whoever gets Ramsey knows everything.
You think Ramsey going to participate?
Why not? No.
Ramsey barely participate in watching.
Well, Ramsey barely likes us, but he be out there though.
I mean, I agree with you. He would be a great contestant, but like Ramsey, we see Katrina. Oh, Katrina and Ramsey in here. Where's Ramsey? He's out there on the patio.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
sir, the show's going on in here. What are we doing?
I tell you, he doesn't really like us that much, but he be out there. I mean, if nothing else, he'll he'll be next to Katrina and, hey, who was the blah 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 blah, such and such. And then, Katrina's team would get the right answer and they'd walk away the winners of Are You Smarter Than Kevin?
Yeah.
I heard the wake-up call say there's prizes out there. I don't know what the prizes are, but shoot, let's go get them.
Absolutely. And I'm with you. Like I said, if we're going to do this, Chatty House needs to have their own team and represent.
Look, if we need to have a civil war, it's what we got to do.
It is what it
There's
is.
damn near one in this building already. So
Well.
let's just go ahead. Let's go ahead and let's build the armies. Come on, man. Let's roll. Norm, I wouldn't worry about the ugly sweaters. If you got an ugly sweater, go ahead and rock it, but no.
It's not mandatory. Not mandatory.
Kings made threes last night, man. You said that just a second ago. The Kings made threes, and that felt like the difference. They only shot 30, but they hit 14 of them. That's a 46.7% clip. In contrast, the Houston Rockets also hit 14 of them, but they shot 39 of them. That's lost possessions for them.
Yeah.
And the fact that the Kings didn't have any lost possessions, the fact that Keegan, he didn't shoot 15 threes. He didn't shoot 10 threes. He shot 5 of them, but he was 3 of 5. Kevin Huerter didn't shoot 10 threes. Yeah. He shot 7. He was 3 of 7. Kevin Huerter felt like a threat yesterday.
Yes.
He felt like a threat to score. That Keegan Murray shot in the corner Oh man,
At the end of the half,
it's like, hey,
hit a couple.
this feels okay. This feels like things are working. Of course, you get to halftime and you wonder, okay, what's going to happen when you come out of half. But it felt like shots were falling. It felt like the three was dropping at a reasonable clip, and you were just kind of hoping, can they sustain this? Can they keep this going? And their two best quarters were the second and the third.
Yeah.
And it's just such a drastic difference, that the three falls, but I think we saw them play with a different level of physicality than we had seen them play. That was I won't call it a buzzword, but it was certainly a word that was used a lot in post-game press conferences with De'Aaron, Keegan, Mike Brown, I think, said it as well. Like, physicality was kind of the buzzword. They knew they were going to be in a fight against Houston. And let's keep that energy going, because they're going to be in a fight on Thursday when they take on the Memphis Grizzlies as well.
Yeah, they were there. They were intentional with everything they did out there. Even somebody like Keegan Murray, who, like you said, 14-8. He didn't go for 40. I don't need him to go for 40. I need him to be 14 for 8. Give me 3 threes, 3 for 5. We cooking. We are cooking. I'm in hog heaven if Keegan Murray can do that. And you look at Keegan going 3 for 5. You look at Kevin Huerter going 3 for 7. Was that his deal? 3 for 7
from 3.
From 3, yeah. And people ask who the shooters are and what the shooters are doing. And I'm going to throw this guy in here, because it feels like we looked at it in the past. I'm sure it's the same thing. The metrics point to him being a sharp shooter, and that's Malik Monk. Malik Monk is the people who's the sharpshooter for the King. It might be Malik Monk. Yeah. I know he's a streaky scorer, and there's times when we've seen in the past where he just can't buy a 3, but the guy can shoot the rock. Those 3 combined to go 10 of 20 last night from beyond the arc, and then you get the icing on the cake with De'Aaron Fox going 4 of 6. And once again, it's not going crazy, but it just sets the tone for everything else. It just sets the tone for DeRozan to be able to operate in the mid-range, for Sabonis to be able to stay down low and do what he does, De'Aaron to get to the bucket every now and then. Hell, use some DHOs, and Huerter can turn that corner a little bit and get into the paint. Malik can do his things with passing the basketball, using the pick and roll with Domantas Sabonis. So just being competent from beyond the arc opens everything up. And I honestly, at this point, I think it gives them confidence. It gives them an extra bounce to their step, extra juice.
51% from the field, 46% from 3, and 60% from the free throw line.
Fellas, come on now.
For those that missed it, that was 6-0.
I don't have that in front of me. Were they like 12 or 14? Or not 12?
20.
20.
You got it. Yeah,
20.
12 or 20.
Yeah.
Delmas was 1 of 4. That was the killer. Malik was the only one who hit all of his free throws, and De'Aaron somehow took 19 field goal attempts and didn't shoot a single free throw.
That's crazy. Game that physical. Just don't get to the line. De'Aaron Fox don't get to the line.
Not one single free throw.
Okay. All right. Once again,
it's crazy how often that happens to De'Aaron Fox.
De'Aaron Fox. I wonder how many times. I'd have to look. I'm going to start paying attention. How many times did that happen to John Morant?
Oh, that does not happen to John Morant.
Like when does that happen?
Maybe it'll happen more in his anti-dunking stance.
Well, he's taking a page out of De'Aaron Fox's book.
Oh, he's on strike.
Well, I don't know. That's different. De'Aaron was. That's always just baffling. De'Aaron
was on strike.
De'Aaron said, "I'm not dunking until you fix this."
Trade Buddy, or I'm laying it up forever.
That's crazy. Though we talked about like John, like, hey man, you can't necessarily do all that, man. He might not last. And I think De'Aaron Fox kind of goes about it the same way. There are times like last night on the break, like, oh no, I'm about to bang out. Throw it up top, DeMar. I'm about to go get this. He'll go get
that.
Yeah. You know what I mean? But yeah, we'll see what happens. Yesterday with the free throws, 12 of 20 isn't good, obviously, percentage-wise. But I think this is one of those things where math not being fair. You kind of broke it down. Like the only person who didn't shoot good was Sabonis, and it just plummeted everything. And it wasn't even like he was 1 of 9. He was 1 of 4.
Yeah.
It was 1 of 4. And it just, they were awful from the line. Math isn't fair sometimes.
Yeah, but that's how math works, dog. Yeah. Math is just numbers.
Put it on a shirt.
Math is just
Put
numbers.
on his shirt. Sometimes it's letters though. Letters and signs.
Yeah, I've tapped out of that type of math. Yeah, that is not
when I was looking at
my world.
At the numbers and the box score and even, individually this guy's stuff. I wonder what we're about to see from Malik Monk. I wonder who he is. Everybody knows how I feel about Malik Monk. This goes back to 2017 they got drafted. And I said, yo, go get these guys, put them together, man. Go get the Kentucky connection. Them dudes is they gonna be that next backcourt. So I believed in Malik Monk since I seen him like his third game in Kentucky. But there is a level of he could be a little streaky. He is dynamic, but he could be a little streaky. And then I was listening to the insiders and I was hearing James talk about his minutes. And he's never really gotten that type of opportunity with the minutes to show who he is. So I went to, his numbers. Have you seen his numbers the last 5 games?
I haven't.
33 minutes a night. 21.2 points, 7.8 assists. He's shooting 50.7 from the field, 49% from beyond the arc. And one of the things that I'm seeing, and like I said, James pointed out, on his career, he's averaging 21 minutes a night. This year, I'm sure it's lower now, or excuse me, it was lower before this, but he's averaging 28 minutes a night. What does he look like playing 32 minutes a night?
Well, maybe we're about to find out for the first time.
Yeah. I mean, those numbers kind of crazy over a 5 game.
Yeah.
21 a night on 50% from the field, 49% from 3. And it feels like
in a career, that was a career high 12 assists last night, right?
Yeah. He can create for others. He's shown that when we've seen him play. So we're about to enter. We got to the point where we almost twisted ourselves into a press, or I'll speak for myself. When DeMar DeRozan got here or when Malik Monk re-signed, I said, it's time. Go ahead, throw him in the starting lineup.
Yep.
It is time.
Yep.
That's what I want to see. I had a theory that was probably wrong, but I was like, that's why he re-signed. They said, yo, you're going to get this opportunity. It didn't really feel like that ended up being the case. But then we kind of talked. I was like, oh, maybe Keon, could work. Or Kevin's here. Kevin stretches the floor. Now I'm all the way back after seeing this is how it should be.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens with this guy in the starting lineup, him and Fox. I know you may be taking a little bit of a step back with the defense, but it's time. It's time to see the Kentucky connection in that backcourt. Now they got DeRozan, and let's rock. Let's see what it looks like.
I was telling
so far so good.
I was telling James on the insiders earlier, Malik Monk in his career really has just been a guy who hasn't been allowed to play up to his full capability, I think. Like with the Hornets, I don't know what that was or why that didn't work. Like he was legit, shout out Jalen Jacoby, really getting DNPs there and stuff like that towards the end, like not playing at all.
Yeah.
And then I think you went to the Lakers after that, right?
And he cooked at the Lakers.
Yeah, Lakers was fine, but
cooking.
You're not gonna really get the opportunity to be like who you really are there. And then he's been 6 man over here, but like now it feels like now he's finally getting his chance.
Yes. It's time, baby. It's time.
It is interesting, though, to have another playmaker on the floor to start the game. Because it's whether it was Keon, who's capable, but to a far, far lesser degree, or it was Kevin, who that's just not really what he does. It was Domas in you were kind of looking for certain things when you were working with Domas and De'Aaron.
Yeah.
Now you've got De'Aaron and Malik that can really facilitate anything. You got Domas who could facilitate from the inside out, and then you got DeMar who could create.
Yes.
And so it feels like it's a completely different makeup, which was why the first quarter yesterday was so concerning. The 21-point first quarter, especially, and I think Mark pointed this out when they came back in from the second quarter, what a stark contrast that was to the other night. Now, what happened the other night doesn't matter because they lost.
Right.
They scored twice as many points the other night in the first quarter. Again, it went to hell, so it doesn't matter, but it's like, oh, okay. What is this? What is this lineup with Malik Monk as a starter. And I think we got a far better feel for what it was at the end of the half and then going into after halftime.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what I was going to point to, because and this is why we're still kind of waiting to see what these Kings can be and what they could do, because I agree with you, and we talked about it before at the end of the Insiders, was that their best win of the season. And I'm down for anybody who says yes, but I'm still looking at it where they haven't put together a complete game yet. Yesterday wasn't a complete game, because you talk about that first quarter only having 21 points, but that starting group, that third quarter, like you mentioned, the end of the second, the third quarter, they turned up 42 points in the third quarter.
Yeah.
They had 33 in the second quarter, and they started to cook, I'd say, halfway through that second quarter, when those starters got back into the game. So I think they could be dynamic on the offensive end, because you talk about Malik Monk being another playmaker. That's somebody else that you, number one, have to game plan for, and somebody that you got to respect. And I don't know if a lot of teams have those type of defenders, that number of defenders, to be able to say, all right, well, we got our best defender on Malik, and then we got our kind of best wing on DeRozan. We should be good. Well, who's going to guard Malik Monk? And now he's in the pick and roll, and he's working with Domantas Sabonis. And they got an opportunity to be real dynamic with Malik Monk in that starting lineup, playing now potentially 30-plus minutes a night.
De'Aaron Fox had a hell of a game on multiple fronts. In fact, let's hear what Deuce Mason says about
Fred VanVleet matched up with Fox. He's trying to get by Fox. He can't. The crowd starts to rise a little bit, right? Kings are making a push here. De'Aaron is just in his ass. Steal. What?
Pause.
There you go. There you go, Mo. Yeah. Hold on. Let's see if we can catch Morgan's live reaction to that.
That's the best part of this.
What? I'm sorry. What, sir? What was that?
You can see it all happening right there.
De'Aaron is just in his ass. Steal. What?
Pause.
The hesitation.
That is terrific.
Play.
Love it.
Oh, man, that's great stuff.
I don't know if De'Aaron knew he had a game like that. Man.
That's great stuff right there. I love that. That play was a classic play.
Oh, yeah. No, that was a good one.
Play. I was turned up in the living room watching that one right there, boy.
Hey, so is Ime Udoka going to get suspended again?
Maybe.
Man, we thought what Mike did was kind of crazy.
The Ime was pushing the security.
Ime wanted smoke from everybody. Apparently, there was something in the arena last night.
Ime had a bad day leading up to that, because I felt a little extra right there. I don't know why he was doing all the whole going at the ref and all that.
Hey, he went at it in the post. He's definitely getting fined.
We can't play that. Tone asked him the question.
Yeah, he getting fined big time for the post game. But yeah, that was that. I'm like, damn. Like, he didn't leave the court in a timely manner. That's a fine. He did the post game stuff. That's he was going at the official.
He was. Well, I ain't trying to be no snitcher or sound like it, but if Mike didn't get suspended, then he may get suspended. Mike was crazy.
I think what Ime did was work. No, Mike was pretty crazy. Mike was pretty crazy.
Mike was wild, but yeah, Ime was wilding out. He was wilding out, man. And then Sengun got ejected.
Yeah, I didn't even see what Sengun did.
Yeah, that was.
And
what you think about Houston?
Did anyone find video of Tari Eason going into the stands?
Yeah, I hadn't seen that. I heard about it, but I didn't see the video of that either. It was volatile last night.
I give something in the air.
But yeah, I don't. Ime, I didn't even agree with his assessment. Like, I thought the screens that were called, he was talking about the screens, they were illegal screens, bro. What you talking about? You talking about you can't do that stuff.
I want to see Mike Brown get thrown out real quick. Mike, going. Oh, come on, Mike, settle down. Oh.
Mike, come football.
He didn't even get ejected from that game. He just got the technical.
He just got the tech. I was
so
like,
no, but see, look, Mike calmed down. Well, okay, maybe he's not calm.
I feel like De'Aaron and Malik didn't get up. Mike was going to get to that ref.
Malik.
Yeah,
Malik, the Mike Brown keeper right there.
He is. He said he might have saved Mike Brown on that one.
Now hold on though.
Mike was incensed.
Hold on though. Let me.
Oh, there goes Deuce. Shout out. Deuce.
Hold on, because I had Mike Brown, but it also got emailed local right here. This is Sean's video. Sean's video from last
flopping
night.
all over the place as well.
Wow.
Look at this. Come on, bro. Ain't nothing happened to you like that. Look at Ime. Is that the same ref? No, it's not the same ref.
You're out of here. Now look at him. Look.
Yeah.
Yo, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah. Look at Malik and Terry Eason. Look at Malik.
Look at Ime still going at him. Look at him. That's crazy.
Oh, look at the ref. Ref was like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
That's crazy.
Ime did get closer to the ref than Mike Brown.
Yo, he might get suspended for real.
He got in his face.
He might get suspended for real. I'll tell you what, if I'm that security guard, you put your hands on me again, Ime, I'm gonna beat your ass.
Hold on? Did he show where he pushed him?
There goes
security. Royal Ivy. Shout out to him.
The security guard.
Yeah. Because he pushed the security, or was it Royal Ivy? Might have just been.
No, hold on. Look, Mike got his hand. Look at Ime got him right there. Like, hey, come on, man. And then I think he pushes the white dude. And then he pushes Big Boy. I think he pushes Big Boy too. Oh yeah. I'm Big Boy. I'm beating his A. Hey, look. Soon as we get to the locker room, put your hands on me again, dog. Put your hands on me again. I ain't knee alone. I ain't just gonna sit here and take it. I'm gonna beat your ass.
There go my boys, the Sacramento Sings. Big ups to him. Big ups to him. Can I get Malik again?
You know is rich.
Let me get Malik again.
Malik. Malik like a kid in school.
Malik
just wanting the ball for no reason. Hold on, watch Malik. So for those on the radio, the ball, like the play is dead. It's over. And look, now Malik, no, I'm gonna get the ball. No, give me that. I got the ball. Malik is funny.
Malik a fool.
Yo, I think he's getting suspended.
He might. Yeah, you're right. He might.
He
went at him.
Was doing a lot.
He went at him for sure.
That was a lot right there.
He went at him. Hey, speaking of, you say everybody.
There's a lot going on in that clip.
That's a hilarious clip. That is a hilarious clip.
There needs to be, whether it's Matt or Sean, someone's camera needs to be trained on Malik at all times.
Oh, the Malik cam.
The Malik cam.
Yeah, I need that. Speaking of too, it was a really good day as well. Everything went right. Everything is awesome. Devin Carter looked nice last night.
He did.
Yeah.
Devin Carter looked good last night. I
noticed that.
Yeah. I like that. I like the little green. I was like, okay, that's fire.
Shout out Devin Carter.
He got to wear the hat because
it's
all right. That's all right.
I mean, it is. It sucks for those guys, man. Because my boy Jalen Suggs got the same thing going on.
Yeah, it's a little tough.
You're only 20-something. Although I shaved my head when I was 23 years old.
It's a little tough. No enhancements are going to fix what's going on with. But the backwards hat, I like the outfit. I think it is the best outfit so far this year for your boy.
He's had some good ones. Once again, you're kind of rough
on the
brook. He's had
some fine out, like some that haven't. I thought he looked good last night. Like he looked legit solid.
He fitted. You real quick. You talked about I'll tell you when we come back. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll come back. We'll talk more. DNP. Everybody gonna want to talk about. So we'll do that. And can this team be physical moving forward? Plus your phone calls, TC. We see you. Hang tight. Elk Grove Kid Talk Line, 916-909-1320. Steeler and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey, can y'all head over to IG and can y'all like that new post that just went up on Kenny's page, my page, Katie, Gavin, everybody? Denzel Caraway.
Whoa, what?
Man, look how rich Kenny's house is.
What are you
Man, look
do
at
we gotta look at the
this.
closet? Do we need to break down the closet? Do we need to break down the closet?
Man, this man got the area rug, and then
all right, let's do it. Let's break down the closet. I see
tree-
book ones
tree-
in there. I
tree
see
got-
some off-white sweaters in there. I see some Gucci shoes in there. Come on, man. Let's break down this closet. I'm breaking it down right
Man,
now.
those are just clothes. You got real estate.
This is a
Can y'all go
regular
like
Christmas.
that? I know, like and comment, like, or, do all of that on the reel, because we need that one to get some traction.
What's this guy talking about? Look at those dunks in the closet, bro.
I don't think
we
I
doing?
own. I don't even think I own dunks. You're just making stuff up.
What are we talking about? Boy, I tell you. No, I got you though. When we come back, I got you.
Yeah, we're out there looking fresh.
I actually do kind of like the ugly sweater. Starting to sound like my dad.
Mm-hmm. I love this bit that they do on the Jennifer Hudson runway thing.
Yeah.
That's so dope.
So I'm a girl Lotto on there.
Eric B, I see you. I'm gonna hit a star right there. We're gonna talk about that. What you got?
Oh no, I just wanted to salute. I just wanted to salute, man, because I saw the new whip outside, man. You know what I'm saying, in the parking lot.
Hold on, you didn't tell nobody?
Yeah, I saw that.
What do you have?
Saw the new whip.
I'm sure since you're with the people, it's just
You literally walked over to me when I was standing at my car. It's the same car I left here in yesterday.
I think you might have changed. I saw the new whip, bro. Come on, man, you're killing him out here.
What are you talking about?
He was parked over by Jesse. I saw
I
oh, you come up to that side of the parking lot.
No, I definitely did not.
With the new car, you got to.
Yeah, because one thing that I do is change. That's one thing I really like is
you're making a good point.
I don't park in the same exact parking space every single day.
Damien ever parks next to me, that's a problem.
What was out there? Was one of them cars out there?
Man, they had one of them cars.
Really?
Out there. They had a Maybach out there.
Oh, that is not my car. That's for you.
For real? Are you for real?
That's
you expect me to believe that?
That's you and Kamara. Kamara got
Kamara
third row seats to Kendrick Lamar in LA. I saw the price of those tickets.
He liked that,
man.
But yeah, man, shout out to you, man. Man, Maybach is dope, bro. Yeah, big ups. And this one is like more expensive too. I think it's a Maybach SUV. So I know you spent a pretty penny on that one. You know what I mean?
That's not mine, dog.
Prove it.
You're renting it?
You saw me get out of my car. Like you were literally right there when I got out of the car.
Prove it.
Okay.
Yeah, bring your car inside right now.
I have nothing to prove.
I saw the Maybach. I said, oh man, damn, D-Lo. Shout out to him, man. I love to see my people
Come to
do
think
that
about
thing.
it. No. Whose car is that?
I don't know, bro.
It was somebody at them.
Maybach SUV.
I don't think
What are you
we have
doing
any-
over here? Yeah.
I don't think we have any businesses here that kind of.
That's what I'm saying. I said, what are you doing
Is
over
that new
here?
Aaron's car?
Oh,
Whose ride is that?
I saw that. I said, wow.
Okay.
I never seen a Maybach SUV.
Me either.
I've never seen a Maybach.
And so like I drove by it one time because I had a different route today. So I was coming from a different way. So I drove by it. I looked at the back of the car and it said Maybach. I was like, oh, that's cool. Like they've got like a new version of the car that says Maybach, but it's not actually one because this is SUV. Like it's not a real one. And then I ended up driving around and I saw the logo. I said, oh, no, that really is one.
Mm.
Wow. Damien's rich.
Okay. This is not my car. You know it's not my car.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I really thought you did get a new car though.
No, I didn't. You just out here
Red
lying
man,
to
can
people.
Casey tell a story?
You know, he did say he was getting a new car. He said it on the airwaves.
No, I said I want to get a new car. And I'm looking at Elk Grove Kia because they have
absolutely.
They have tremendous electric
That
vehicles.
EV6 go crazy.
Let's get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. What is happening, TC?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
TC, what's good, baby?
Oh, man, vibing, tapping in with the homies. Jesse in the back. Hey, so I got a few points, Kenny. I'm with you, bro. We was all hollering about, Malik Monk in the starting lineup, bro, and now we've seen it. That's the key. I don't want to speak too fast, but I believe this is the key to turn around our season because we got, D'Lo, what you said earlier, another playmaker in the offense, and that's what we needed. It's not about DeMar is playing with us now. We're not playing with DeMar, if that makes sense. You get me? It was a lot of ball stopping and everybody standing around trying to find out what's going on. Not only were we moving fast and shooting threes, but DeRozan was getting his also, bro. And I think this is how it's going to be moving forward. And Monk in the starting lineup started all that, bro, in my opinion. And also, Crowder is huge for this team, bro. That attitude, that attitude we had last night against that wasn't a normal attitude Kings do, bro. That Crowder brought that attitude, man, and I like that edge. If we're going to play how we played last night, I'm all for it. Starting fights, getting coaches picked out, bro, I'm all for all the smoke. Let's go.
Hey, shout out TC, man. Shout out TC.
Why he hit, in my opinion, so hard, though?
Somebody disagreed on TC today on some radio show, I'm sure.
Which one?
That's the thing, I don't know. I said some.
Hey, man, I feel you, TC. I disagree with TC, though. I don't think DeRozan and the ball movement was an issue. It is very simple, guys. In my opinion, it's very simple. They were getting wide open looks, and they hadn't made them all year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not the ball sticking, none of that. To me, it's not. Like, these guys are getting the looks.
So
they weren't making them.
Here's where I'll stall TC out a little bit, and I'm not going to push back too much on you. I'll just ask. We heard the term ball sticking from the players.
Mm-hmm.
We heard Keegan talk about the lack of ball movement, particularly when, you have like first quarters like you had a couple of nights ago against San Antonio. When you have first halves like you had, I think it was against Atlanta. I can't remember, but a number of guys have used the term kind of the ball sticking. Now, I think it's a bit crazy to point to DeMar and say, well, that's the reason the ball was sticking, because when you go back to the first 4 or 5 games of the season, no one was saying that.
Right.
Even in the losses to Minnesota and the loss to Los Angeles, no one was saying that the ball, man, what, Kings are dead. The ball ain't moving. Like, no, that came about later. That came about several games later. So I think it's a bit sketchy or convenient to point at DeMar DeRozan and go, oh, that's the reason. And now that Malik Monk is here, it's all better. Well, DeMar's still there. He didn't Malik didn't replace DeMar.
Right.
So I'm not all in on that logic.
And also, when you look at that third quarter last night, they were force feeding DeMar DeRozan, and that's when they had one of their best offensive quarters. It just so happens those guys were making, to me, maybe it's too simplistic, but they're knocking down their open threes, and that's That's the game changer for me for these guys. By the way, the 2025 Mercedes-Benz Maybach SUV is $226,000.
I demand to know whose car that is. Is Vanessa here? Somebody, Eli.
They're all here.
Somebody send one of them down there.
Yeah.
You sit by Jesse's car until the owner of that Maybach SUV comes out.
Somebody.
You use the heater in the car too. No worries.
Somebody should take a picture of it. Yeah, Vanessa or Eli take a picture of it. Joe will do it.
We'll send Joe down.
I'll walk over there and be like, hey, we need one of you guys to stand by a car.
Yeah. And you know what? Joe would do it. Joe would be like,
Joe would be excited, bro. Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
Hell yeah.
And that's why Joe's the best.
What do y'all need from me? Y'all want me to go stand by a car? I will find where the person bought the car if y'all want. Joe would go door to door in the building to find out who owns that Maybach SUV for us.
He really would. Maybe it's Carosha's.
No, I know Karosh well enough to know he wouldn't spend that much money on a car. Even if he had it, and he might, I don't think he would do that.
He might have it.
I mean, Aaron's the guy. We don't know what kind of car he drives.
Yeah, this is true. And it's new. I know Aaron for like a year was just Ubering everywhere.
Aaron, like old Aaron, I just think rents cars and just takes them back and gets a new one.
Oh, I know old Aaron's car.
It's not his car, though.
It's not?
I don't think so.
He was renting cars and Ubering for like a year and a half.
What got me was like I saw him get into a car. It was a white car.
Yeah.
And we left the building at the same time. And then the next day, or not the next day, maybe it was the next week, the same exact model of car was parked by mine, except it was black.
Huh. Okay. I've only seen the white one.
I don't think he owns a car. I just think he rents them.
No, he's the best character in this building. He really is.
He's absolutely a character. Maybe he was just like, effing, I'm going to buy a car now. And he bought the SUV.
Oh man, and then it's funny, like when he sometimes he'll text both of us, and it has nothing to do with
nothing.
Well, no, it pertains to one of us, but it has nothing to do with the other. Why did the other get put in this text?
I don't know, but Aaron texted. This is what Aaron texted us last night at 9:14, all caps, Monk. That's all it says.
Hey, I get it.
He just texted us Monk, and I looked at it and I'm like, I don't know what to do with this. And then he follows it up with Kenny, that other number is blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay, the hell is going on?
You know, you can text me by myself.
I'm like, what number is he talking about? Like, what? All right.
But that's where me and the tribal chief, we have connected because that's our boy, Malik Monk. Because he was asking me.
He said he was going to get a Malik Monk jersey.
Yeah, that was
didn't do it.
That was the thing. When the season started, I said, well, what jersey you get, man? And he said, I don't know. Who should I get? I said, well, you might want to go throwback. He's like, I like Monk.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I do too. That's my boy. So that's our connection. Whenever Monk starts doing his thing, I was like, yeah. It's almost like a virtual finger point.
Oh, Malik. Oh, Aaron.
We're gonna find out whose car that is.
Yeah, no, we're gonna find out.
I ain't never seen that car here. It sticks out like a sore thumb.
That car does not belong here. There isn't a business in that building, in this building, that someone should have that car.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the dude who owns the building.
Yeah, maybe.
Could be. Just checking in for the first time in 4 years.
Maybe it's Mitch's car.
Oh, it could be.
Mitch, 916-909-1320. What's up, Mitch?
How you guys doing? I only drive Japanese cars. So I'm 100% innocent.
You got a Mazda, Mitch, or?
I got a Toyota.
Nice.
And I used to have a Nissan, but a Nissan kind of messed up the sale there. They left us hanging, so we decided to walk out and go 9 miles up the block.
You should get a Kia.
They lost the sale. That was no, I didn't get it. Ross. The four. It's not a four. It's not a. It's an automatic. I know that. It's an SUV. That's it. I used to own like sedans, right? And then once I got used to this SUV, I won't go back to Sedan. I won't. I'm telling you, I won't.
I hear you.
Hey, okay,
I hear you. You like
yes,
sitting up.
you
You
know.
like sitting up and seeing everybody else below you, huh?
Well, it's not that high up. I don't think I can take one of those. What do you call those cars? I mean, I remember reading about Ricky Bell's his brother. The cars that go up and down. I seen them.
Hydraulics?
They can't jump.
Hydraulics.
What's that?
Old school hydraulics.
That'd be something. I know how to do that though. I wouldn't how to, I can barely change the tires, so I'll just stick what I know. Damn, you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm great, Mitch.
All right, just nice sweaters, guys. You guys dress warm tonight, though. Hey, King got to make another trade. Monk has earned it. The 5 stars are your 5 best players. I want to see Keegan. I wish there'd be another big guy like there. Put Keegan. Another reason to put Keegan in the bench. And I'm sure you guys got a good laugh. USC, we always had Notre Dame. We had them in the corner. We were going for the tie. And I've never seen a game like that with 2 pick sixes. I'm sure there was a time for another one. It might have happened. And you guys were just on somersaults. I know when the Dodgers lose and USC loses, the shows are like more chippy, I noticed.
Well, I don't think we have anything against USC. I actually like USC, Mitch. I don't remember the game being that close.
It's not true, by the way. USC lost on Saturday, and we were like, show's going to be great on Tuesday and Monday, guys.
Maybe I missed. Maybe I walked away. But when I went back to check in with that USC score, they were getting beat down by not beat down, but they were down by like 2 touchdowns. It wasn't no last second pick six that kept them from winning. But Mitch, I do like USC. Before I moved to LA, I did not like USC, but then I just kind of captivated me a little bit. I was like, okay, I like them. They're not Michigan. They're not Colorado right now. That's not how I like them. But I want SC to win.
Why?
They're damn near the only team that cares about football in California outside of Sac State.
Shout out Reggie Bush, greatest player I ever saw.
College team?
Yeah, that's what
okay.
I meant, yeah.
Okay. What?
Is that the tribal chief?
Yes. Just standing right outside the window yelling at Andy. Like Andy can hear you. Look, I swear. Hold on. Let me get the wide. Oh, shoot. Andy just moved. Let me see if I can get the wide view. Hang on. Oh, it's too late. Andy moved. Andy looked like he was telling the tribal chief, look, calm down. Calm down.
Ask Aaron what color his car is.
Hey, crack open the door. Yeah, crack open the door. No, we're going to get to the bottom of this. He's got to be standing right there. Hey.
Did you imagine they're talking about something serious?
No, they're probably not. They never are. Do you own a car?
At times.
You don't own a car, do you? You just keep changing cars. I knew it. I knew it. So you had a white car.
Yeah, beautiful.
And now you have a black one.
It's darker.
Is the Maybach
Is it two-tone? Is it two-tone?
No.
We're trying to figure out who's at that Maybach outside. You see
Oh,
that?
no.
Yeah. It's parked in front of the
it's a $200,000 car, so we're trying to figure out who it belongs to.
National doesn't have those for rent.
Okay. I told you the man does not buy cars. He rents them.
I mean, that's not at the executive level.
Okay.
It should be,
All right.
hopefully.
Well,
If I get enough points.
one day, buddy. One day you'll get there.
Gotta get the point.
Monk.
Oh, big Malik Monk fan.
He said at times.
That man does not own a car.
Oh, you own car at times.
I don't even know where does he even have a house? Does he just, what does he do?
You imagine bro's gonna pull up on his bike one day.
Like Aaron, like as a shoot. Look, you sit this out. Aaron as a shoot is damn near Creed.
That's good, bro. 'cause
He's-
I don't know what
bro.
he does outside of this 9 to 5.
Facts.
Yeah, I don't know
Facts.
what goes on or what.
Aaron is damn near Creed.
Do you imagine like just one day we're all just gonna be old and Aaron's gonna show up, just get arrested?
Like imagine like if Aaron told you he was in like a band in the 70s, would you be surprised?
I wouldn't.
He lives a hell of a life. What an interesting life. I mean, let's not like gloss over the fact that he's famous in the Chatty House for kicking out Nate Diaz.
Hey, kick Nate Diaz is out. I don't even want to joke about that. Nate Diaz, if you listen, we're sorry.
I mean, come on, man. This guy, I'm telling you, he's the best character in this building.
That is wild to just be like, hey, Nate Diaz, you can't be here right now.
That's crazy.
I would have been like, no, he's cool. It's fine.
He said, "Do you own a car at times?"
Good Scooter says Aaron gonna roll up on his beach cruiser like Debo.
That's my guy, man. Shout out Aaron, man. That's my dog.
If Aaron says the only difference between me and a homeless man is this job.
Oh my.
Yeah, you don't get it. Sit it out.
Oh my
sit
God.
out.
Watch the show already.
Sit out.
That was a Creed quote.
Yes.
Shout out
Yes.
Creed, man. Shout out Creed. When am I gonna see Creed?
Never, because you're never gonna watch it.
When you
Why do
turn the show
continue-
on.
Why do you continue to?
I know I gotta get my subscription now because Michigan played Wisconsin last night on the Peacock Network. So yeah, I need to. What is it, about $5? Do you got like a premium Peacock?
I guess it
Wait,
depends.
what?
It depends.
Come on, man. Come on.
Peacock is on its way out, by the way, once WWE hits Netflix.
They about to get
Nah,
basketball.
I think Peacock will live because of The Office.
I'm sorry. Peacock has the NBA.
It's true. Never mind.
You think more people watch The Office reruns or the
My
NBA?
Office. My Office reruns.
Peacock has all those kids movies now too.
What if Peacock went out of business right when they got the NBA? Like, sorry, Adam Silver, we're closing up shop.
So the network's just dipping. Like we're not like I
It's
can't
not
watch like
dipping, it's done. And
Saturday
whatever-
night's main event anymore.
If they chose to take that to Netflix, then that'll be there. But it sounds like whatever they're choosing to take is what'll be there. Everything else is gone. They butchered that so bad.
They should just bring back the network, like the app. Yeah, that's
Yeah, it was a failure on everybody's part. I mean, it was a $2 billion failure.
It was a win,
but still, it was
a success.
I mean, all right.
Do we?
Well,
I mean,
well,
do we talk about that now?
Yeah, I mean, the WWE might not get any more run on Peacock, and I don't know what Keon Ellis. I guess Keon Ellis is back to being a situational player, and you know, I think this ring's a little bit different. The Kings got a win last night. You saw Kevin Herter play well. The rotation was, I think, 8 guys, not counting, you know, the white flag minutes. But a DNP, another one. I think it's the second one of the season for Keon Ellis.
You know, going back to Sunday night, it really stood out to me that Mike brought up specifically that play at the third quarter, at the end of the third quarter, where Keon thinks he gets fouled, complains to the ref, and then because he's upset, fouls Trey Jones with like 1.9 seconds to go in the bonus. He broke that down. And I feel like that really upset him. And understandably so. I like Keon a lot. You cannot have that. And one of the things that people talk about on a regular basis with coaching, and they've been talking about since Luke Walton was here, was holding these guys accountable. And you talk about if they're not doing what you're asking them to do, the one thing you got control over is their minutes. And people have been talking about that forever, but especially on this show since we started the show. And that was a tough moment right there. I wouldn't have given him a DNP because he has a little grace from me with some of the other things that he does out there on the floor. But this could have been a situation where he's holding people accountable. And if you're not having that attention to detail, if you're not staying focused, if you're letting little things allow you to make bad decisions that could hurt us in a game that we lose by 2, then you're not going to play. Simple as that. And it could be absolutely not that at all. And he's back in there on Thursday or something like that. But that stood out to me, the way Mike talked about that play on Sunday night. That stood out to me when you talk about Keon Ellis not playing last night.
That was one of the more standout plays from that game, standout sequences from that game, especially when you talk about terms like attention to detail and all of that. It was pretty tough to forget that end of quarter moment with Keon.
Well, when you're 9-12, is this the time to be doing it? Like they won the game after, so it's all good, I guess. But like, I don't like.
So here's my thought, and I feel like it's been pretty consistent, but it's been confirmed. In my opinion, as TC would say, it's been confirmed. I don't think Mike feels any sort of way about Keon Ellis. I think fans might, and that's it. Like I don't think Keon is, with all due respect, like Jack Cooley.
Right.
Like he's not that.
Right.
But I also don't think he's we were legitimately questioning if this man had won the starting 2 spot. And, part of that is we were bypassing Malik Monk because we just assumed that hell was never going to freeze over. But I don't think I don't think Mike or Monty, for that matter, feel that way about Keon. And the mostly, I don't want to call limited-ish, I guess, minutes, 2 DMPs. Now you've got a moment here. I think the reason yesterday is a little bit maybe a little more defining is you needed to win that game.
Yeah.
You were at home. Things were spiraling bad. You needed to straighten things out a little bit. And you found the best way to do that was not to play him. And you could give me matchups. You could tell me this and physicality or tall. You could do whatever you want to. But in that moment where you needed to win a game, you said it's probably in our best interest that we don't play him. That tells me everything we kind of joked about this offseason with Tone at Summer League and all of this, it was accurate. They did not see Keon Ellis the way that most fans did or do.
Yeah.
They just don't.
Yeah, I mean, the proof seems to be in the pudding right now. With just the way you wouldn't do that to Keegan Murray. You know what I'm saying? You look at Keegan Murray a certain way and you say, like, no, he needs to be out there if we're going to turn this thing around. You look at a guy that you feel is relative that it can be replaced as somebody that you don't play. I want to be perfectly clear, though. JT Money 916 in the chat says Mike punishing Ellis with a DMP is wild. That we don't know. We don't know if that's what happened. Keon Ellis can play 25 minutes on Thursday against the Memphis Grizzlies.
And that's happened.
Yeah. So we don't know. We're just reading the tea leaves, kind of trying to figure out what happened last night. But him getting no minutes, and like you said, in a game that they needed to win, it catches everybody's attention. It does. So I told James, like, maybe it's one of those things. You talk about matchups. You talk about maybe Kevin gets the first crack, and you look at Kevin and see if he's playing well, if he's in a flow, and if he is, you keep him out
yesterday.
there.
Yeah,
you keep him out there. If not, it's like he played 25 minutes last night. Maybe Keon gets 10 of those minutes if Kevin isn't.
That's a tough way to live.
It is.
It's a tough way to live because if you start to establish patterns, you're Kevin, you get first crack. You don't get the ball maybe in the first 2 or 3 minutes. Maybe you don't get a decent shot in 2 or 3 minutes. Now all of a sudden you're forcing something.
Yeah.
Because you want to stay on the floor. You want to try to contribute. Otherwise, you're going to lose time to Keon. And I don't know what the right way to go about this is. I don't know what the balance of, hey, it's not, or hey, he's not in the flow. Let's try Keon, or hey, this isn't working with Kevin. Let's try. I don't know what the right call is, Jesse.
Right.
Maybe it's just a matter of Keon's just not a guy in this rotation right now. If the game calls for him, fine. If not, then he's just not part of it.
Well, yeah,
we've seen what he can do, but like you said, just maybe Mike Brown and whoever just doesn't see him as a significant piece where we need Keon Ellis to win on any given night.
At the same time, though, I wonder if Casey's right and he winds up playing 20 minutes on Thursday against Memphis. And of course, you have the unique situation in the back-to-back as well.
Yeah.
I think that's possible, but I think I can see more DNPs too.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark, what is next?
Yeah,
Mark Haynes is going to join us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah.
Kicking down doors, you like that? I got my Apple Music number one song of the year.
Mm.
The song I listen to most. We'll do that on the radio.
I don't know what mine would be.
It should be there now if you want to see it.
I'm about to look right now. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like what it would be though. Oh, that's a good question. Oh yeah, I did play that song a lot. Really like that song.
I love that all the podcast posts are coming out too, man. Shout out to everybody who listens to D-Lo and Casey on podcast, man. We appreciate it. Appreciate it.
That's love.
Well, we might play that one. Alfonso, you got to pull up to one of the Sky River shows.
Hey.
You might have to drop that one on Friday. I need to take the Roadcaster home and load it with drops and songs and all that. Our man Mark Haynes set to join us here in just a heartbeat. We'll talk some Kings basketball with him. Shout out to everybody who's posting all their podcast numbers, all of the podcasts that they listen to this year. And shout out to everybody who's included D-Lo and KC in that, man. We greatly appreciate it. One thing that I do love is when the Apple Music year in review drops and lets you know what you've been listening to all year. I always have fun with this. I love to see what I've been listening to. Last year, I believe my top artists were Jay-Z and Beyonce. This year, top artist by a landslide.
It's probably not even close.
It's not. Kendrick Lamar, number one. Beyonce, number two. Again, Eminem, number three. And then, and I'm positive this is exactly what it was last year. Michael Jackson's number 4. Janet Jackson's number 5. Number one song that I played this year the most. I feel like, wow. It
Euphoria.
checks out. It's Euphoria.
Yeah. How many plays?
It says 81.
Damn.
Okay, settle down.
I was playing Euphoria last night.
81 plays from Euphoria. Number 2. I was surprised to see this, to be honest with you.
like that?
It was Not Like Us.
See, I didn't think it was gonna be
Not Like Us is 3, and just for fun, Mad City is 3. So it's Euphoria, Not Like Us, Mad City is 3, and then on brand, Love on Top is number 4. And Whitney Houston, You Give Good Love is number 5.
Oh, wow.
I was living with that record for a minute.
Wow.
Yeah, Cowboy Carter got some run, and somehow, despite the album being out for what, a week, GNX is the album I listened to the most in 2024. Cowboy Carter got 205 minutes of run. GNX got 302. To be fair, hang on a second. To be fair, the day that dropped, I drove to Sky River for the Sac State thing, drove back, drove to Elk Grove the next day for the food giveaway, the Elk Grove Food Bank, drove back, because we got rained on, so I had to change clothes. Back to Sac State, back. GNX was playing the whole time. The whole time.
It was racking up them
getting them minutes.
racking up them minutes, man.
Getting up them minutes. I was bringing Mark Haynes to the Sacramento Observer. Mark, you know what the song or album you listened to the most in 2024 was yet?
You know what? I just actually pulled it up on Spotify. Hold on, let me see. No, so I haven't looked at the album part. I did the top artists.
Okay.
Got my top artist. My top artist is no other than Kendrick Lamar.
Okay.
And the number one song was another Kendrick Lamar, but it was King's Dead.
Okay. Okay.
That's one of my favorites.
Was Kendrick Lamar Kendrick Lamar even in Kenny's top 10?
Well, I don't
No chance.
Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he is actually. He's number 7.
Who's number
feels
1?
low.
Drake is 1. Fabulous is 2. Chris Brown is 3. Jeezy's 4. Jodeci's 5.
Okay, pal.
It's all over the place.
This guy.
But because the top song, this may have something to do with the Drake being number 1. The top song is
Family Matters.
No, it's Day to Day remix. I love that song. That song was fantastic. But GNX is 3 on my top albums.
Okay.
Jeezy Thug Motivation 101 is number 1.
Yeah, you was talking about that album for like 3 weeks. Yeah. You could tell you had fallen back in love with that album.
That's one of my favorite albums of all time. Like I revisit that every 6 to 9 months.
Mark, you got an album you go back to and listen to like all the time, like an older one?
Man, I do. I'm a Busta Rhymes guy.
Okay.
So I just roll with the whole greatest hits.
Yeah, you don't hear that often.
Yeah.
You don't hear I'm a Busta Rhymes guy very often.
Yeah, I'm huge. Man, ever since the Woo Ha days back.
Yeah.
Got you all in check.
Anarchy, everything.
Yeah.
What do you think clicked last night for the Sacramento Kings offense, Mark?
You know, I heard one of your callers called in and mentioned Crowder and, you know, that different type of attitude that they kind of had. And I think it was necessary to bring a guy like that in for those type of reasons. And I think obviously this was the best game they played, you know, in a while, even though this wasn't, you know, we know they could play better. We still expect better. But at a turning point, I felt like was when, you know, he played 12 minutes, didn't score or whatever. But when he hit Jalen Green after, you know, and Jalen Green had it going last night, but he hit him on, you know, Jalen went up for I don't know if he'll go try to dunk. He'll probably go try to dunk on knowing him. But, you know, he hit him, knocked him down, didn't apologize, didn't, you know, lend a hand to help him up, and immediately turned to the bench and started chirping with Dylan Brooks and those guys over there. So I felt like that kind of set the tone. And then, you know, obviously De'Aaron and Malik, they enjoyed it. And I think it was just contagious. Isaac Jones was amazing. And, you know, I think that was that's really what stood out to me the most in that game.
Yeah, man. I mean, I love Crowder's energy and demeanor with this team, even to the point, like you mentioned, that play with Jalen Green, that's needed. You know what I'm saying? I hate to say it like that. We ain't trying to hurt nobody or nothing like that, but that's needed on this team. But even, you know, when Dylan Brooks fouled out, the camera caught Jay Crowder waving to the bench, tell him get out of here. Like he brings a certain level of energy outwardly that maybe this team hasn't had in the past. Aaron Fox is doing it a little bit, but they've all been pretty reserved. They kind of stick to themselves a little bit. Crowder's like, no, I'm gonna tell you about however I feel right now.
Like that from the second he stepped on the floor.
Yeah, absolutely. I like to see it. I think the fans love seeing it, and I think it's needed for this team.
Yeah, no, definitely. I felt like that was the thing that was kind of missing with the Kings the last, couple of years. You didn't really have any, De'Aaron and them, they don't back down from anybody, but you don't really want your stars to be, the guy that's, the enforcer or getting thrown out of games or whatnot. But they needed a guy like Crowder. And I felt like, even you look back to that Minnesota game, that very first game, how he got in Julius Randle's head. Like, it's necessary. And I think, he's not going to play big minutes. He's probably not going to start a lot. But just having that, having him around and help building the Sacramento Kings culture, I think is good.
Yeah. It feels like we can point to a handful of things last night: the ball movement, shots dropping, physicality against a really physical Houston team. What do you think was the number one reason that they looked so different last night? Is it as simple as the shots dropping? Is it as simple as the ball moving a little bit better and the shots being a little higher quality? Was it the physicality? Was it the moment with De'Aaron? Like, is there a one thing that you can point to and go, I think that's the biggest reason they got the dub last night against the good Rockets team?
Well, it's probably gonna sound a little cliche, but I think you don't have to look no further than Malik Monk being in the starting lineup. I think bringing in Malik is like, now you have another playmaker on the court, and you look at a team like OKC. Who's really their point guard? You would, obviously we would say, like, maybe SGA, but Jalen Williams handles the ball. Everybody can handle the rock. Everybody can play make, and that's the type of, team there. That's what type of team they showed they could be last night. Everybody can play make. Everybody can score. Everybody can do a bunch of different things. It's positionless basketball because. De'Aaron has been known to be the point guard, but I'm not sure if he's the point guard last night. And it's not that, Malik had the career high, 12 assists, but the offense just flowed. DeMar had his moments. Sabonis had a really good game or whatever. And I think, that bringing Malik into the starting lineup is the biggest reason for, that game last night.
Yeah, no, I'm a full proponent of Malik Monk, De'Aaron Fox, being in that backcourt, and whatever it gets you is what it gets you. You know what I'm saying? I know there are shortcomings. It's not this crazy defensive backcourt, although I think De'Aaron Fox is one of the best two-way players in the game right now. So maybe that's the defensive guy you're looking at. But, yeah, they may have some limitations, but they are unbelievably dynamic when they're both locked in. And we saw that on a little bit of a smaller scale yesterday. It wasn't them like in game one of the playoffs going for 35 and 39 or something, but it was them orchestrating the offense, feeding off each other with their shot making and feeding Sabonis and all this other stuff. It's like you mentioned, Mark, it's just hard for people to match up with that night in and night out.
Yeah, especially with the speed. We talk a lot about De'Aaron's speed and how he's the fastest player in the NBA. And, I'm sure if we put him in a foot race, Malik's not too far from Fox. Them dudes, like, they could get out and really go, and I think that's going to be tough for any team to slow down.
Mark, you got any thoughts on the Keon Ellis DNP last night?
Strange, man, strange. And it's funny that, like, actually watching, I didn't catch it right away. Like, I was, it was such a crazy game with all the, ejections and everything, and it was a really good game if you was a Kings fan there. But I didn't even notice, simply because the guys were playing so well and so much was going on. But I definitely find it strange. He's been a guy. He's arguably outside of De'Aaron and Sabonis, he's arguably been the third most consistent all season. So it was kind of weird to see him go to the bench, but knowing Keon or whatever, like he's probably still upbeat and ready for that next opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's the good thing, and I kind of hate to see it sometimes because you hope people just aren't taking it for granted or taking advantage of it. But there's no doubt in my mind that say Keon don't play for the next 3 games, and on that 4th game, Mike Brown said, "Hey, Keon, I need you to get in here. People in foul trouble, whatever the case. Keon gonna be ready.
He's gonna be ready. Yep.
He's gonna be ready to go. He's gonna be ready to perform." And you would hope that earns you some more consistency with being able to play. But I think Keon is the type of guy where this is what it is right now. That's what it is. And when I'm called on, I'm going to be ready.
Yeah, and I think he's definitely going to get that call again. Like Kevin, hopefully Kevin continues to, shoot the way he did and play the way he did last night. But just in general, there's going to be matchups where you're going to need a guy like Keon who can defend and knock down shots or whatever. And he's one of those dudes or whatever and that's why I thought it was easy decision to make to have. I'm probably saying it wrong, but I'm gonna finish saying it anyway. It's an easy decision to make to have Keon and Malik come off the bench and then starting Kevin, because Malik and Keon, as soon as they get in the game, no matter when they're in the game, they're going to be going. Kevin is the guy that he kind of has to knock down a couple of shots, but Keon, that's how he got his big minutes in his big run last season. He came in the 4th quarter, hadn't played any minutes, and he put his imprint on the game. And he can do that, whether you play on 5 minutes, whether you play on 30 minutes.
Yeah. Mark, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for carving out a few minutes to hang out with us.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all for having me. And that definitely isn't my car outside that's parked out there.
Well, that was the next question.
Hey, we're going to try to find out, man. We're going to find
question.
out. I think that might be Mark. The license plate say M. Haynes, so it might be. I don't know.
Could be. Mark, we appreciate you. Thank you, brother.
Thank y'all.
All right, we got to find out whose goddamn car that is.
I wonder if it's still there. I'm going to find out.
Who cares about the car? So Drake's your number 1 artist, huh?
Bruh.
You can't even talk right now.
What's wrong with Drake being the number 1 artist?
No, it's just I think we learned some things today.
It's just confirmation.
Yeah.
It's like Keon's DNP. Like we feel like we already knew. We just got confirmation.
Some things were confirmed.
That's
today.
all it was.
Yeah,
It
and
was
no, you don't hate Kendrick. I don't feel that you hate Kendrick. It's just like I said, some things were confirmed.
What was confirmed?
I don't have to explain myself.
You're the man. You don't have to explain anything to you. What are you, a cop?
Oh, brother.
I
was thinking last night. I'm ready for this to be over. I was watching.
It is over.
No, it's not, because they're tied together all the time.
Oh, then that's probably not going to change.
At some point, I hope it does. Like at some point, we started talking about Jay-Z as just Jay-Z and didn't link him to Nas and vice versa.
Well, yeah, but they had a moment that helped that.
True, I don't
know that moment's happening.
But I think
unless
even
it's
before
happening Father's Day. I don't know that.
I think even before
happening.
that happened. Like that,
Maybe.
Everything Kendrick does don't need to be related to Drake and vice versa. Like they've had this moment. They're in history forever. But like sometimes I just want to listen to Kendrick and just listen to Kendrick and not relate it to is he talking about, like, man, nah, bro.
Sometimes I want to listen to Kendrick and not hear a think piece about it 30 minutes later. Just let me listen to the damn song.
So we're not there, obviously. I think we're probably a year to 2 years away from something like that. But I look for the point where we just get to the point where they're just both their great selves.
Mark brought up Isaac Jones. Will Z posted these stats last night. Isaac Jones in the last 5 games, 17.4 minutes, 9 points per game, 3.4 rebounds, just under 1 block per game, and 71.4% from the field. He's catching the basketball at the rim. He's had some highlight blocks. Isaac Jones feels like he's been I don't want to go so far as calling him a difference maker, but man, he looks like a ball player to have out there that's going to help you.
Absolutely. This is a guy that is given an opportunity due to injuries and all this other stuff, and he is taking advantage of this opportunity in a major way. And all he does is go out there and work hard. You know what I mean? It's not, get him some ISOs and he's showing the bag he had. No, I'm just going to go out there and work hard. They need a guy to defend and rebound. That's what I'm going to do. They need a guy to cut to the basket and be ready to finish around the basket. That's what I'm going to do as well, man. It's been impressive to see him take advantage of all this, man. I love what he brings to the table, and he's at the point now where he's got to keep playing. Like, he's got to. It's not, oh, maybe matchup wise. Like, nah, you find some minutes. I don't know how many minutes it is, but you find some minutes for Isaac Jones at this point.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is, man, I was telling someone, like, sometimes I can get preemptively mad about stuff that actually hasn't happened yet. And so in my head, I'm like, all right, Mike, don't do to Isaac Jones what you do to these other young players out here, where you playing for like 6-7 games and then all of a sudden they don't see the floor for 3 weeks. Like, Mike hasn't done that at all, but all I keep thinking is like, man, Mike, let him play. Mm-hmm. Like, let him stay out there. Like, he's gonna have moments where it's like, a little rough.
Yeah.
But like, we've talked about threats at the rim, right? We talk about rim protection, God, for 2 freaking years. Yeah. He's been adding that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let him run.
Absolutely.
Let him run.
And one of the things that I also look at, and this is, you still find the minutes for a guy like Isaac Jones, but you look at last night, and they talk about the rotation. You know, you had an 8-man rotation essentially last night, and you look at the minutes: 32 for Domas, 34 for DeRozan, 40 for Keegan, 37 for Fox, and 35 for Monk. Yeah, that's about what I need moving forward. We got to get out of this rut that they're in. They've dug themselves a hole, and I know a lot of people want a certain level of depth. Like, you know, you want the bench being able to. Yeah, right now it's not really the time for that.
Yeah.
This next month or so, and they have a couple of mini breaks in these months, so maybe that'll help out too. But aside from Keegan being 40, like, I'd probably want Keegan more around 35 or so. Yeah, that's what it needs to be. These starters who have played well when they've been in there, they haven't really, as a collective, been the issue. Yeah, I need them 34 to 40 minutes a night, like 8-man rotation, because you got to get back. You got to get back into the plus. You got to get back above 500, and you know, like I said, you've got this kind of mini break with the NBA Cup going on. Like, they play Sunday, they don't play again until Thursday, then they play Monday, and then I don't think they play again until the next Thursday. So, yeah, there's some time to recover. You're not running anybody into the ground at that point. Play these guys a lot of minutes.
And who are we playing?
Oh, jeez. I almost fell off the couch when I saw this.
I couldn't believe that.
I said, Sacramento at who? Sacramento at New Orleans on Thursday.
New Orleans has looked like absolute the bottom of your shoe after stepping in dog crap all season. And I guarantee you they're going to look like the team of the century when they take the floor in this, whatever you call it, this in-season tournament non-scheduled game.
Now they're going to look like the 2017 Warriors.
Right.
At that point. And Manny, Chatty House After Party tonight, he says that's not sustainable. I don't really care right now.
What's he referring to?
Probably the minutes. I don't care right now. You're 2 games under 500 in the West. You need to put your best players out there. Like I said, at least for the month. Maybe you can reevaluate some things at the end of December.
Yeah.
But right now, those guys need to be playing those type of minutes until you figure out what you're doing with
the minutes. Weren't crazy last night. Like, Keegan played the most. No one played 30. Keegan topped out at 39, just under 40. De'Aaron played basically 37. Malik will round up, say 35. Domas played 32 minutes last night. There were moments earlier this year where DeMar was playing 40 something. Right. He played 33 last night.
Right.
This is sustainable. It was sustainable, though, because of the way Kevin Huerter played. The issue becomes when Kevin Huerter doesn't play like that.
Then you up those minutes.
Or do you go to Keon, which is what we were talking about earlier?
Yeah, you go to Keon.
And I don't know if that process works, especially if Keon doesn't play for 2 games or 3 games. We know Keon's always going to be ready, but again, it becomes that situation where it's like, oh, I've got 2.5 minutes to prove myself. I got 3.5 minutes to prove myself, or I'll be sitting on the bench for the next week. And then Isaac Jones played well.
Right.
And then I think you can always rely on Jay Crowder to play you a certain number of minutes. It's not like you're not expecting Jay Crowder to go out there and shoot the lights out or, block 50 shots. You're expecting him to go out there and be physical, be nasty, talk some trash, protect, De'Aaron or Malik or whoever's out there and kind of keep things moving. He's going to be good for that no matter what.
Yeah. Until you get to a point where I don't know if they'll ever be truly comfortable this year, but to your heads above water, I'm talking maybe 3-4 games over 500. So you get to that, you got to have them starters out there as much as possible.
There's nothing about what we saw last night that's not sustainable, in my opinion. We saw some numbers, I think, earlier this year that wasn't necessarily sustainable. I don't think that's the case in this one. However, it will be interesting to see what Mike and the coaching staff do Thursday, and then I guess Friday, because you do have the back-to-back situation,
right?
And you have another physical team in the Memphis Grizzlies, and you have a team that's beat your ass twice in the San Antonio Spurs the next night.
Yeah.
So that might give us a little bit more of an indication of how rooted in long-term reality what we saw was last night, and how much was it a situation versus Houston.
Yeah. And look, you may have some games, like I'm not going to say any team in particular because that always comes back to bite us, but you may have some games where the starters playing so well, you up 20.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
And you can work the minutes that way.
Can't imagine that, but
haven't seen it.
It happens in the league. We saw it yesterday with Orlando and New York. It's happens in the league.
Happen around the NBA.
Yeah,
I don't know if it happens with the Kings.
Certainly doesn't happen at the Golden One Center.
But yeah, if you can stumble across those type of games, that's another way that you can help manage the minutes. But the mindset needs to be that these guys are about to, log some minutes in this month.
We'll come back. We still got a lot more ahead. James Ham going to join us at the top of the 3:00 hour. We'll take a look around at the NBA as well. Week 14 power rankings on the way. Any changes? We'll talk a little bit about the 49ers. You mentioned the NBA Cup, how the Kings are going to take on the New Orleans Pelicans and the Denver Nuggets in the non-scheduled game. So we'll talk about that. And De'Aaron Fox, he took that trash talking personally. I think that's a fun little footnote of last night's game we'll dive into. Steeler with KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We didn't do anything on college football yet. I didn't even write that into the show. We could definitely do something with college football. That was funny. That was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. That's all right, Johnny G. Let Ben live. Hopefully Ben coming through on Friday. Anybody coming through on Friday? I know Tasha's coming. Dr. David, I think, is coming. Is the 209 crew coming? Where's Drew Down? Is Drew Down not handling those 5 losses in a row well? Come on, Drew. I don't know what's going on over there. That one was a little sketchy last night. I think Steve had a right to be frustrated. Right on. Dr. David, you gonna be able to be there? Oh, Drew under the weather. Oh, that sucks. All right, Drew Down. Get better, bro. Will, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Oh, right on, Russ. Good stuff. Zay, as many as you want, man. As many as you want. I got a great picture. Leezy took a great picture of the Caraway one with the owl. Hold on. I sent it. Lazy. Here he is. Lazy got some great pictures. That's a good one. Get Kenny to put this on his Instagram page.
Yeah, big ups.
Wait, what?
Huh?
All right.
It's nothing, you know what I mean? We just, people was asking, so I was like, all right, but it's fire though. It's fire.
Who'd you say was on the line? Manny?
Manny.
You just out here be lying, dude.
What? What'd I do? The people wanted to know.
Nobody even knew that car was down there but you.
I had to make sure because people had people on the roof, so I couldn't. You don't just go up and take pictures and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Had people on the roof. D-Lo got people on the roof, so I was like, all right, let me just.
I have these stress beads because of you. You know that, right? You're the reason I hold these stress beads each day. Let's get Manny in here. 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk line. Manny, what's good, baby?
What's up, y'all? So, KC, what I was talking about earlier, I was just talking about like long term. Like I know what we got to do now. For the guys play 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I was just talking about like more of the long term sustainability, right? Especially like look at how much DeMar played early on and how he kind of tweaked his back. He's a little bit older now, right? So not only on that front, but also just in the chemistry part of it where I think, obviously some of these guys are just going to have to perform off the bench, but like you said yesterday, like when you get somebody like Herter who comes in and does what he does, it makes it so much easier to balance out those minutes. because you're actually getting productivity from someone off the bench. And long term, I think that's going to have to be such a key thing for them to be overall success going into the later part of the season and hopefully the playoffs. Oh, wait, what, Jess? Yes, Jess. Tonight we will be on the Chatty House After Party, 8 p.m. on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. And we are going to have a BBM tonight.
I'm sorry.
Excuse. Wait,
I'm sorry.
Yo, chill, bro, chill.
What are you guys doing over there?
It's a beam board meeting, and we will discuss everything that get your guys' heads out of the gutter. We're going to have a beam board meeting and discuss everything that's been going on with the Kings.
No, we're going to have to. Okay, look, we're going to have to come up with
Someone's
something.
getting a BBM on the show.
BBM Manny.
Does this have anything?
BBM Manny.
Does this have anything to do with Deuce's drop last night? No, it's fine. It's good, Manny. It's good. It's good. I wish.
BBM Manny.
No. Man,
BBM is crazy.
that is wild. Almost.
By
Yeah.
Fox, he can't.
Yeah.
The crowd starts to rise a little bit, right? Kings are making a push here.
Mhm.
De'Aaron is just in his ass.
Mm.
Steal. What?
Pause.
Okay. The hesitation there.
Oh, that's terrific. That is terrific.
Oh man, good stuff. Good stuff. A BBM meeting. Okay.
Well-
Well, that's the meeting. Meeting. I don't have to say meeting again.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So
it's a
you're just
BBM.
gonna have a.
It's a BB. That's what they call it. I ain't called. That's what they call it.
They're all having a BBM.
Just for fun. Just for fun. Put BBM in your search engine and tell me what comes up.
Mine?
Anybody. You're in front of me. You do it.
Oh,
Do it on your laptop, but not the company one. Tell me what happens when you search that.
Get off
Just
the
so we
company
know.
Wi-Fi too.
I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure that every time Manny says that, it's nothing crazy.
Well, doesn't
Mhm.
look to be something crazy. It's
Okay.
software actually.
Okay. What's the software do?
BBM. Oh, I do kind of remember this. BBM, also known by its full name, BlackBerry Messenger, was a consumer-oriented proprietary.
So they used to call Blackberries BBMs?
No, it's the
Ahead of their time.
It was the chats. They were BBMs.
Man.
I do
So,
remember. I never had a BlackBerry, but I remember that.
them early 2000s was crazy.
Well,
Hey,
What do you think,
Fred
Deuce?
VanVleet matched up with Fox. He's trying to get by Fox. He
Yep.
can't. The crowd starts to rise a little bit, right? Kings
Remember.
are making a push here. De'Aaron is just in his ass.
There it is.
Steal. What?
Pause.
I love Morgan so much for that. Absolutely terrific. Let's see. Someone asked who is the Beanboard chairman. That's what Sean is asking. Hey,
I was going
I
to say
guess-
that one. I ain't even going to say that one.
well, I guess you got to tune in to find out.
I ain't going to say. Come on, man. Come on. No, man. I was about to say, but I ain't going to say it. Come on, man.
Say it.
No, hell no. Come on, man. Who put that up there? Who said chairman?
That was that? Wait, hold on. Where'd it
You
go?
ain't gonna get me, bro.
It's Sean.
Sean, you ain't gonna get
He was asking. Wow. We just here to serve the people. Shout out to our man Deuce who's listening right now. Deuce, we appreciate you. Thanks for
my man Deuce.
for most people they were after the game last, but for me they were this morning. So salute. One thing Deuce and Mo were talking about, and I think everybody noticed, especially if you watched De'Aaron in the post game. Everybody, by the way, was cussing in the post game. Everybody.
Kings are back.
Kings are back. Let's go.
De'Aaron took the trash talking personally.
Oh yeah. You don't like that, dog.
Yeah, he took that. He was like, "Yeah, they don't do
like
it very often." But I think he said, "Yeah, if you go ahead, come along for the ride." Then
We told Dave Garcia put it on the shirt. Put it on the shirt. You got something to say? Come along for the ride. And it really happens. It really happens. Like every time when people talk about him or the refs start doing some crazy stuff, like he just kind of gets turned up and starts killing.
Shout out to all the wonderful Sacramento media members, too, who were probably a little thrown off by Keegan and De'Aaron being out there at the same time. So they would ask each of them questions. And then, of course, when you do that, only one of them can answer. And then by the time it gets to the end of the answer and the other person's question, they forgot. And then the person would have to yell off mic what their question was to the other person.
Hey, look, don't, no, for real, don't say anything about it. Did you see my text? That's it to the coach.
Yeah, I saw that. I was actually awake when you sent that. Yep.
Come on, man.
We'll just leave it there.
Yeah, we'll just leave that in the group chat.
Oh man, come on, man. Boy, oh boy. This is a much better day than the last 2 days.
A lot better. And the thing is, there's still 2 games under 500.
We didn't fix anything.
They got a tough in my it is not in my mind. It is. It's a tough game against Memphis.
They got a tough back-to-back.
Yeah, and then that's right. They got the back-to-back with San Antonio, who is just back to beating it like Tim Duncan is back out there.
It's Sean Elliott out.
I think they went 20 years without beating the Spurs, then just kept beating them, and now all of a sudden, here we are again.
Jaren Jackson, the original, is out there beating their ass.
The original. Jaren Jackson, OG. Out there.
So yeah, it's tough, man. We didn't, and this is what we talked about yesterday. A win that I'm not going to act holier than now. I didn't think they were going to win yesterday, but a win wasn't going to solve everything. What's going to get people to kind of shift their thinking and change their mind about this team is it's going to be a run of how you play.
It's going to have to be a consistent stretch of games. Like they don't have to beat Memphis, but you have to beat San Antonio, right? There has to be a point where you can look back and go, they've won 5 of 6. They've won 6 of 7. They won 8 of 10 or something like that, to where it's not just, okay, well, they played well against Houston, because right now they played well against Houston, right? And that's what we have. And you're right. Like, it's awesome. Like, this is a lot more fun than yesterday. It's way more fun than Monday. But yeah,
there's still work to be
build
done.
On it. Yeah, build on it.
And you said it perfectly right there. You know, you kind of break things down a little bit, and you don't have to beat Memphis and San Antonio, but get one of those. And I'm not saying anything's a given because they're coming back home, but you come back home and you play Utah, and we can come back here on Monday and say they've won 3 or 4.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, that's kind of what we're looking for right there.
Yep.
And once again, like you mentioned, just build on that. Build some positive momentum, over the course of some time.
And maybe just, if it's cool, go back to hitting your free throws.
Well, no, it's not. Like, what do you want? 3s or free throws? Which ones?
No.
You can't have them both.
Well, I don't know what in sports Bible that's written in, but it's not a thing last night. But there's gonna come a point where the 3 drops, and you miss 3s, or excuse me, you miss free throws, and you wind up losing by 1 or 2, and you look at 7 missed free throws. You know, I was watching a little bit of De'Aaron on Run It Back with Lou and Chandler Parsons, and like, he smiles about it. You can see he's really agitated that he had a chance at 50 after the 60, because that is 60 and 49 is rarefied air. 60 and 50 sounds a lot different.
It's different.
And he knows, I missed 2 free throws, sat at 47, and then hit the next free throws that got me to 49. If I had and he says, if I had just hit 1, but I had the 50.
Yep.
Like, you go back and you look at it's the one at the Bucks game.
Yeah.
Scored 140 some odd points in that game. Just needed to make one free throw, and it's a different game. And it's like, all right, 60%, 12 of 20. I guess it's that old math Kenny was talking about earlier. Like, averages aren't fair, numbers aren't fair, percentages aren't fair, but this is how it works out. And then, Kings win by 9. No big deal. It's going to look different when they shoot 60%, miss 8 free throws, and lose by 2.
Yeah. And I want them to be aware of that right now, lock into that right now. And whatever mentality or whatever they had coming into the season, let's hear me when I say this. Let's take it seriously, the free throws. Not some, mean that they didn't take it seriously last year or anything. But it feels like there was a different level of focus coming into the season on free throws. It wasn't like, we'll just be better. Like, it'll all work itself out. Like, no, they were like, no, we got to make free throws.
Yeah.
And you've had a week or so where it's been a little spotty. Have that recheck in moment and say, no, we've got to hit free throws, guys. We got to get locked back into that and try to make sure that's not an issue at all this year. And the time to do it is right now. The time to do it is right now.
You mentioned this just a couple of minutes ago. Obviously, the Kings, I completely I don't want to say I forgot, didn't even recognize that last night was an NBA Cup game.
So are you less interested because the Kings don't have anything at stake? I kind of felt myself a little like that. Yesterday, I was kind of tapped in, but it was more, there weren't like, it didn't feel like there were knockout round bursts on the line, so to speak. And the ones that they were over immediately. They were in the East. I think Milwaukee and Detroit was for who's going to the knockout round. Milwaukee was up by 30 in the third quarter. Like, that was over. Yeah. I think New York and Orlando was a knockout round thing as well. And yeah, New York was smacking them around at the half.
Brutal.
So yeah, I wasn't like that tapped into like NBA Cup. And I wonder if it's that or the fact that the Kings didn't have anything at stake.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. First, I hope you're proud of yourself. Shout out to our man Ben for tapping in, and he says, "Yo, D-Lo, congrats on the new whip that doesn't exist." But to Kenny Caraway, I hope you're proud of yourself.
Like I said, prove it. Prove that it's not your car.
Okay, not doing.
Go try to open the door right now.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to do that. That car might shoot you if you try to open the door.
I feel like I might have saw the guy whose car it was down there. He was having a photo shoot in the lobby. I walked out of the restroom and walked into his picture. I was like, "What are you guys thinking of?" No lie. Open the door, walk out. Oh, sorry, brother. They're taking pictures right there.
All right, I'm curious because, like, what do you do?
Figurative brother or literal brother?
Figurative.
Okay.
So
who picks this spot as the location?
That's what I'm saying.
They had like a little bench next to it's like I wouldn't have picked it because
you're talking about downstairs.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't pick this place as a photo shoot.
It was a person in a suit. Like, what are we talking here? Was there a group of people?
He was in a suit. He looked like what's the guy's name? Is it Tim Hasselback or Matt? Which one's on TV?
Tim.
Yeah, he looked like Tim Hasselback.
Well, aren't they?
They're brothers. Yeah, but I don't know if they're both bald though.
Yeah, they're both bald.
No,
they're both
bald.
super bald.
Matt's a little bit bigger.
Tim's
a little thinner.
So he looked like the Hasselbacks.
Okay, fine. Look, well, you heard it first. Kenny says they all look alike, but go ahead.
But he was, I ain't never seen nobody have a photo shoot in this lobby. He might be like, "This is my building."
He might. He very well might.
I ain't never seen nobody have a photo shoot here. We've been here 3 years.
It very well might be his building.
So, and then when when I walked back in the doors, he was looking at me kind of funny, like, "Hey, bro, what you doing?"
This was after you took a video of his car. Well, I guess we know whose car it is now.
All right.
Oh man, that might have been his.
Only if the building's gonna end our lease. We're gonna be kicked
out.
For
sure. I was just about to say.
This is gonna be the reason why Odyssey has no place to work.
Be home.
D-Lo and KC home again.
We got to go back to Madison now.
Somebody get us the bottles. We're back at home.
I can't go back to Madison.
Deuce, can we borrow your fog machine? Poor Jesse got to go back with Will Kane.
I won't go back. I won't do it.
Will Kane and the unhoused person who almost certainly lives on the outside of the building.
Sometimes because Crystal works like in that area, so sometimes I'll drive past that building. There's just a bunch of cars in that parking lot for no reason, no clue what they do there.
I have an idea. Man.
Oh man. Boy, oh boy.
Wow.
Well, we had a good run, boys.
To answer your question, if I'm being completely honest, I never got into the NBA Cup this year. Maybe it was because it felt like the Kings maybe were out of it right from the start.
Immediately.
But it literally, it very, very literally wasn't until I turned the TV on. Oh, I forgot. It's Tuesday. It's not over.
Yeah.
It's just the Kings have kind of, played their way out of it. And I never was really tapped in. Like I just learned who's a part of it.
I am looking forward to the knockout rounds. They got some good games.
Yo, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And they're going to be.
It's basketball with stakes. It'll be,
yeah.
So to speak. It'll be fun.
It's OKC, Dallas on one side, the Rockets, Warriors on the other. In the East is the Bucks.
Yep. Hawks.
They're playing each other, Bucks and Hawks.
I just wrote the teams down. I didn't write the matchups down. I got Magic Bucks.
The Bucks are playing the Magic, I think.
Yeah, Magic, Bucks, Hawks, and your Knicks.
Trae Young at the Garden.
Yeah, there you go.
Come on now, they might be.
They've played well. I mean, the team that's really played well is the Bucks. We can get into that in a little bit, but yeah, no, the NBA Cup's fine.
The two throwaway games are just interesting. Like just games on the schedule.
Well, ours, the Kings, the fact that it's the Pelicans is funny, especially because I read something. I think Sham said this. Speaking of the Pelicans, the headline and salute to Hoops Hype because it got my attention. The headline said the New Orleans Pelicans are unlikely to waive Zion Williamson, and I was like,
huh?
Wait, was that a?
Yeah, wait.
Was that
to
a
him
thing?
Or wait?
And so I went and found the clip, and I guess Shams said I didn't get the impression he was speculating, but he was like, yeah, there's bumpers in place. The Pelicans could waive Zion Williamson with no ramifications.
Wow.
And he was pretty clear, like they're not going to.
Yeah.
But if this was just about money, yeah, they could do it. So that leads me to believe there was something in his contract, maybe about games played, maybe something in his contract about his weight has been violated. I don't think I realized it's been a month since he's played.
That's crazy.
I remember when he got hurt.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize that was it's a month ago.
And he kind of like, I don't know, it felt like he kind of got hurt like out of nowhere. Just one day, oh, Zion's out tonight. What happened? And it's been a month since Zion has played in, which is this was probably the most important season of his career so far, huh?
That would have been my opinion.
And he hadn't even been able to get started.
I don't know what you do at this point with him.
You trade him.
Yeah, you got to trade him.
You trade him, and you get what you can for him. You're not going to get the value or what you think you should have or what you could have got a year or two ago, but you get what you can from him, from a team.
Trey Lyles and Kevin Huerter. Take it or leave it.
Trey Lyles and Kevin Huerter is funny.
Yeah, you got to move on, and you got to talk about a reset. Like the Pelicans got to reset their franchise.
You do that without David Griffin, though, don't you?
Feels like it.
Probably without anyone there. Like Willie Green didn't work with him either.
Yeah, Willie got to go. I mean, because you
guys have hated Willie Green from.
Well, let's not go that far.
We don't hate him. It's just we don't see why you're crying in the play-in.
Yeah, true story. We're just confused. That's all. Got love for Willie, but yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, especially since they're damn near already there. Fire sale. Try and get Cooper. Try and get Ace Bailey. Try and get Dylan Harper. Like, be as bad as you can this year.
Yeah.
And that's what they should be doing. I don't know if they will, but
Yeah, I don't know, like, at what point in it. I mean, maybe, I mean, the trade deadline's in February. Maybe that's when it is, where you just kind of go. And that's the tough part, though, because we just said you do this without David Griffin. Why does David Griffin make the move to go, it's over? Like, you almost have to start at the top and go, all right, Griff is fired. And if you want to fire Willie Green along the way, too, like, whatever, you put interim guys in place and you make calls from the top. Because the Pelicans right now 4-18. Only team worse than them right now are the 15 straight lost.
Oh my goodness.
Washington Wizards, who are 2-17.
Oh my goodness. That is horrible. I mean,
the Jazz are there too at 4-17.
The Sixers are 5-14.
That's crazy. And no, Joel's not playing tonight, and neither is Paul George. That's crazy. Oh my God. The 76ers are 5-14, and they've won 2 in a row.
PG played last night. Did Joel play last night? Or Joel hasn't been back since.
I don't know if Joe played last night. I know Paul George isn't playing tonight, and I know Joel isn't playing tonight. Damn shame what happened to Daryl Morey's Philadelphia 76ers.
How is he not, like, we talking about Griff? Like, how is Daryl Morey just job security?
Oh, I don't know. I've never understood it. I have never understood it. I need to pull the box score here real quick. I think it's 30, but I do want to make a point. Yep, it is. Tyrese Halliburton.
Oh, he was cooking last night.
In an 11-point loss. 30 points. Let the record show Kenny and I were swamped from 4 to 7. Lineup was never set.
That's true.
Prize Picks record still intact.
See?
Never said it.
Like
I couldn't figure out, like, as you were doing beam money. Oh,
yeah. You know what it is. No, you know what it is, though. It is beam money.
I'm not pleased that I said that, but download America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, Prize Picks.
That's right. They got Picksmith going on.
Picksmith is jumping off.
For a shot to win up to 200 times your cash. It previously was 100 times your cash, but now 200 times your cash. Just download the app, put in the promo code KIFM, and you can also win $50 with your first.
Yeah, you don't even win $50. You get $50.
Yeah, you get it. You receive that.
Yep.
So put that promo code KIFM in there. You must be present in certain states. Prize Picks, run your game.
Best place to get real money sports action. Join over 10 million users and sign up today. Download the Prize Picks app.
You know, I lost last night. You know who lost it for me?
No.
De'Aaron and DeMar.
What were the numbers?
De'Aaron was 25, I think, and DeRozan was 20. Yeah, De'Aaron was 25 points. He finished with 22.
Ooh,
and DeRozan was
16
20 and a half. He got 16.
Yeah.
Yeah, 14 in the third quarter.
16.
But Jalen Green, he was over 18 points. He got 28. And Malik Monk, that's my guy. 1.5 3-pointers made. He had 4 last night. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back.
Just wanted to point out, record still intact, despite the fact that we were getting our jokes off yesterday.
Good call. I think Tyrese might be a stay away. I think it might be a stay away.
Yeah, because we're at what now? 4 or 5? Four of 6, maybe.
He's getting his legs under.
5, yeah. All right.
It might be a stay away.
All right. The bit might be over. It might be over.
But I also did say you got to do it until you lose.
I don't have to do anything. I'm gonna keep my money.
Well, when you play, you win.
Well,
in that particular game.
Well, yeah.
So you just until that don't.
We'll
work.
see what tomorrow looks like.
Yeah, until that don't work, you gotta keep going.
Facts. Until you lose it all, you keep going.
Words to live by. We'll come back.
They say this is a big rich town.
Week 14 power rankings. Any movement at the top? We'll talk about it. Steelum and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Let's get a little bitty in here, man. Here we go. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope ones. Big ups to my man over there. Don is dope. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Big ups to my people over there. And they had a press conference yesterday. Gervonta Tank Davis had a press conference for his upcoming fight that's going down in February. And he had a lot to say. One of the things that he had to say was he said after 2025, he's retiring. He said he's done with all this, man. He said a couple of reasons. He said he wants to kind of lay low, get into, real estate and add to that portfolio and make money and stay out of the way. He also said he wants therapy. He wants to start taking therapy. And he says he feels if he takes it now, it might mess up what he's got going on as a boxer, his mental, what's on the inside. I kind of believe him. I do kind of believe that he'll walk away from the game. Will he stay away? I don't think so. I think he'll retire at the end of the year. He'll be gone for maybe 18 months, and he'll come back. But here's the thing. You guys know I love boxing. The game has been nasty in 2024. And maybe you call me a homer or whatever, but ever since Al Heyman kind of stepped away from the game of boxing, it hasn't had a good year. I know everybody talking about, riot season and everything that's going on. I don't think that's a good thing at all. I know we're seeing the fights, but part of seeing the fights is experiencing, a fight week. And that is completely gone with everything they're doing with the Saudi bag. I think it's bad for the sport, to be honest with you. And yeah, it's had a bad year. And Tank possibly leaving. Canelo probably isn't too far away. They got to figure this out. They got to figure out somebody that can get these fights back here in the States on a regular basis and make the top fights. And then who's going to be the fighter that carries it? Because without Tank and Canelo, it's looking bleak out here, and I ain't talking Memphis. So boxing is at a rough spot right now, and 2025 needs to be a lot better than 2024. That's the 13th round. Have you had this, Jesse?
No, what is that?
It's in the stackness of fortitude.
Oh, in there. Yeah, we're down bad right now. We're at a point where there's more alcohol than normal drinks in that fridge.
Bro, I'm trying things at this point. That's where we're at.
Like, there's an Arizona with alcohol in it in there. I didn't even know they made that.
Jay Hardaway, I will say this. Do you think Tank is afraid of Shakur? Like, Shakur might win the fight. You think anybody's afraid to fight Shakur Stevenson?
Set up the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Shout out to all our people over at Sky River Casino, by the way.
Absolutely.
The ugly sweater video is going over big at the casino. You can head over to IG to see the video that Denzel Caraway started out. Just check out the amazing tree behind them and the incredible Christmas. It's not going to be this year, but I gotta Christmas the house up.
Is the tree up?
The tree's up. Yeah, the tree's
it was up before Thanksgiving, wasn't it?
It wasn't.
Settled down. Well, I'm glad you didn't do that.
Okay, look, you were already.
What was that? Yeah, whoa.
He was already preemptively.
By the way, I put my tree up before Thanksgiving. Thank you very much.
And he's okay for doing that.
Yeah.
And
let Thanksgiving happen.
Oh, sorry, we got to make sure we bless this turkey or whatever.
Yeah,
Thanksgiving.
I didn't even do Thanksgiving.
Yeah, what did you do?
Nothing. You're
like evil
small little dinner. Yeah, I did. I let the clock run out. I just let the clock run out. The next day, everybody was eating leftovers. I was like, I thought it was a solid play.
Thanksgiving is overrated.
Facts.
It's overrated.
Talk about it. I'm going to cook for Christmas.
That's not
overrated. It is. It's trash.
No.
It is.
Being thankful for your family or your group of people you're with, that's cool. But
it's also whack that you do this big-ass dinner and then 4 weeks later, you have to do it again. And you don't care because you don't cook.
No.
You've never stood in a kitchen for 9 hours to feed everybody.
No.
You come downstairs when the house is about to burn down. and the turkey been on the ground.
True. Everything looked like it was in place
Wanting
at
to
that
go,
point.
wanting to go play a football game.
Everything looked like it was in place. Everything was good.
Well, apparently the house almost burned down. If you haven't seen the video that we posted with the wake up call, go check it out. It was great work from everybody involved. It is on all of our Instagram pages. Let's get Tom in here. 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Tom, what's happening, my brother?
How you doing?
Good, man.
My take on the Keon Ellis situation. It was the previous game, and he made a bad mistake on the offensive end. And you could see him like raising his head back, thinking like, oh, I just screwed up. And then within a second, he fouls the other player.
Yeah.
So he made a couple mistakes in 1 or 2 seconds. And you could see Mike Brown standing there. If it was Terrence Davis, it would have been an on-court teaching moment. But
it's a good callback, Tom.
Several players came in, including Crowder. I remember Malik Monk and maybe De'Aaron, and they all were, pointing and talking and saying, dude, this was your first mistake, and this was your second mistake, all in a couple seconds. Don't do that. And I could see Mike Brown's face, and he was like, yeah, the players should do that. I shouldn't have to do that right there.
Man, a lot of people are calling back to that play. Yeah. It's not the first time we've seen this, though. I understand why I understand why people are calling back to the play. It's not the first time we've seen a moment like that with a player. He uses Terrence Davis. I think he almost did it as the tongue in cheek to reference the on court. Just if Terrence didn't come back after that on court demonstration and hit a couple of threes or do a couple of things that got Mike's attention, we might not see him for the next week. That's not uncommon. Right. And that's why that idea isn't crazy.
And even with that, I think the thing that also stands out for me is Mike talking about it directly after the game, talking about things that we aren't doing right and attention to detail. And then he goes into detail about that specific play.
Yeah. And
you put all that stuff together, and then you see him not play last night, Keon Ellis. It's like, that probably pissed off Mike. That play pissed off. And I like Keon Ellis. I would not have given him a DNP, but I can also say at the same time, I understand Mike. I was pretty furious in my living room as well when that happened. That was, and it's not Keon's fault, just like it wasn't all Keegan's fault and all this other stuff. But that play summarized like what the problem was. Like you can't have those type of moments.
Yeah.
You just can't. And I understand the frustration.
It was the third or the second. It was the third
quarter. Yeah. And I understand the frustration. Like I said, I would have played him yesterday. And once again, we don't know if that's why he didn't play.
Right. And
we're kind of speculating.
So what I was going to say is yesterday we asked, hey, maybe we're overreacting to what's going on with the Kings as a whole. Maybe we're overreacting to this. Maybe this was a matchup thing for Mike, and it was just bad timing.
Mm-hmm. Could be the case, man. And I hope it is. And I do think that, we're going to see. We'll see. I think we'll see Keon Ellis. I don't know if it's Thursday or games after that with it, but I don't think he's just going to be glued to the bench. I think he'll get out there and play. I remember last time we thought that, maybe he wouldn't play. Was after what game? It was the Jazz game when he turned the ball over with Orlando Robinson, who we haven't seen since then either. But he turned the ball over. Mike gets him out of the game. He doesn't play the rest of the game. We're like, oh man, this was like mid to late third quarter. We're like, oh man, he benched Keon or whatever. And then Keon plays like 35 minutes the next game. Mm-hmm. So that could be the case here as well.
And again, we have a back-to-back because we'll take the floor in Memphis.
Ready.
There's a back-to-back coming up with Memphis and San Antonio. Sometimes you whether it's the first night or the second night, you see Mike get a little further into the bench. Mm-hmm. It's important to point out it's not like 10 guys played last night, and Keon wasn't one of them. And I'm not counting the 90 seconds at the end or the 2 minutes at the end or whatever it was. Talking about in game.
Right.
There was no Jordan McLaughlin. No one got picked over him. It was really Herter. Herter was the guy who was going to play last night. He was playing well, and he was playing well from jump. So Mike kept the rotation tight. The game was tight for the duration, and he didn't deviate from 8 guys. I'd be a little more concerned about what Keon might look like moving forward if Mike had played Jordan McLaughlin, if he had played 10 guys. But that didn't happen.
Right.
So we're overreacting. All of us collectively, I think, are overreacting to DNP, and I think it was probably the situation. I think it was the way Kevin was playing.
Yeah.
You're going to ride Malik. You're going to ride his minutes on the court, maybe a little bit stronger than you have in the past, now that he's a starter. And you desperately needed a win, so you were going to ride with those guys. Isaac Jones has been playing well for you, and Jay Crowder is going to give you what you saw from Jay Crowder last night every time he steps on the floor, so you could play him double-digit minutes. I don't think like Mike chose to not play Keon. I think it was the way that the game went. I was like, all right, we're keeping this tight. This game is tight. Kevin's playing well. Let's go with what we got here, see if we can close this out.
I agree.
And they did.
Yeah, I agree with you. And in certain cases, I think matchups do play a part. Maybe he looked at that, some of the matchups last night and felt like he needed to go a different way. And one of the things that I'll use an example of is I would guess you probably see Alex Lynn on Thursday. With Zach Edey out there.
Oh, yeah.
You ain't going to have Crowder guarding Edey.
Well,
you
might.
No, you really might.
Funny little bitch. What are you going to do? He's going to put like his elbow in like his side, just talking to him the whole time.
Give him
yeah. And then wave to him. I love Jay Crowder. That's terrific.
Yeah, man. Shout out Jay Crowder, man. But, you might
But
see
yeah,
Alex
I
Lynn.
got you. Yeah.
You got a 7'4" guy out there
who,
hasn't
played well. Alex Lynn, not.
Yeah.
Like Alex Lynn has not played well. Like we talk about moments, end of quarter execution. Like Alex had a bad one this year. He had one arguably as bad as the one Keon had.
Right.
Like, so, attention to detail. Yeah, Alex is a little bit, guilty of a lapse there too.
Yeah. And it's easier said than done. It's easy for me to say this, in front of a microphone. But when the true test of a team and how they're going to perform sometimes is guys just being ready. You never know. You never know when you're going to be called. You never know when somebody's going to roll their ankle. You know what I mean? And you got to be step into duty. And these guys got to stay ready. Alex Lynn's got to stay ready, be ready for his moment. Keon, if it is a situation where he doesn't play for a few games or gets low minutes or something like that, he's got to be ready for the night they look at him to, play 25 minutes. And once again, it is easier said than done. But I think all the good teams have those type of benches where you can throw somebody out there for however many minutes that night, and they're ready to compete for you. And that's what needs to happen here.
Can we show our guy Will Z some love?
Always.
Real quick.
Always.
I was able to catch Will Z's swing stat. And he had fast break points. Talking about how the Kings allow the fewest fast break points in the league. And the Rockets, they give up or they score the second most. The fast break points for the game were Kings 13, Rockets 12. So he hit on he hit on that stat. He said, keep an eye on this, see what happens. Yeah. They held the Rockets well under their average, scored one more than they did. That was about what the Kings average is, which isn't great, but held the Kings way under their average. And it was like, all right. I see you cooking over there, Will.
Hey, man, the Kings, one of the stories yesterday was they just didn't get their ass beat in something. Whether it's rebounding or they didn't get their ass beat in something.
Oh, okay.
Whether it's rebounding, turnovers.
This dude really went downstairs and filmed a video. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you thought we were joking?
No, I'm doing a radio show here. I'm a goddamn professional. And I'm looking like, why are my Twitter mentions looking like this? Oh, it's because this jackass runs down during a commercial break to film a video.
What?
Sweet
People
car.
wanted to know. They wanted to see.
Yeah, what did you think? Like the story was of the guy looking at Kenny weird when he walked
Tim
back.
Hasselback was really looking.
I thought you were talking about this morning.
No, he's looking at Kenny weird because he took a video of his car.
Tim Hasselback was looking at me crazy.
I work with a bunch of children.
I'm not gonna fight you, bro. I'm not gonna fight you on that.
Doing numbers though.
Oh, now
numbers.
you've got Deuce in on the gimmick too. No, this is funny. No, everyone's got the ha. No, everyone's funny. It's good.
What they said they saw you driving the last night.
No one saw. You know that's a lie.
No, you'd be on the freeway. Oh, that's Damien right there.
Oh, last night I was disappointed too. This was a wild story that we don't have to get into, but it turned the beam off at midnight.
Don't they always do that?
Yeah, I thought they had changed the policy where maybe it went to like 2 a.m. or something like that. But on my way to where I was going,
where were you going?
Going to work.
No, tell the story. Tell the story so I can tell my part of the story.
So, okay, look, we've got the ugly sweater, the video that's up right now.
Yep.
You know, we're in conjunction with the wake up call. We all got these. I actually do kind of like the ugly sweaters from Sky River. And last night when we were doing the 102.5 show, Damien's like, hey, man, the timing is crazy. Make sure you bring the sweater home with you or whatever. It's because we might just have to film some stuff separately or whatever. I was like, all right, bet. So then they convene as I'm watching the game. He's like, all right, this is what we're going to do for the video. And I was like, oh, man, I forgot the sweater in my locker.
Now, can you confirm? Because in my head, this went a certain way. And when you told me the story, like I just couldn't believe it. Wasn't the last thing I said to you when you left to get your sweater?
So. Maybe it was, and maybe I didn't hear you.
I mean, besides bye?
It may. I don't.
Yeah,
I don't know.
you probably.
I don't know.
Okay.
Because you told me earlier. That's when I remember you saying, like when you broke down.
Yeah, because the thing was falling apart during the 5 o'clock hour. It was like, all right.
That's what I remember you
We're
saying.
clearly the only radio show that doesn't call Complex 6 times a day. And it was like, all right, this whole plan that we had for tomorrow, it fell apart earlier in the afternoon because of a scheduling change.
Yeah.
We were trying to get it fixed, and it's like, all right. In my head,
You
the
might
last
have.
thing I said to you was, hey, all right, don't forget your sweater. And
You
that was
might
it.
have. I either didn't hear you or I was just.
It was 5:50.
getting out of here too quick.
Kenny doesn't get paid to listen to me past 5:50.
So I was like, oh, I forgot it. So then I was running down, like, okay, how am I going to do this? I thought we had a meeting here this morning. I was like, I don't know.
Canceled.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to have enough time to film it. I could just put it on here and film it, but I don't know. And then, I wanted to be considerate of the people who were editing the video. I didn't want to give it to them at 5 minutes before noon and be like, hey, make the edit. So I was like, you know what? I'm sitting there, I'm putting Ryan to sleep. It's like 10:30. I was like, man, I gotta go out there and go get this thing. And I went out here to go get it, not knowing if I'd be able to get in the building.
Yeah, that's the crazy part.
I was like, I think I can. I don't know.
The fob gets you in, the phone does not.
Ooh.
You can't get in downstairs with the phone.
Yeah, so I had the fob and I was able to get in.
I've learned that.
So the moral of the story is, on my way here, I saw the beam. I was like, oh, there we go. Yeah, let's go. And I was like, man, I'm gonna get a little video on the way back. You know what I mean? Driving back, I hit 5. Hey, I don't see the beam. Where's it at? Where's it at?
The King's lost. The beam's gone.
They shut the thing down at midnight. Boo. Leave it up till 2 a.m. Vivek. I'm not paying your electric bill, but leave it up till 2 a.m. Because what if, I mean, it wasn't the case last night because it was what was it, Tuesday? Well, what are people coming outside the club? After a Kings win, let them take some pictures with the beam outside the club. Outside the bars.
I'm hoping I can see it on my way home from Sky River on Friday.
That's the plan. You can see it from. Nah, you can't see it from Sky River because they don't have an overpass over there. But I can see it from where my house is. If I go over the overpass.
There's a spot where I walk, where I can look and see the city all the way. I could see Sacramento, and I'm like, I wonder, what?
Don't say what. Like, you can't do that. Yeah. I walk outside my house and boom. There's the city. All in its glory.
You guys are
like you're Batman, bro. Like you're Batman.
Jackasses. No, I'm all right. Forget it, dude.
I'll tell you a story.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, story time is over. Don't get no stories here. I'm looking at my mentions. Oh, Matt George is funny. This is his sidecars too. There's more in the garage. Oh, that's funny. You got poor Joe Brazil. Meanwhile, I'm getting my 07 Mazda jump started in the parking lot. Seth is the best. Oh, this is great. Everybody's funny. No, everybody's got jokes, all based on lies. This is how misinformation. This is why we're in the position we're in.
Why?
Misinformation gets spread.
Hey, like I said, you haven't proved that it's not your car.
Elon Caraway over here.
You haven't proved it. See, there it goes. Man.
That's
Come on,
not very
man.
nice.
Come on, those are fighting. Furniture's gonna be moving. Reagan was enough, but now Elon Caraway. That's gone too far.
CV says D'Lo has a Batmobile like Joe Burrow. Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, Joe Burrow bought one of them.
He bought like $3 billion Batmobile.
I remember
the Dark Knight one.
Yeah, I remember I saw they were on sale. Matter of fact, and they're not street legal.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like it's like literally just a decoration.
If I had money, I would spend my money on something stupid like that.
A $3 million decoration is crazy.
I try to figure out how to make it street legal. I ain't gonna pay that and not be able to drive it.
Rick Ross the thing and build a track around your house.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of the weekend, because we did say power rankings were coming.
Yep.
Football. Did you? All right. This is the third day. I'm not. I just want to know if you saw it and what you thought about it. You hear Tom Brady talking about the Trevor Lawrence thing?
I did.
Just another perspective. I mean, it's just. I'm not saying right or wrong. It's just a different perspective. That's all.
I mean, it's interesting to hear quarterback of Tom Brady's caliber talk about it. What was he on?
It looked like
you don't
FS1.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, but it's even worse than that. You know. Okay. He's on Cowher.
Oh, that's not as bad. I thought you was gonna say he was on what's Big Boy's name?
Oh no, hell no.
Yeah, that
that's
one.
what I was thinking.
What are they on? Kick out?
I don't even know. Is he still on that?
I think so. I don't know. I really don't know. He pops up every 2 months or so.
Yeah, normally it's because someone's. Well, never mind.
Yeah. He just needs to talk about snacks. Like LeVar said. LeVar said, "You can't tell me anything outside of snacks."
Man, we really just stopped hearing from LeVar.
Stopped hearing from him, man. He popped up.
Got his kids to the league. He did his job.
He did what he was.
He did his job. He popped up, I think, over the summer. Saying something. I saw LeVar somewhere, but yeah, you don't hear from him like that no more.
Let's hit this button.
They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's pond.
Week 14 power rankings. Last week, I had the Packers as the first. I'm sorry, I had the Ravens as the first team out last week. Vikings at number 5, the Chiefs at number 4, Eagles at number 3, Bills at number 2, Lions at number 1. This week, Packers the first team out. Vikings stay at number 5.
Interesting.
Got the Chiefs at number 4.
They're just garbage, I guess. Now.
They're not garbage.
They just keep sliding down your list.
Well, they were 4 last week. They're 4 this week.
I thought they were 3 last week.
No.
They were 3 2 weeks ago.
The Bills.
Might have been 1 2 weeks ago because that's when the Bills beat them.
Yeah, when they lost, when the Chiefs lost, that's when I started making some moves.
BCS Barley.
So I got the Chiefs at 4. I actually dropped the Bills to 3. I'm giving the Eagles a little more credit for their victory over Lamar and the Ravens, and I have moved the Eagles all the way up to number 2 with the Lions staying at number 1.
That is fair. That
fly,
is
Eagles,
fair.
fly.
Wow.
They hey.
Oh, man.
They're playing.
Oh, man. That hurt. That hurt to hear my boy
It
say
didn't
that.
feel good. Yeah, not a fan of this development. I was laughing on their grave 6 weeks ago.
Shout out to Nick Sirianni.
Bro, we
don't have to go that far.
We were talking about, we had a conversation about him getting fired after the bye.
Right.
Or during the bye. It's like, nah, you're out of here, bro. And a hell of a turnaround. I haven't
Saquon, but that's a legit conversation.
It is.
That's a real, it's not like cute. It's a real conversation.
For MVP?
It's a real conversation. It's still not going to happen. No,
I think it's Josh Allen.
Yeah.
I think it's Josh Allen, but
you need the Bills to lose a couple games, I think. But locking up the AFC East already before December's even damn near started is pretty crazy.
Matter. That division's not good.
Well, yeah, but they'll credit like that to him though.
Yeah, he's
and that's fine. If he breaks the record, if Saquon breaks the record, oh, you said AFC East. I'm sorry, you didn't say NFC. You said AFC.
Well, AFC East.
It's
not good either.
If Saquon can break the record in 16 games, that noise will be pretty loud. If he does it in 17, like I still think it's there. But if he does it in 16, I think the noise is extra loud.
Yeah. No, he's in the conversation, but I think Josh Allen. We're waiting for the results of Pennsylvania to come in.
Everyone in New York. Oh, Jesus Christ, we're waiting on Pennsylvania.
It's about over.
That's probably true. Yeah. He's having a hell of a year. And he has moments. But the thing is, Saquon I don't know why I said it like that. Saquon has moments too.
Saquon.
He got moments too.
He does. He has.
Lamar doesn't.
Lamar, man. Dang.
Shout out Lamar. We came close this year. We came close.
I thought the three-peat was there, but God bless it.
That reminds me. I was going through
Well, Soren says Saquon won Iowa. Well,
that reminds me.
Lamar won California.
I was going through my through my computer yesterday, and I came across the document that was started on October 17th about the belts. Are we changing belts? It was unanimous Lamar.
The
for
belt
football.
The belts are dead.
You're the one who kills the belts, to be honest.
The belts are dead.
When was the last time the belts came up?
October 17th.
It's December 4th.
Yeah, we give it some time.
Yeah.
We got basketball.
This is the old Hulkamania schedule where he defends the title 4 times a year.
When should the belts come out? In boxing, it's 2 times a year.
Really?
We're not going to do it that much.
Really, we're boxing?
Well, UFC's like 2 times a year.
Really? We're going to do UFC?
I'm just saying. Those are when the people have the belts.
Josh Allen has the belt right now.
John Cena used to
yours right now.
Yes, Josh Allen has the belt right now. We can check back at playoff time, I guess, in a month.
Okay. Then I'm gonna go Saquon then.
Oh, now we're getting testy. I like it.
I'm gonna go Saquon.
You know what? I'm gonna go Josh Allen.
That's fair.
I'm gonna go Josh. Josh Allen has been very, very good.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm going Josh Allen. We could do this later. We could never do it or whatever, but I think we have some questions about the basketball belt.
I'm pretty good about mine.
Freaking clue who has it.
I don't think you ever put your belt on someone. Yeah. Running TNA like Dixie Carter or whatever her name is.
So no one has my belt?
No, you never put it on anyone.
Giannis had mine, and Tatum has Jesse's.
Yeah, Tatum's on a Roman Reigns run right now to start the season.
You can think about it if you want. And I'll give you my power rankings when we come back.
Don't try to throw us to commercial. Stealing with KC on ESPN 1320.
I don't know what this is. I can't believe
Yeah, HR is in a bad spot right now.
I used to rock with TNA. It wasn't that bad when they did the 8-sided ring, the 6-sided ring?
6. Like Samsung has a TNA channel.
Is it like the old school TNAs or like the new one?
That sounded weird. It has an Impact channel. It's like all of it. Like they just like you could tune in and you might see like Kurt Angle, or you might see whatever is on now.
Is AEW bigger than TNA then?
Is AEW bigger than TNA? Yeah.
I think so too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go yes.
You guys gonna make it out to the last hour of that holiday party tomorrow?
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll wrap up after this show. We'll wrap up after this show and head down. Nick Sirianni, what coach is a bigger surprise this year? Oh, shoot, Nick Sirianni or Sean Payton? I'll go Sean Payton because I thought the Eagles were probably good. I didn't know if the Broncos were good or not. And Sean Payton's working with a rookie quarterback, so I'll give the credit to Sean Payton. I'll give both of them credit, but to answer your question, I think I'll go Sean Payton.
I'd go with Nick Sirianni because I wasn't even sure if the Duke could coach.
Understood. Well, how hard? Hey, give Saquon the ball.
Yeah. It seems like Vic Fangio fixed that defense.
They say this is a big rich town. I love that Sky Rivers loving this video too.
Did Bo Nix get drafted before or after the Raiders pick?
Before. Was Bo Nix? Bo Nix, I think, was the one that everyone was like, this is kind of a reach.
Yeah, Bo Nix was kind of like they were talking about him like he was the leftovers.
Right. I just come from the poet's part.
David, sad thing is that you're probably right. Daniel Jones will be starting for the Raiders day one.
You might be right.
Leezy, nothing's up with OBJ. He just is who he's been for like the last 5 years.
You might be right. Sky River Casino, where we will be coming up this Friday, a couple days from now. Hope you could join us. We are expecting this to be the biggest show that we've ever done. 12 to 4, D'Lo and Casey live here on ESPN 1320. 4 to 6, Flashback Friday, live with DJ Complex. Out on the patio, we're doing our show from the patio for the very first time ever. 100% throwbacks. DJ Complex in the mix. We're going an hour straight in the 4 o'clock hour. We'll take a quick break and do an hour straight in the 5 o'clock hour, live on 102.5 KSFM, all leading in to Trivia Night. Are you smarter than Kevin with the wake-up call? Great chance to win some prizes, have some great food, and a lot of drinks. So come check us out. This Friday, our biggest live show ever, 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino. Your power rankings, my good sir.
Yeah, man. Last week I had the Lions at 1, the Chiefs at 2, the Bills at 3, Eagles 4, Steelers 5. I think the Ravens were a first team out for me. This week, the Packers are the first team out. They're moving on up. They've got a big game on Thursday. So they got an
I
opportunity.
need people to recognize what a sign of respect that is from Kenny.
Well, like I said, they're a good team. They're a good team. I didn't think they were on the level of these other teams, but they can change that with a big win on Thursday in Detroit. Detroit, who's got some injury issues too. Like I don't want to say they're leaking oil, but keep your eye on Detroit. Keep your eye on Detroit.
Okay.
But Packers are first team out. Steelers are at 5. Eagles are at 4. Been looking very impressive though. I got the Chiefs now at 3, and I've got the Bills now at 2. That was the only movement.
Okay.
Lions still number 1. But Eagles were very impressive on they didn't move up in the power rankings, but they were very impressive with that win against Baltimore.
You know what it was for me is you had kind of thrown you're a big reason the Eagles moved to 2 and I dropped the Bills back a little bit was because you had kind of thrown dirt on the 49ers. I wasn't ready to. I don't know if I was holding out hope or just being stupid, but when I saw the game kind of going the way that it was like, Kenny was right, which I don't know why I would ever question you talking about the 49ers, but he was right about this one. It's over. So I just looked at the Eagles win a little bit different. I thought the Ravens needed that. Like they've lost a couple of big games. I think they beat Buffalo earlier in the year, but they've lost to Kansas City. Yeah, I think Buffalo's the only one that they got, and that was early in the season. But yeah, the recent ones they lost Pittsburgh. I was like, they need to get this one. They had that tight one. I think it was against Cincinnati, maybe on a Thursday night. But couldn't do it. And a big reason for, Philadelphia, they couldn't do it because of what Philadelphia did.
Right. Philadelphia kind of handled them.
I put a lot of value into the Philadelphia Eagles win.
Do you look at do both of you guys, do you look at Baltimore the way maybe I look at Minnesota and Green Bay? Like they're a good team, but they're not a championship team. Based off, they got 5 losses now, and every time they play a good team, they haven't been able to get the job done. Are you still looking at them as a championship contender? Did you ever look at them as a championship contender?
I did. It's tough. I absolutely did. But man, you don't have to win those games during the regular season as long as you get to the postseason. But when you match up against, like you play Buffalo again, I don't feel good about saying Baltimore is going to win that game. Baltimore though, Lamar is there, and Derrick Henry is there.
Man, and Hollywood Brown.
As long as you got that, you've got one of the best offenses I think we've seen in the last couple of years. Yeah, I mean they are, but man, it's tough.
I still believe in Baltimore.
I do too. It kind of goes against
the Chiefs don't look great. I mean, they're winning games, so you give them credit for that. But I can see Baltimore beating them.
Would you pick? So that's what I was about to ask you. You'd pick Baltimore to beat Kansas City, not right now, but in
call it a toss-up. I can see either team winning. Wouldn't shock me if Baltimore won or if the Chiefs won.
I could see Baltimore winning that game.
You guys starting to come around how I feel about Kansas City. They just don't look.
They can still make a run to the Super Bowl.
They didn't really look great last year, and they won the Super Bowl. So
yeah, I see it as they play a different brand of football at this point.
Yeah,
looks ugly, but it wins ball games.
I'm not, but I understand
Mahomes
why you
keeps
feel the way
begging for a blowout, and they're in these 1-score games every week.
Yeah, I mean the Raiders one is a division game it was a short week. It was a Friday. It wasn't a Thursday, but it's still a short week.
Those games are always weird too for the Chiefs.
Yeah, I don't care. Like, what's their point differential? Does anybody know? I was gonna say it can't. It's got to be something crazy. Stand by.
Probably less than 50.
I'll pull it here. Oh, it has to be.
Yeah, and like you say, I mean,
where's Kansas City? Kansas City.
They're winning games.
How do I get you?
What'd you say?
I said it's less than 50.
Well, you want to go?
I just saw it.
Oh. It's 54.
That's a win for me. No, that's a win for me. I'm the only one who played. Wow. I'm the only one who played.
Wow. This guy, 54.
Oh, look at the poor Raiders.
Like, what's the oh, Jesus. The Raiders are minus 110. Well,
oh man, they've been playing good as of late too.
The Panthers. So the worst in the league, the Raiders are minus 110. The Titans and the Jaguars,
who play this weekend, by the way,
are minus 111. And then you've got the Carolina Panthers, who are minus 149.
It's progress.
Hey, check out the other. What's crazier, that or the division leader being minus 34?
Oh,
the Falcons are a minus 34.
We tried to give credit to the NFC South this season too, but it just turns out it's just the same division it always is.
No, is the crazier number Carolina's minus 149 or Detroit's plus 180?
Woo! Yeah, Detroit, they didn't smack around.
The closest to that is Buffalo at plus 131. There's a 49-point difference.
Yeah, the Lions have on 3 occasions they just beat the hell out of people. They won 10 straight games. That is, the longest streak in the league right now.
I've never looked at this number before. The Buffalo Bills have 18 net touchdowns.
What?
The Detroit has 27.
What is that?
It's probably touchdowns scored against giving up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got you.
That's ridiculous. Meanwhile, Carolina's minus 18.
Or Carolina. Like I said, they played better in recent weeks, too.
Oh, man.
Kenny had him in the power rankings. Is Russell Wilson good?
Man,
he looked good.
He put up a performance.
He looked good.
Although everybody beats up on the Bengals defense.
He looked good.
They I was listening to something and they were talking about this. And they were talking about like Joe Burrow's actually been balling this year. Like he's killing. His defense is just awful.
I think I saw a stat. They got 99 points in their last 3 games. Lost all 3.
Joe Burrow, 33-37 when it comes to yards. Oh, man. 30 touchdowns, 5 interceptions.
Wow, that's Joe Burrow?
Joe Burrow completed
Wow.
67% of his passes. And they're 4-8 or something like that?
Terrible. The Cincinnati
That's
Bengals
tough.
are 4-8.
Is he back to being one of the 4 horsemen of quarterbacks? Lamar, Mahomes, Allen, and
It kind of feels, I mean, I don't know. It kind of feels that way. I don't know if you can. I don't know, but damn.
Let me try something.
He leads the league in passing yards.
Really?
At 33-37 leads the league.
Man.
Touchdowns at 30 has to be top 5, if not leads the league. It does lead the league.
I thought I was about to drop a dime on you, and I'm not.
Oh, no, you got to give it now.
Well, I was looking at Jaden Daniels' numbers.
They kind of fell back a little bit.
No. They're just not where they're just not anything close to not at all close to what your boy is. I'll check one more, and I know these aren't going to be. It's not. I mean, this is far from bad, but 22-9 is Goff.
He's playing really well. He's playing. He had a 5 interception game too. That really
He
messed
did.
up.
That's crazy. You know whose interceptions have gotten just out of control is my boy.
Who's that?
Kirk Cousins?
Wow. What?
I threw 4 picks, I think, the other day. I don't know.
No, Baker.
Baker.
Baker went like the first 4 weeks with throwing like 1 interception, and then he just started throwing them in bundles. He's at like 20. He's at 25-11 now.
Damn.
But he started the season where he had thrown two interceptions through the first like 4 or 5 weeks, and then it was just like 2, 2, 3, 3, 4. Damn, Baker, chill.
Yeah. Lamar, he's still 29-3 with touchdowns and interceptions.
Yeah, Lamar's numbers are kind of
32-90.
crazy. Those are just passing touchdowns too.
Lamar's record took him out of it.
Yeah.
Because even, I mean,
Well, and he got roughed up by the guys in the MVP conversation.
because even, and this guy got rushing touchdowns too. But Josh Allen, his numbers are 20-5 with 2691 passing yards. I'm not looking at it right now. He probably has close to 10 rushing touchdowns, though. I would think. So
Kevin Durant left the Suns win against the Spurs last night with a sprained ankle in the second quarter. Obviously, they're going to be watching that pretty closely. When I say they, I don't mean the Phoenix Suns. I mean the NBA, because you talk about two different basketball teams with KD and without KD. Phoenix Suns are very, very different.
What are they, 11-2 with KD?
Yeah.
I think that was
Thankfully, the Kings played them twice without KD.
When they play him again? I don't think so. April.
Yeah, why don't we get one of those for the in-season tournament?
Right. Yeah, man. Gotta find a way to keep him healthy if you're Phoenix, man, because he has been a true game changer when he's out there. Not just in terms of like wins a lot, but like you look at his play. Like he's been dominant out there on the offensive end, and he's changed everything when he's in the lineup. But now this is the second time where he just hasn't been able to stay healthy. And I don't know. They said a week to 2 weeks. For this one, so yeah, they'll be careful. They'll be careful. Did you see the end of that Warriors Nuggets game?
I did.
Would you have said he called a timeout?
I don't think I would have, to be honest.
I don't think so either. It looked like
I would have.
He was about to, and then he said, "Oh, we don't have any," and he stopped.
Yeah,
that's what it looked like.
Steve Kerr went so hard.
Steve Kerr.
I kept thinking, did I get it wrong? Like, because my first inclination was he did, because you're like conditioned. That's what you think is happening,
right?
But then when you watch it again, it's like, oh, I don't think he actually did.
Yeah,
I thought the referees, I know Steve doesn't agree. I thought the referees showed good discretion in not going with what you think is going to happen,
right?
And they, I thought the pool reporter question, I thought the response was they weren't assessed the technical foul because we didn't grant him a timeout.
Mm-hmm.
And I
thought
it was fine.
I saw Steve Kerr's reaction before I saw the play, and I was like, oh man, I need to see what happened here. I understand why Steve Kerr feels how he feels. It's a lot closer than you would think if you just listen to Steve Kerr. It wasn't as blatant of him calling a timeout. When I saw it, first of all, like they said on Inside the NBA, guy rolled around 4 times before he came to a stop. I didn't know you could do that. Yeah. But it was really close. It looked like he was about to make that motion, and he said, "Oh no, I can't." And he even says like, "No."
Yeah.
Like a wrestler. No. He said, "No, I didn't call it." And I thought that was fair, but I understand why Steve Kerr feels how he feels.
Yeah, Steve was furious. I'm watching it back again. Watch the way he rolls on the ground is hilarious. That's hilarious. Roll. He doesn't do it. He doesn't do it.
Starts the motion, and it feels like
you know what?
It back real quick.
You know what I think throws Steve Kerr off? So he doesn't do it. So yeah. So what might have thrown? Well, I don't know. Steve's got to go for his guys. But when he puts his hand up at the very end, it looks like he's doing that, but he's not.
Right.
He's almost like, no, I didn't. He's like, no, I didn't. It's like the old, I ain't foul him. He's like, I ain't call timeout. His hand goes up.
Yeah.
I understand like all parties. I don't think he called timeout, to be honest. Like I don't. But more importantly, that's the Warriors. Is James coming on today? What day is today?
Today's Wednesday.
James
didn't know he had to come on when I was on the show. He's like, "What's on D-Lo and KC?" I said, "Mark Haynes. We're talking about the Kings. You'll be there." He said, "I will be there."
No, thanks, James.
He said, "I will." Oh yeah.
That's 5 straight for the Warriors. That's 5 straight losses.
It's tough. There was a lot of people, on my Twitter timeline who are Warriors people who they were retweeting themselves, and I saw them when they mentioned it, a little bit more than a week ago. They're like, all right, you handle business, against, some relatively easy competition. Now you got some big boys coming up. Let's see what you guys can do. And they've struggled. They struggled. No Draymond last night, and they say he got a calf strain.
Ooh. Ooh.
Who knows? Who knows? So
It's tough. Where's Golden State? Because Golden State's in the tournament, right?
They are. Yeah. They're playing the Rockets.
That's right. That's right. Yep. They got the Rockets coming up tomorrow.
No, they play.
Well, they have whether that's in
schedule?
season. They have the Rockets coming up tomorrow.
Oof, geez,
So they've lost
in a week.
Yeah, they've lost to the Spurs, the Nets, the Thunder, the Suns, the Nuggets, and they've got the Rockets coming up tomorrow night.
That schedule for them is woo-wee.
And then they'll have the tournament. You said they got the Rockets after that. Then they got 2 games with Minnesota.
Yeah.
And then I'm guessing that's the in-season tournament game, right? The Rockets one.
The one tomorrow is a regular game.
Yeah, and then the one on the 11th is the in-season tournament. And then they'll have Memphis. Minnesota again.
Yeah, that's also depending, right? Like they might win that game against the Rockets and play. Well, no, they still got like a game that's just out there. Would they play
so they would play. Oh, so you're right, because if they lose to Houston, they have to play the whatever game.
Yeah, they play the loser of OKC Dallas
in a regular season game.
Mm-hmm.
It's confusing. It's stupid.
Well, just you play the loser.
Shut up. What if the Lakers and the Kings play 5 times? Hi, James.
We never found out.
What's up, guys?
No, just
what's going on,
talking
man?
crazy.
James is right. James looking for Drew Down right now.
Well, James was like, I told you the Warriors were trash.
Yeah, and Drew would always be like, "Oh, what are you talking about, James?" And here's James.
Well, see, that's why Kyle wasn't there today. I sent him to Drew Down's house to talk trash.
Very good.
Shout out Drew Down, man. Big ups to my guy.
What was the big difference last night, Hammer, for the Kings against the Rockets? A very good Rockets team.
Man, I hate saying this. They played harder. They played with more intensity. They left it all on the floor. That's it. Somebody got them angry, and they took it out on a Rockets team that typically is the one who gets people angry. And I thought they were the more physical team. I thought that they were more aggressive. And it wasn't the entire game, but as soon as Dylan Brooks started playing around and tried to bait Sabonis into some stuff, and then Fox got into it, it was game over. And the Kings, realistically, in the Western Conference, if you don't bring that every night, if you don't bring the same, energy and intensity and execution, you're going to get thumped. And the Kings are learning that very quickly, that the Western Conference is no joke, and that the NBA is no joke. And if you're not going to take it serious, you're not going to show up every day with a level of compete, then you're going to be 9-12, and everyone is angry and not happy with you. And so that I think that's what it was. This team, they showed up. And now they got to do it for another 60 games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Dylan Brooks. I told James earlier, man, I'd love to have Dylan Brooks on the squad. I really would. Mm-hmm. But watching the game, in the middle of the game, because I'm out there playing.
Definitely,
we get competitive out there.
Yep.
And Dylan Brooks was getting those Devin Booker adjectives.
Oh no!
Yeah, he tried to mess with
Domas.
That
man out his name.
He was trying to mess with Domas and everything. Hey, I ain't even gonna say, but yeah.
No, go ahead. What'd you call him?
Don't worry about it.
Got your finger on the button.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, they didn't. We talked about it earlier. Both of us. They didn't back down. They had a team that's very physical, that kind of thrives in those situations. And quiet as kept. That when it actually happened, the Rockets kind of turned up. In that moment, they went on a 7-0 run or something like that. It was you didn't got into their type of game. But the Kings stayed the course, stayed poised, stayed physical with those guys, and they completely turned that tide from the end of the second quarter going into that third quarter. That was one of the better third quarters we've seen from them in recent memories, man. 42 points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, the Rockets have a way of, instigating everything, right? So even when they when they send guys to the crash zone for rebounds, for offensive rebounds, and the Kings were getting rebounds. As soon as the Kings like started dribbling the ball, Tari Eason and Thompson, whichever Thompson twin they have, they started running out and it looked like every single time fouling the Kings guards that had the ball. And so if you think about it, like that means that those two guys are completely out of position and out of the game at all times. So if you start to feed on that and you start to realize what they're doing, and at first it looked like the Kings were annoyed, like, what are you doing? And it's like, what do you think they're doing? They're slowing the game down. They're trying to knock you off your line. If you just shoot the ball up court, you just, fire the outlet pass and get rid of it, then now those guys are just completely out of position and you're like going and going and going. And that's what I think the Kings started to make some real life adjustments in the moment. They were moving the ball really well. Malik Monk was just absolutely brilliant. But at the end of the day, what it came down to is that the Rockets wanted to get under the skin of the Kings, and the Kings flipped the script and did it to them and completely took them out of their game. And when that happened, they looked like the immature young team that they are. And so for right now, I think the Rockets are a good team. Don't get me wrong. But I also think that the Rockets are a team that by the end of the season is probably going to regress and probably be more like a 5, 6, 7 seed, because they are immature and they are young and they are going to go through the ebbs and flows of a season, because playing like this for 20 something games, that's not that hard. But playing like that for 82 is very difficult. And just go back to like the Dave Yeager year of the Kings. Same thing, when they busted out and had 39 wins. They were incredible through about 60 games. And when it got tough, they fell apart completely. And that's kind of the way the basketball world works. When the other teams ramp up their intensity to match you, and like, look, the Kings are in a desperate state. They are a team that is looking up at 11 or 12 teams above them in the Western Conference standings. And if they don't start hitting the gas now, they know what changes are coming. Like, it's not, we can talk about it all we want, but the players know too. They've been through this. De'Aaron Fox has been through it so many times. It's crazy,
And real quick, I was going to say, because we had a discussion yesterday about something that you had said on the Insiders when I was listening, and talking about how, you were worried. You're like, man, I don't want that red button to really get pushed, because for lack of a better term, I don't want Vivek getting involved, but he's getting impatient, all this other stuff. And I don't either, but I also looked at it as like, yeah, Vivek should be pissed off of what's going on. Like, he's done everything that everybody has said he needed to do for the last 2 years, and he missed the playoffs. And now they've got, at the time they were 9 and 12. So I don't want him to do those things and start meddling. But I do think that people feeling the heat and the pressure of the enormity of the situation is absolutely fair. Like, hey, if this doesn't change, things need to change. Simple as that. I'm okay with that thought process with this particular group right now.
I am too. It's why I sent Kyle to not work the Insiders today and to go hide the red panic button. And so he spent all day hiding the red panic button. And so he missed the show today.
Very good. Kyle out there doing the Lord's work.
That's right. Doing the Lord's work.
Now he just has to deliver Jameis Winston from pick sixes and we're good.
That's right. That's right. So look, the thing that I want to see from Vivek and from management is like, look, it doesn't take a brain surgeon to see what's wrong with the team. Admit that there's something structurally wrong with the team and try your best to fix it. And that costs something. I get it. It's going to cost you, it's going to cost you a draft pick, most likely. It might cost you a first and a couple of seconds. It might cost you a player that you really like on the roster. It could also, heaven forbid, cost you going to the luxury tax. Like if you need to go into the luxury tax to make your team better, I get it. You don't want to pay luxury tax dollars, and you also don't want to lose luxury tax checks, because you need to have a 45 win team. You usually want to go above the luxury tax when you have a good team and you think you can put them over the top. But sometimes it also requires you to show that you're going to spend and show that you're going to fix, the leaks that have developed in your team. You can't just, if your car's burning oil and it's also got a leak, and everywhere you park there's a nice little puddle of oil at the bottom. You can keep putting oil in it and just hope that you don't run out one day. But the better thing to do would be to just put it in the shop for a couple of days and fix it. Just spend the money. And I know that it's easy for us to say that on the outside, but RIP our friend Rory in the chat. Vivek hasn't done it. He flat out hasn't done it. He hasn't paid the luxury tax ever. And so, I get it. But if it's a difference right now between you being able to take two players that make $25 million and go get a $30 million player, but it puts you over the luxury tax, and that player is really good, or it's a difference between you taking a $17 million player and trading him for a $14 million player and saving another $3 million under the luxury tax. But the one player that you're going to get for $30 million is a really good player, and the other player that you're going to get for $14 million is a solid veteran rotational piece, but not a great player. There comes a point where you need to say, okay, I'm willing to go spend that extra $5 million and go get a better player, so my team is better and it's built better. It's everything kind of put together the right way.
Rory is smiling so damn big right now, hearing James reference Vivek's inability to go into the tax.
Rory's saying he's never done it. Never done it.
Rory's looking down like, I told you, James.
Well, my point of view was like always that there's going to come a point where you have to. And I don't think that
there was never a reason to go into the tax before.
Yeah.
To pay Cavano
and Hassan Whiteside.
Well, bidding war.
And God bless Rory. He wanted to fight with me about all of it. And like,
he did. That's why we love Rory.
Big Roy
Still
dog.
love Rory.
Yeah, man.
Hammer, you brought up Malik. You said how brilliant Malik was a few minutes ago. Obviously, his second game starting for Sacramento. I think one thing that we saw last night was we focused so much on what Malik can do as a playmaker for himself, what Malik can do scoring-wise. What we saw last night is what Malik can do as a playmaker for everybody else on the floor as well.
Yeah, we talked to Malik after the game, and he was very clear. He's like, hey, they can't stop me and Fox. They can't send a second guy. They can't try to shock them. They can't blitz them. And he's right. That means that no matter what, you have two guys that can go attack at all times. And not only that, but you have two guys that can attack. You got another guy who can attack in the ISO, and you got another guy who can attack as a passer in a free-flowing offense. So it gives you all of these variables that you can work with. And I think it's going to take a little while for Jay Triano to press all the right buttons with this offense. But we kind of came into it, the beginning of the season, like you got four guys who can average over 5 assists a game in the starting lineup now. And that's big. And I do think that they're going to need to backfill and figure out somebody to take on the role that Malik has had in the last couple of years. And again, I think Kevin Huerter could possibly be that guy, but we're also getting closer and closer to a point where Devin Carter might be part of a conversation here. And, maybe Keon Ellis can figure out a way to step up, but you have to find somebody who can actually take on that energizer, like bring something different from the bench. And hopefully they do. I think the biggest concern that we all had coming into the season was even without Malik in the starting lineup, like there's only one ball, and how are you going to share, and how's everybody going to eat? And I think last night was a perfect example of how everybody can eat. Isaac Jones, you don't have to feed him. He's going to go get his own, and Kevin Huerter, you do have to feed, again, Keegan Murray, you got to feed, But the rest of these guys, most of them can go get a bucket when they need it. And that's a really good thing to have, that you got a couple of hungry guys, and then you got a couple of dependent guys that stretch the floor. But overall, like, that's what we saw from this team in the beginning, and why we were so confused why they weren't very good, because this team should be good.
Malik Monk, the way he played last night, the way he's been playing, James, I read off some of the numbers for him as of late, and they were absolutely off the charts. I think in the last, the stat says 10 games, but he's only played 5 games because he was injured. He's averaging 21 points a night in 33 minutes. He's shooting 50.7% from the field, 49% from beyond the arc. We saw last night, he's also averaging 7.8 assists a night. So we saw that on full display last night, and we've seen it in recent games. Does this kind of change who we think Malik Monk can be? Like, it felt like we had a good idea of like who he was and all this other stuff, but you were talking about it earlier. We haven't seen him play big minutes. It's been like 21 minutes, 23 minutes or something like that. Now he's in a starting role where he's going to get somewhere around 30 minutes a night. Is there maybe another level to Malik Monk that we weren't even aware of, possibly?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there is. The only questions that I have is, like, look, Malik in his first season with the Kings averaged 23 minutes a game. In his second season, last season, he averaged 26. How does he look? Can he hold up for 33, 35 minutes a game? And I'm not saying that he can't. But what I do need to see is that he, not just for the first 2 weeks or the first 3 weeks, he's got to figure out how to do that for the next 60 games. And I hope that he's ramped up and ready for that. Because like Kevin Huerter, we've seen Malik go through major shooting slumps in each of his last 2 years. And it usually coincides with him playing a whole bunch of minutes. So he plays a bunch of minutes, and then he has a group of games where he loses his legs and he isn't nearly as effective as a shooter. And that doesn't mean he's not effective as a player. He's still a good passer. He can still break guys down off the dribble. I think, like, pick and roll wise, he's one of the best pick and roll guards in the league. When the Kings signed him, one of the reasons, outside of him being De'Aaron Fox's friend and all that stuff, was the fact that he was one of the best pick and roll players in the league, and that they were adding him to a team with other pick and roll players that were really good. And that's why they went out and got JaVale McGee, because JaVale McGee was the best pick and roll finisher in the game. So he's still going to have that aspect to his game, but he does have to show that he doesn't lose his legs, and that he doesn't just stop being able to be an effective scorer for 3, 4, 5 weeks at a time. Because that's what being an NBA starter is. That's a difference between being a starter and being a really, really great 6-man, is that you've got to go out there and play huge minutes. You have to play defense against guys that could be way bigger than you. You know, it's not that, like, him and De'Aaron Fox as a backcourt, 2 6'2", 6'3" guys. That's not a big backcourt. And you got a small forward that's not very big in DeMar DeRozan. And so you've got to find a way to realistically just flat out outscore teams, and then hope that you can supplement yourself enough defensively to keep up.
Yeah.
Is Malik's longevity, so to speak, in the starting role more important than Kevin Huerter's ability as in a 6-man role?
Well, the problem that you have with Kevin Huerter as a 6-man is that Kevin Huerter is not a guy who creates for himself a lot. He can create for himself. He is really good at, even getting, when he's in the key, he's a very good finisher around the rim. The problem is that Kevin Huerter is more of a off-ball motion guy and catch and shoot guy. So what you need is that second guy that's like him. And I think what Mike Brown is doing right now is brilliant. He's been mixing and matching his early subs. So, it used to be, you remember last year, it was Davion Mitchell would come into the game at the 6-minute mark and De'Aaron Fox would go out, and then Fox would come back at the 9-minute mark and Davion would go back out, and then Davion would start the second quarter. What Mike has been doing right now is he's subbing off De'Aaron and Keegan Murray together. And then when he goes to the bench unit, it's De'Aaron with Keegan. and then you throw in an Isaac Jones, and then you throw in a Kevin Herter, and so you're sort of and then again Jay Crowder. So that's what he's been going to, and I think it's an effective lineup. And then to get Isaac Jones going, he'll sub De'Aaron back out to start the second quarter like he typically does, and that's when he goes back to Malik Monk, and Malik Monk and Isaac Jones get the 2-man game going. So I like the sub patterns, but that's the complexity of this. Like we've talked about it like a bunch of times, and you guys always think I'm ridiculous when I talk about like the original Batman with Michael Keaton, how you can't mix, the deodorant with the shampoo. Like he's trying to tinker and figure out which of these lineups, which of these 2-man games, which of these 3-man groupings, which 2 different 2-man groupings might work with that 3-man grouping. And so it's difficult because it's a puzzle that you need to keep twisting until you figure it out. And then the problem is once you figure it out, you got an opponent who might do something crazy like throw 7'4" Zach Edey at you. Now what do you do? And the answer is you dust off Mr. Alex Len and say, hey man, I'm going to need you tonight. And so there's all of these complexities that you think that you've got something, and then you've got to change it, because you can't just go out there thinking that you're going to find success against a gigantic human being and that it will work the same way. Maybe it will. Maybe Isaac Jones will hold his own like he did against Steven Adams. But there's also a possibility that you as a coach have to be flexible. Your team has to be flexible. And you can't just have to hit the reset button every time. You got to sub somebody in who's not used to being there.
Mike Brown is the Joker. That's what James Ham is saying. Mike Brown is in fact
no nickname.
No.
That's right.
Joker.
We'll come back. We'll talk more with James Ham about the Kings' victory last night against the Houston Rockets, De'Aaron Fox's response to a little bit of trash talk, and, well, what the rest of the week looks like ahead, because there's some tough matchups ahead for Sacramento. That's all coming up with our Kings Insider from the Insiders. James Ham here with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm here. I'm just going to get some stuff set up on KSFM real quick. real quick.
Oh, that's an interesting trade option. Loki Trickster. Trey Lyles and Alex Len for Nick Richards and Cody Martin. My only question is, why would Charlotte do that?
Maybe they don't know any better. Who is that? Mitch Kupchak still?
Is Edey not playing? That's funny.
I think he is.
I think he is too. I haven't been tracking who's playing for Memphis. I just know they're playing really well.
Yeah,
he's been out. He's missed their entire that 6-game win streak they just had. Where's his injury log?
I'm always so confused by the entrance to the TD Garden. You've been there, right, before, James?
Where's TD Garden?
The Boston.
I haven't.
What's the this? Let me try to get it going because it's a story. But like this little entrance here with the stairs and the escalator, like I don't see an arena there. Like what is that? But they always show that. That's like where the little pig statue is. Like they always show this.
Where the little pig statue is. God, we got to do better.
They actually had something that was really cool though. Did you see that? That I think it was opening night. They had the drone. The drone that went through TD Garden, and it like started there.
Oh, I think I did see that.
It was pretty dope.
I've been to the outside of the building. I haven't been inside. I was there for the Sloan Analytics Conference at MIT years ago. And then afterwards, a bunch of us went to Mike Zarin, who is the assistant GM now there. He had his own bar across the street from the arena, which was like prime real estate. And I think Warren Legary threw a party. Like, that's why we're all there. Like, ESPN sent a bunch of us out there and like everyone was invited to Mike Zarin's bar.
Stephen A. Ham over here.
No, I'm dropping names like Nancy Lieberman. Good old Nancy.
Oh, I thought we had. Should we? I had Mike Jack in. Should we? This Hove's birthday though.
Yeah, we can go Hove. We can go.
I thought we had December 4th in here. I guess we don't. December.
I feel like I've heard it on here before. Like,
oh no, we have it. You want to play that?
Yeah.
December 4th.
No, the teachers couldn't reach me.
James, it's Jay-Z's birthday. How are you celebrating?
I don't know. I'm not going to put on cowboy boots and cowboy hat and do cowboy Carter stuff.
Oh, okay.
Even in my neck of the woods.
Clothes. Do we have change clothes?
Oh, well, we do. You know we do. That's a radio rate. You know that's in there.
Yeah, that was a monster. It was a good song when it was out. It's not even
You know what I did? I sent my radio partner Kyle Madsen out to go look for the perfect gift for Jay-Z and told him he could take the day off to find the perfect gift for Jay-Z.
Very nice.
That is good looking.
Hey, James, such a giver at the holiday season.
We could talk about this on the show if Damian wants to.
I never even thought about that.
Talk about that.
Wow. That never even crossed my mind. That's a good question, though.
Corliss Williamson. Corliss is an assistant. Spectre. He's an assistant with Minnesota, right?
Yep.
Yeah. He's a good dude. His son and my son went to daycare together in Natomas when they were little. They were buddies. Creed, who is literally a foot and a half taller than every other kid in class. It's like 4-year-olds, and one of them looks 12.
Stay fresh to death. To the top of the globe. Let's go.
No, Zabo. Creed Williamson. I do not think that Corliss's son has a desk drawer filled with mung beans. Damien got that.
We're back here, James. Forgot to tell you, but we're back. I'm about to revoke TC's cell phone privileges, though. I swear to God. TC a wild dude.
Telling you how he's waiting outside of Kyle Shanahan's house with a.
No, he probably is.
Just leave.
I don't know what his issue is here either.
Yeah. Hammer. Let's go here to the chatty house here real quick. Tom asked you, could Keon become a trade candidate? The coaching staff seems hot and cold with him. And as you noted a couple of minutes ago, the very well-dressed Devin Carter looks to be available soon.
Yeah. Like, to be honest with you, no. Like, I know that seems like I'm being rude or snarky. The problem that you have if you're the Kings is that Keon Ellis is super, super, super cheap, like free in NBA world. And to give one of those guys up to throw into a trade when his value to other teams might not be as high, like I know Kings fans love him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Kings fans also loved Ike Diagu. Okay. So just because Kings fans love a guy doesn't mean that he has a tremendous amount of value on the open market. So if you're being honest with yourself, we can discuss right now. If you were to trade Keon Ellis today, do you think you could get a second-round pick for Keon? Probably.
Yeah.
But you're not getting a first-round pick for Keon. So again, if you've got a second-round pick, I'd much rather give up a second-round pick and keep Keon. Like he's a player that's almost free as far as NBA world, and his value out on the open market isn't all that high. It's good. It's just not like, oh my gosh, this kid is, you gotta go give up 2 first-round picks to go get him. And so, like, when you're making a trade, if you need to throw in a contract, hey, you've got the Orlando Robinson contract you can throw in. You've got Colby Jones's contract you can throw in if you need salary for matching. But I'm not giving up Keon Ellis for matching salary. I know how good he is. I know he's a 3-and-D player. And like, look, there are times when a player makes some mistakes and for whatever reason finds himself on the outside looking in. Keon is a player that every time he does get an opportunity, jumps right back into the fray, and you can't keep him out of the rotation. And I expect him to do the same thing again. But I also look at last night's game and say, okay, I understand Mike wanted to go with a very, very tight rotation. Realistically, like a 7.5-man rotation. Jay Crowder played 12 minutes. And he had to go for the win. And Keon Ellis, the previous game, had made some egregious mistakes. And if you're going to play Isaac Jones, sometimes that means that you can't play another young player who might make mistakes like that. And if you're going to go with Isaac and say, hey, we need you to play big minutes, and Isaac played really well, so you kept going with him, but you go with Isaac knowing that while Isaac is putting up 12 points and he's swinging at some shots, and he also grabbed 2 rebounds, and they came really late in the game. And so he played, 18 minutes and grabbed 2 rebounds. Like, there are things that Isaac Jones are doing that jump out on the page when you're watching him and go, oh man, I love what he's doing. There are also a handful of things that he's doing in games that are not good, that you're just overlooking or you're not paying attention to because he is doing the good things. And Mike has to constantly balance the pros and the cons of a young player, the mistakes that he's making, whether it's rotations, whether it's not blocking out, whether it's, there are all kinds of little things that he's doing that aren't exactly correct, but that's okay. You'll live with it. What you can't do is live with another young player making mistakes too. And not when you have aspirations of winning 50 games. And that means you've got to go like 40 and I don't know, like 20 something from here on out in order to get there.
So, first of all, I don't want to trade Keon. I like him. I'm just going with the conversation. The things that are positives about Keon Ellis, wouldn't that also be a positive to somebody else? So if you talked about somebody like Brooklyn or somebody said Denver in the chat, they could look at Keon Ellis as a guy that, like, if you had to do something salary-wise, if they're trying to cut salary, you'd be like, oh, we get a guy that can do what player X can do, but for cheaper. He's on a contract of next to nothing, and we've seen him be an effective guy. Wouldn't that work maybe to be appealing to other people?
No, it's possible. It's possible, but I don't know that Keon Ellis's name has carried such a huge weight outside of Sacramento yet. And again, I think he's a nice young player. And I'm not trying to devalue him. I'm just being honest. Like, if you're another team on the outside looking in, what would you give up for Keon Ellis? And he has not reached the stage where you would give up a first-round pick for Keon Ellis at all. So if that's the case and you have a second-round pick, I'd rather just use the second-round pick and keep the player, because the Kings don't value their second-round picks anyways. They prefer to trade those, use them in transactions versus drafting guys. And the guys that they have drafted really haven't worked out hardly at all. The second-round picks that they have used, they found really nice players in unrestricted, undrafted free agents. And that shows me that they're mining deep and finding guys that can really, really play. But at the same time, you're not mining for those guys so you can trade them. You're mining for them so when you have a $40 million De'Aaron Fox and a $40 million Domantas Sabonis, you also need a $2 million Keon Ellis and a $2 million Isaac Jones to balance out the ledger. And that's just like the dynamics of building a team. And so, yeah, I definitely think that Keon has value, and, but what is it what type of value does he have? And that value isn't enough to trade him. If you're the Kings, he has more value to the Kings as a young guy that you can figure out a way to work into your rotation. But again, when you're going with your best 2 point guards in your starting lineup, what does that leave for Keon Ellis as a guy coming off the bench? Who's supposed to set up Keon Ellis? It's the same problem that you have with Kevin Huerter. Who's supposed to set up Kevin Huerter? And there could come a point where maybe Kevin Huerter's not on this team, and you're going to turn back and use Keon Ellis a whole bunch. There could also be a point where Keon Ellis just earned his way right back into the rotation. But it has to be with a very specific sort of parameter, because he's not an elite ball handler. He's not a creator for himself or for others. And so you need that other piece to go with him.
Hammer, you talking about Keon Ellis and his emergence and what he could wind up being like. I think we're kind of seeing something similar with Isaac Jones right now, where at least over the course of the last 5 games or so, he's gotten some minutes, and I think he's made the most of those minutes. What's Mike's responsibility now to make sure Isaac Jones continues to play a role in this? Like we discussed where like maybe we've seen this before, and a game will come around, and I think Casey pointed this out earlier. Hammer, you just mentioned we're probably going to see Alex Lynn on Thursday, which means we might not see Isaac Jones. And do the games where we don't see Isaac Jones start to add up? Like, what's Mike's role here in making sure that Isaac Jones continues to develop a little bit as the season rolls on?
Yeah, so I think the good thing that I've seen so far with Isaac is that he's playing both the 4 and the 5, and he's playing alongside Sabonis, and he's also playing the center position when Sabonis steps off the court. And the other big bonus for Isaac Jones right now is that Trey Lyles is out 3 to 4 weeks with a calf injury. And so while Trey Lyles is out, Isaac Jones is going to have every opportunity here, in my opinion, to prove that he can play and to prove that he can earn a spot in the rotation. Because while I don't think he's going to be a natural matchup for Zach Edey, who I don't know if he's playing or not, but he hasn't played like the last 7 games or something. But they do have other players. They have Brandon Clark, who I think is going to be a fun matchup with Isaac Jones. And so that's what you're going to look for, those matchups with him. And this is the type of player the Kings needed. They seem to have stumbled upon him. But you also have to know, like, Mike will be really honest about it. Like right now he's in the rotation, but he's a young player. He's right now he's doing everything on athleticism and instinct. He knows a little bit of the offense. He knows a little bit of the defense, and he's working to get better at those things. But even once he learns the basics of the offense and the defense, there's still so many things he has to learn that would help him, like how to box out better, how to, like be in the dunker spot and more opportunities for pass down low. Like there are a lot of different things that the Kings are going to work with him on, but it's a process. And for right now, the more you can limit what Isaac Jones has to do, the better you are. If it's only, hey man, I need you to get rebounds and dunk and every once in a while swipe at a couple of shots at the rim, go try to be a shot blocker, that's fine. It's just if you start asking him to, hey man, we're going to need you to start running some of the DHOs at the top of the key that Sabonis does, that's when this thing is going to fall apart. And people are going to be like, okay, why is Isaac Jones on the court? So you have to really limit who he is and what he is right now and slowly expand out. And that's where it's on the coaching staff to be bringing this kid along without overwhelming him the whole time and without turning him into like a deer caught in headlights, because that's where a lot of young players, you start adding too much and they just freeze up. Like the next move for him is to work like every day with Malik Monk on how to do a pick and roll. And once you can get that down, that kid's going to be really, really efficient. Then if you can get him to go stand in the corner and actually hit a couple of those threes, now that's another element that you can bring into him. But these are all very small pieces and require him to go do 1 or 2 things. You don't want to overwhelm him and try to make him into, like some all-world guy. You got to remember he played like 1 year at a major college. He played another year at like some minor college, and then like a year or 2 at a junior college. Just because he's 24, he doesn't have the basketball experience, life experience in basketball to take on all of the things that you want for, a rotational player for 82 games.
I think Deuce was telling the story on the podcast. He just started playing basketball.
Yeah, that's great. I know. I heard a little bit what Deuce said, and then I know Mark Jones was talking
Like he had
about,
a job.
Yeah, he was working at a loading dock.
Yeah.
His buddy went and tried out for a junior college team, and they said, "Hey, go bring us someone 6'8", and we'll let you on the team." And so he went to Isaac and said, "Hey, you want to play?" He's like, "No, okay." Now I think he had played high school and hadn't played for a year, and then jumped back in, and the next thing you know, like a couple of years later, he's in the pros. So good on him. And like, look, he's such a nice kid. Everything is God bless this, and he's very, very gracious with his time. Like I really like talking to him in the locker room. Just a really, really good, down to earth kid.
Yeah, that's great to see, man. Great to see. It was also great to see Keegan Murray hitting some 3-pointers last night, man. And it wasn't this 47-point game, 14 points, 8 rebounds, but I loved seeing Keegan Murray last night knock down those shots and really 3 of 5 from beyond the arc. That level of consistency is great, but give me 3 threes. If you were 3 of 8, I'd probably feel the same way. There was too many times where I'd see a 0 for 6 or a 1 for 9 or something like that. Like, man, you're a better shooter than that. Did you see a different bounce in his step last night in that Rockets game?
Oh yeah, I think the biggest thing that you didn't want to see is what he did the game before, which was 0 for 2, because that means not only is he not hitting, but he's not shooting, and that's where this becomes a really big issue. The fun thing was they brought out Keegan Murray with De'Aaron Fox after the game, and talk about a contrast in personalities. They're good friends, but they're very different. And I know De'Aaron tried to force Keegan to answer like the first 5 questions and just sat there quietly, just to mess with him. You could tell. But eventually, I think Keegan he's warming up to the process, and even his media session the day before, I thought he was really, really like into it. Like he wasn't just giving us some canned answers. He was actually listening and talking about how he's fine. And, he's working through some stuff on the court, and that he'll be just fine. And he's not super concerned. He's had plenty of times where he got off to a slow start in a season. And he even, talked about his freshman year where he shot like 29% from 3. Like he tried to like play off like some of his shooting woes. Like, hey, I've been here before. It's fine. And I'm not concerned, that's at least what he was saying. So to have him have a night like last night, I don't care that he only scored 14 points and grabbed 6 rebounds. He just looked like himself. That's all we all saw it. Like you saw, like his version of a smile. You saw him like moving around with a bounce in his step and a confidence. And when he's playing with that sort of bounce, he goes and gets offensive rebounds. He goes and does the little things as well. And I was super happy for him, because he doesn't have to score 20-something points to have a great game. He's already giving you so much on the defensive end and so much as a rebounder, that if you can just get him hitting threes and then slowly start getting back to, the big dunks and stuff, that's been fine. Like I want to see him in the post, him like going up and over the top of like Jabari Smith or Şengün. Like, good for you. I mean, he can play in the post.
There's been a lot of well, James, as you know, the last couple of days have been they've been tough. We've shipped Trey Lyles out of here, who was just the darling of the Kings like not that long ago. We've had it with him. And now it's all better. But I think our thing, James, was it's actually not. It's like a really, really good win for Sacramento. But what we want to see moving forward, you've got Memphis coming up. You've got San Antonio coming up. Obviously, you got Utah on Saturdays. And I by no means am like, oh, the Sacramento, you've got to go out there and beat Memphis. No, if you don't beat Memphis, that's fine. But I'd really like to see you find a way to beat San Antonio and Utah. So you have like, okay, the Kings have won 3 of their last 4. And it feels like you have something, to build off of. It feels like it's been so much, win 1, lose 2, win 2, lose 1. And there hasn't been any rhythm established to this team.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, you have to figure it out. You have to figure out how to string a group of wins together. And look, they put themselves in a situation where you can't just write off games anymore. We can't just say, hey, we all expected them to lose yesterday, except for Vegas. They thought for some reason the Kings were going to win by 1 point, a point and a half, which I'm not quite sure. That was like, I think that it probably was the biggest sucker bet of all time. How many people bet Houston yesterday and the points? Like really? Yeah. So like, look, there is no, hey, they probably will lose in Memphis. You don't get that anymore. You blew that. That's gone. You're, still 2 games under 500. You drop 3 games under 500 again, and you're in trouble. So, this is a moment where they have to, regardless of where they're playing or who they're playing against. There's only one team in the league that I can honestly circle and say there is no reason the Kings should beat this team at all, and that's the Boston Celtics. They shoot more threes than anyone has ever shot, and the Kings don't defend threes. They have long, physical, athletic players. They're the champs. They're the only team in the league that you just point to and say they are so much better than everyone else and the Kings that the Kings don't really even have a shot. Outside of that, I don't think that there's another team in the league that you just automatically say they're way better than the Kings, and the Kings shouldn't have a chance. Now, the way the Kings have played, we've sort of adjusted that to say, okay, well, you got to get this win against San Antonio or Portland. Well, you already showed that you can lose to those teams, and look at the last 5 games, or even the last 7 games. How many teams did you lose to that you should have lost to, that you should have beat, and how many teams did you beat that you probably should have lost to? Because I know the 2 wins that I can remember are Minnesota, which is one of the most difficult places to play, and then a red-hot Houston Rockets team. Mm-hmm. So you beat those 2 teams, but you also lost to Portland and San Antonio and the Hawks, and just name that team that's marginal. And
they lost to Portland twice? Just once, okay.
Yeah. At some point, they just have to go out and win, and they just have to get on. If they play like they did last night, they should beat Memphis. They should win. What's the next game?
San Antonio.
Oh yeah, they should beat San Antonio again. San Antonio's a good team, but the Kings should be a better team than them. We can't just say, oh, they got off to a bad start, so they're now a bad team, and ignore the fact that of the talent they have on the roster, and give them a free pass for, oh, you already lost to San Antonio twice, you probably shouldn't lose to them again. No, you shouldn't have lost to San Antonio twice. Straight up. That's just not acceptable. You should have beat San Antonio twice. They're not that good. And if you're going to be a team that talks about playoffs, or heaven forbid, the team that talked about the Western Conference Finals a few weeks ago, at Media Day, then you have to go in there and beat these teams that, yeah, sure, they're good. Memphis is good, but you were way better than them last year. I don't care if they got players back or not. They're still missing a bunch of stuff, and you got to go in there and play hard.
And we talk about, you got to go on a little bit of a run here. It doesn't have to be consecutive games when you talk about winning, but it needs to be a little mini situation like we talked about. Yeah, 8 of 10, 7 of 9. This weekend, hey, win 3 or 4. If you can win these 2 of the next 3 games. So you have to start stringing some things together if you're the Kings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is a moment where, the big red panic button they didn't put it away. I mean, Kyle hit it pretty well.
Kyle hit it. Yeah.
He did. He hit it pretty well, but someone could find a cord that leads to them refining it. I mean, the
panic button has a cord. It's not wireless.
No, I'm gonna guess this one has a cord. Yeah, because it's
a power adapter.
It's it's like this giant beam that goes into the sky that's just red and not.
Oh dear
purple.
God!
Yeah,
it's like a red beam goes into
just.
Oh no, everybody! Oh no!
Yeah. This is not when the Pope dies. They're not going to send out the little black smoke out the window, or when they find the new Pope. This is going to be a giant laser beam that things have gone south. So
it's not one beam in the sky. It's just lasers around the Golden One Center, and a siren That's a siren out on top of the Golden One Center.
Players' faces or coaches' faces with big X's through them in the sky. Yeah, chaos.
Goodness gracious. Well, at least we averted that for a day.
For a day.
Yep.
Well,
God
nothing's going to happen tonight.
Yeah,
We're going to
we'll
be worried
be
about. We'll be fine
happy
tomorrow.
Yeah.
God bless Kyle.
Have a good, we'll have a good time getting ready for Memphis. Where did you say Kyle was today?
I believe he's getting fitted for a 3-piece suit for a wedding.
Oh, very good. Okay.
No, he's going to the dentist. That's what he's been doing. He had a dentist appointment. I've just
Of course,
been messing
James
with
kills-
him
of
all
course,
day
James
long.
kills the bit with 50 seconds left.
I've been messing with him all day long.
He was out shopping for Jay-Z's Christmas gift. Or
That's right,
Jay-Z's
I did.
birthday gift during the commercial break.
See, Miss Mac said he had to wash his hair. That's just mean-spirited, Miss Mac. I was never mean-spirited.
You telling people that when I gotta wash my hair. Sorry.
I was gonna say he was out like squirrel hunting with his dad. Like
Shout out
all
to
kinds of things.
in-law. Remember when he ate that squirrel on his
Oh,
live?
that's not okay. Jesse's making us end the show. Make your plans to be with us this Friday at Sky River Casino, the biggest live show we have ever done. D'Lo and Casey live here on ESPN 1320 from 12 to 4. Flashback Friday with DJ Complex out on the patio at 32 Brew Street from 4 to 6. And trivia night with the wake-up call, Are You Smarter Than Kevin, begins at 6 o'clock. We'll register teams all day long. Again, make your plans to be with us at Sky River Casino, 32 Brew Street. Make your plans to be with us tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Sac State. Stingers up.
And we're done.
Yeah.
And we're in commercial over there, guys. So we have got to go. Chatty House after party tonight for, well, I don't know.
It's a BBM.
Tune in. I get.
BBM.
Good luck with that, guys. Just remember, it's our YouTube channel. Don't get it taken down. See you guys tomorrow.